Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're streaming this video. I'm the academic director for the European University Real Madrid School. Welcome to the international session on injury in sports. We'll be talking to a few incredible professionals. We have set up a few debates for you to enjoy and a few presentations as well. You'll be able to ask questions, of course. I would like to thank Sergio Vázquez, director of the Masters in Sports Physiotherapy, for taking part in this important session today and tomorrow. So I encourage you to follow this actively and with Istritz. It's a great addition to our program. If you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them. Over to you, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Marisa, for your introduction. Thank you very much for being with us today. It's such a special day for all of us. Welcome to all of you who are already online. A few of you have actually had to rise early to follow this session, and I greatly appreciate it. It's a huge pleasure for me to see that you're participating so enthusiastically. We have about 2,000 viewers right now, or rather 2,000 people have enrolled in this session. So to me, truly, it's great to see that we've all got the right attitude here. And let me add that it is a privilege for me to be able to talk to you from the comfort of our own home, while at the same time being able to talk to some incredible professionals. Let me just stress the fact that we'll be talking to a few truly incredible professionals with a lot of experience, and let me just stress the fact that right from the start, they've had a beautiful attitude towards this. Ever since we asked them to take part in this session, they have been cooperating with us enthusiastically. And I personally believe that such events can only be done if you're committed, if you do it with love, and that's what we've been doing. It's a pleasure to give you an opportunity to talk to, once again, some incredible healthcare professionals in the sport industry. What I'd like to ask of you is that we all make sure that this event doesn't end with the presentations of our speakers. I would like to encourage you to ask as many questions as you like, because it is precisely your questions that make these events special. Please ask as many questions as you like, because when you do, it's truly enriching for all of us. Once again, I'd like to also thank those of us who have worked over the years to make it possible. For a number of years, we'd been trying to organize this, and this year, Alvaro, I, and Diego as well have been able to coordinate the technical and academic department and successfully organize this. So truly, thank you for making it possible. I'd like to thank all those who have made it possible. This is a great opportunity for all of us. It's great for the profession. It's great for health in sports. I believe that many of the things that our speakers will be talking about today you will be sort of familiar with, because we have slightly covered them in the Masters, but still their angle is quite unique. So enjoy. Please know that we've prepared today's and tomorrow's session with literally all the love we're capable of. I'd like to thank all the technicians, because they've been helping us a great deal. Some of us aren't exactly technologically adept, so thank you for making it possible. I'd like to thank the European University as well. I'd like to thank once again all the participants, even those who haven't been able to take part in this in the end. Throughout the lockdown, the state of alert, we've been thinking to ourselves, what is it we can do to make this event special? We've been reflecting on it, heart and soul, and a lot of people have helped us come up with the right answers to that question, so I want to thank them as well. My personal colleagues, co-workers at the clinic here in Madrid have also helped. And of course, I'd like to thank all the students from the Masters at the European University. You have all made this possible, so I want to say congratulations to you all. It's an honor and a privilege to take part in it. Without further ado, over to Diego Miñández Martín. He's going to be acting as moderator of the first roundtable. He's going to be talking about the format of this event. Once again, an honor and a privilege, and thank you.
Buenos días, ¿cómo estáis?
Good morning, how are you? First off, I'd like to thank Sergio Álvaro, founder of Premium Madrid and Master's Director. Thank you, Sergio, for giving us this opportunity to take part actively in the activity of the university and to organize this session. So we're going to kick off this first roundtable of the day. Generally speaking, throughout these sessions, we'll be talking about the importance of physiotherapy in professional sports. Today's speakers are truly incredible. They've been working internationally in the field of elite sports, so we couldn't have any better speakers to kick off the day. The first speaker is Dr. Ángel Basa, physiotherapist for the Spanish Federation of Atletism, also takes part in the Olympic Committee here in Spain. He's already taken part in 8 editions of the Olympic Games. Next year will actually be his 8th Olympic Games. He's taken part in countless international competitions. He's also a teacher, a lecturer at the Physiotherapy Masters of Real Madrid. So a beautiful speaker. Then we have Sergio Vázquez González, also a lecturer for the Masters, physiotherapist and coordinator for the team Montaquit Fuenlabrada. Then we have Sergio Tova, physiotherapist. He's the personal physiotherapist of José María Calderón, currently working for the Khimki Basket team in Russia. And he also acts as the personal physiotherapist of a few international elite athletes, also a lecturer on the Masters. And then Mr. Barrero, founder member of the clinic, lecturer on the Masters, physiotherapist who's been working in futsal nationally and internationally for a number of years. So without further ado, over to Ángel Basa, Professor Ángel Basa. He'll be talking to us about tendinopathies, the state of the art and the future of the field. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'll be very quick because I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to thank Sergio, Álvaro, Diego for their invitation. I'd like to thank the 2,000 or so viewers who are currently streaming this event. I'd like to thank the university which I've been cooperating with for a number of years. I'd like to thank all of you. It's an honor to be part of this roundtable, of this conference. I truly appreciate the invitation. I truly cherish the opportunity to share a few moments with you today. Without further ado, I'd like to share my screen now. Please let me know if you can see it. Can you see it? Yes. Very well. Right, so if there are any problems as we go, please turn on the microphone and let me know. Today I'll be talking about a very common problem in sports, tendinopathy. It's a complex, complicated issue. We'll be trying to answer a few questions. Where did we come from and where are we headed? Dr. Jill Cook, a physiotherapist, has already spoken about this, and in this article from 2009, she talks about the search for the tendon holy grail, precisely because tendinopathies are a complicated issue. So, first off, I'd like to give you a sort of bibliographical timeline on tendinopathy. Where did we come from? Where do we come from? I've been working on tendinopathies since '86. I was still an athlete at that point. I suffered from tendinopathy, but I was also a student at that point. I just kicked off my academic career as a student in Salamanca. Sandra Kerwin told us in 1986 that tendons respond to progressive and controlled stress by increasing tensile strength. In 1986, all we knew was that these tendons can be stretched. They're made out of collagen. If we stretch them out, they get stronger. If we overstretch them, we can injure them. So the summary was, if you apply tension to the tendon, its tensile strength will increase. The academic question that ensued was why? We don't know. But 6 years later, we came up with the answer. The answer was this longitudinal tension makes it easier for collagen to strengthen and conduct its remodeling. We later found out that this remodeling that we're talking about is actually a quite slow operation, that it takes a while to complete. But the ensuing question was, why does tension help collagen carry out this remodeling operation? Well, still no answer until 8 years later in the year 2000. At this point, the decade of eccentric exercises and tendinosis began. Why? Jill Cook and Kahn broke the mold in the year 2000. They told us eccentric exercises stimulate the mechanic receptors of our tenocytes to produce collagen, and this seems to be the key cellular phenomenon to recover from tendinopathy or tendinosis. In the year 2000, this is what they said. They basically said tendinitis doesn't exist. So what did everybody start doing? Eccentric exercises. I want to eat apple today. No, eccentric. I want to eat bananas today. No, eccentric. Eccentric exercises are great for the tendon, but nobody ever said that concentric exercises were bad for the tendon. Nobody ever said that isometric exercises were either good or bad. We just knew that eccentric exercises were good, so we started abusing them for 10 years. Why did we say in the year 2000 that there was no such thing as tendinitis? Thanks to this study, Dr. Hakan Alfredsson analyzed a few tendons sourced from the same patient in 1998 in this laboratory in Umeå, Sweden, and he showed that these enlarged tendons aren't actually inflamed because they have high quantities of glutamate, which keep the inflammatory response under control. So it's tendinosis, not tendinitis. And I have to acknowledge that as soon as I read this article, I updated all of my reading material, replacing the word tendinitis with the word tendinosis, but I didn't get too enthusiastic about eccentric exercises. I kept using concentric exercises, and I actually got criticized in conferences by the scientific community. Why do you work a lot on eccentric movement? Why do you work a lot on concentric movements when eccentric is validated? I think we're confusing clinical practice with scientific practice. I think the two practices have to feed off of each other, and science needs to be adapted to the day-to-day clinical practice of physicians. I can't accept that people should tell me, no, you shouldn't work on concentric exercises, you should only do eccentric. I don't accept it, it works. It's important to read these articles and reflect critically on them and incorporate the knowledge we acquire in our clinical practice. I don't think there is such a thing as reading too much. But in this particular case, I think the whole community got a bit too enthusiastic about eccentric exercises. So, for 10 years after the year 2000, all publications supported the effectiveness of eccentric exercises. That was the first option. And I think that was a bit of an abuse of eccentric exercises. That was all people were doing. Let's have a look at this article from 2001 by Hakan Alfredsson. Better improvement was observed in the group using eccentric exercises compared to the group using concentric exercises, but Dr. Alfredsson never said that concentric exercises aren't useful. With concentric exercises, results have been yielded. On the other hand, with eccentric exercises, have, of course, also been used, but what we need here is clinical, critical thinking. In 2010, we started having doubts within the scientific community. In 2010, let me get up. If you can't see me all too well, please let me know. In 2010, we sort of entered the Middle Ages of this whole issue. Are eccentric exercises truly good? Why is there no such thing as tendinitis? A whole proliferation of invasive techniques and other techniques ensued. And when there is such a proliferation of techniques, different techniques, aimed at treating one disease, it's because no single one of them seems to be working all too well, right? So articles started being published in about 2010 that actually critiqued Alfredsson research. In the American Journal, for example, in tendinopathies, there are macrophages, and the terminology should change. We start talking, for example, with Mr. Purdon about degenerative tendinopathy when it's tendinosis. And in this decade, we started doubting the effectiveness of eccentric exercises. We start using concentric exercises, low-speed exercises, concluding that low-speed concentric exercises can actually yield great results. So let's work on low speed. Let's stretch the tendon out slowly. Let's apply tension, but slowly. There are several techniques over this decade, as I said earlier, that proliferated, flocking towards this disease, but none of them worked particularly well compared to the others. All of these techniques are good. I want to say this right off the bat. All of them, if properly used, are incredible techniques. But I do believe that they are used quite too often. This article from 2014 says, low-speed work, regardless of whether its regimen is concentric or eccentric, can re-establish the correct aligning of the tendon and cellular morphology. So that's full circle. It's tendinitis again that we're talking about. Why? Because evidently Halfredson's research was carried out using old, obsolete biochemical markers. It's a matter of technology, not because tendinitis didn't exist back in 1998, but again, we've come full circle. So what do we know? Let's work on eccentric and concentric movements at low speed, which is exactly what Sandra Cohen said in 1986. Apply stretch the tendon progressively. So where are we at now? We are now past the Iron Age, the Bronze Age. This is the age of isometry. No more publications about eccentric exercises. We start talking about isometry. What we witness here is an overuse of regenerative therapy. Every year, I received patients that have had over 10, 15 interventions in one single tendon. You can't puncture a patient 10 times in the same tendon, 10 or 20 times. You cannot do that. That's not the basis of our work. It can help, but it's not the basis, the foundations of our work. We start talking about isometric exercises quite a lot in 2015, and your patients seem to know more about isometric exercises than you do. 5 reps, 30 seconds, 5 reps, 45 seconds, because we found that isometric exercises are indeed helpful, interesting, depending on the disease, on the patient. And this showed that the protocol we designed in 1995 was actually correct. All those isometric exercises we were doing back in 95 are back in fashion. Back in the day they told us no, but there's no evidence supporting it. But once again, because we've come full circle, isometric exercises are now back in fashion. Once again, we go back to what Sandra Cohen said in 86. Progressive stress equals better tensile strength. Where are we headed? That's the future. I have two answers to this. And one of them is actually quite worrisome to me. First question is, where are we headed? We should, in my opinion, or rather, perhaps I should say, where are we headed in the short term? Once again, in my opinion, in the short term, a few regenerative therapeutic options will be overused, much like we did in the past. We abused and overused eccentric exercises, and right now I think we are overusing a few techniques. Techniques that, if they are used properly, well, are absolutely great. In my opinion, we should keep on managing properly active programmed movement in a way that's adjusted to the particular sport of our athlete, by managing workloads properly and with a cross-cutting, multidisciplinary approach. That, to me, is proper management. Like this article said, the most important factor is the proper education of patients and their surrounding, alerting them to the fact that workloads need to be adjusted to symptoms, and that must be done by evaluating the intrinsic and extrinsic factors that can contribute to rehabilitation. That's what's key, educating athletes and their surroundings with a multidisciplinary approach. Educating, once again, their family, podologists, physiologists, etc., etc., etc. And at that point, I'd like to show you how we've been working with different loads with a few different athletes. I'll be talking, of course, about high-level athletes, jumpers. Study published in 2014 before all those studies about isometric exercises begin, but the foundations of it were eccentric, concentric, and isometric exercises through electrostimulation. So these are results that we gathered by working with Olympic athletes. Once these athletes moved away from our protocol, if they didn't go back to it within 24 months of abandoning it, they would develop the same symptoms as before because they started overstretching the tendon again. And in this study, we looked at how pain decreases as functionality of the tendon improves. It's a PhD thesis that will be published shortly. So, if the tendinopathy is reactive, the goal is to minimize cellular reaction without stimulating it. The tendinopathy is degenerative in nature. What we have to do is stimulate cellular activity. And that's where all these invasive techniques come in, and they actually work out. They're very useful. What's key in our protocol? We work a lot with isometric exercises. We didn't start in 2015. We actually published our article in 2014. Isometric exercises through electrostimulation, different position, progressive tension, and eccentric exercises. Isometric and concentric exercises with a progressive tension. So we could start off with a single declining squat, which is a scientifically validated exercise, a basic exercise for athletes who need a lot of strength and a lot of tension. And week after week, we progress. We take pain into account. That's what will be telling us how far an athlete has come since starting the therapy. Thanks to this formula, we know that day after day we have to increase tension, and after a bit we'll have to move to this position which applies higher tension. This is an Olympic champion for the triple jump. We're talking about one athlete that, for obvious reasons, has to apply a lot of pressure to his rotulian tendon. So with this exercise, single declining squat, there is another position that is scientifically validated, and it's this one: slow eccentric, isometric, and now concentric, without any help. The only help the tendon is getting is coming from the muscle, and then on the next week, in this case we have Orlando Ortega, Olympic vice champion, Olympic silver medalist. This is the exercise that Orlando was doing. We thought that having him work with higher loads would bring two problems. He was having a bit of an issue with his lumbar area, so that's as far as we went. But with Igor, for example, we were able to apply even more tension by applying external loads as well. And at one point, Igor realized that he was doing better and he wanted to work with higher loads because he had enough strength, enough core. So we used this exercise, applying yet further tension than the previous exercise. This is the eccentric phase, and it's slow. Isometric phase, 4 seconds, and then concentric phase. This is the same exercise with an added load. Of course, if my patient has issues with his lumbar area, I can use electrostimulation instead, artificially, and that works just great. I can even reach high intensities, and electrostimulation is something we start using during the isometric phase. This patient can do this exercise, but precisely because he's got lumbar problems, can't do it with weights. So we use electrostimulation instead. 5 minutes left, Angel. Okay, I'll be done in 2 actually. Monopodal, so just 1 foot, single foot exercise with electrostimulation. So let me remind you once again that in this case we're working with high jumpers, but for example with a marathon runner we could start working with semi-squats, then semi-squats with wedges, 15 degrees. I know that scientifically speaking the 25-degree wedge is validated, but if I use that on the first day I'll destroy the tendon. We have to, increase the load progressively. So by way of a summary, if you want more information, there is an online course available. I don't have the link here, but just look up Ángel Basas tendinopathy, and I talk about this in detail for a number of hours. And now I would like to conclude empirically. Where did we come from? We came from Olympia. We came from this marvelous stadium in Olympia, in Greece, a stadium that was heavily used in ancient Greece. They didn't have any special equipment here. All they used was their hands. Manual therapy, free of technology, worked. It acted well on the tendons. Athletes improved, recovered from their injuries. But now, all of our approaches need to be science-based, technology-based. If I come up with a new therapy, such as, for example, hypothermia, which is great, and we use it a lot with windback. I used to do it manually, now I do it through windback. we have found that through hypothermia we can reactivate the tendon, and if you use that technology properly, then great, but at the same time, I tell you, do not disregard manual therapy, and we're about to enter a new era now, mind you. A lot of technology, almost exclusively technology. All approaches are based on technology, and taking into account new therapies and once again new technologies. The thing I'm worried about is that science, especially in master's programs, become perhaps a bit too over-enthusiastic about a given technique. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this. Lots of physiotherapists now, after 4 years of studying physiotherapy, are only able to use one technique, and to me that's sad. The last slide I have here is the Tokyo 2020 stadium. It's a beautiful stadium, but that's just marketing, really, because it doesn't actually exist. It wasn't built. What stadium will be hosting the 2021 Tokyo Olympic Games? This one. It's not as spectacular. It wasn't hugely marketed, but to me, it truly represents it's truly sustainable, it's truly earth conscious, it's a very functional stadium, was built with the utmost respect of our ancestors and doesn't destroy the environment surrounding it. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for all of us to be able to cooperate and work together. Latest technological developments need to be used, of course, but let's be critical about them and not forget about what our incredible ancestors did. They were able to sort out tendinopathy-related issues pretty much like we did. Statistics nowadays say that athletes get injured more often now than they did 20 years ago. Why is that? Well, because training sessions are nowadays more demanding, of course. We still haven't found a definitive solution to tendinopathy, so I'm saying let's all work together. Thank you. It's been a pleasure sharing this the stage with you. So over to the next speaker. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation as always. We'll turn off my screen sharing now. Okay. So, it's been a pleasure to hear more from you, talking about the clinical reality of our profession, which is something we often miss out on. Next speaker, Sergio Toba. As I was telling you earlier, Sergio Toba is the personal physiotherapist of Sergio Maria Calderon. He also works at Kinky Basketball in Russia. We'll be talking about the importance of tonic postural control in athletes. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Let me share my screen, please. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Estoy en compartir pantalla ahora mismo, no sé si se ve, ¿no? Sí. Sí, perfectamente, Sergio. Vale, confirmado entonces.
Okay, so it works.
Vale, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this conference. It's been a pleasure for me to accept, a pleasure for me to be sharing the stage with my former lecturers about 24 years ago. Am I right, Ángel? My two other colleagues are also very, very special, incredible professionals. I am a physiotherapist myself, and an osteopath. Of late, I've been working with Jose mostly as an external advisor for Kinky Basket. I'll be talking about tonic postural control in sports. Ángel has talked in great detail. Sorry, Sergio, you have to close your Skype window. Is that better?
Vale, perfecto. Ahora mismo ya lo hago ahí. Ahora ya, mejor, ¿no?
Is that better?
¿Todo bien ahora?
Okay, very good.
Sí, perfecto, Sergio.
Venga, pues adelante. Vale. Pues como iba diciendo, Ángel,
so as I was saying, Ángel talks a lot in great detail about movement and workload. Today I'd like to talk to you about what happens before we execute a movement, what makes a movement accurate. How can we make sure that our motor control is as accurate as possible? In neuroscience, they say that the first 7 years in the development of a human being are key, because that's when you develop your motor control skills. These skills need to be properly regulated, especially in athletes. Sergio, sorry to interrupt. Again, apparently you have to turn on your microphone. We can't hear you for some reason. I thought it was on. It is on. Okay, great. Sorry about the interruption. Did you hear what I said, what I've been saying so far? I think, well, we weren't able to hear you for a bit there. You might want to start over. So you can hear me now, yeah? So once again, hello, I'm Sergio Toba, I'm a physiotherapist and the osteopath. I'm a specialist in sports physiotherapy. It was thanks to people like Ángel Basas, who was my lecturer actually 25 years ago, that I'm here today. So I worked with Jose Calderon, but he retired about a year ago, and now I work with a Euroliga team in Moscow, the Kinky Basket, as an external advisor. That's what I do. So I would like to thank my other colleagues, Sergio and Alvaro. It's a pleasure for me to be sharing the stage with them. In particular, I'd like to say that I'm good friends with Sergio. Ángel talked a fair deal about movement and load, so I'd like to focus on what comes before movement, of what comes before the workload. I'll be talking about tonic postural control and how that affects athletic movements. Neuroscience has taught us that in the first 7 years of life of a human being, we develop, and those 7 years are extremely important. Over those 7 years, we develop a number of different neurological pathways that will make us more or less accurate in the execution of an athletic movement. Albert Einstein said, if you open up your mind to a new idea, your mind will never get back to shrink back to its original size. So starting This type of reasoning is completely applicable to our motor skills. The better coordinated we are, the less likely we will be of getting injured. I went to England one day and I saw these soldiers in the UK that they were able to keep the same posture for 30 minutes without any problems, although sometimes some little issues do happen, as you saw those previous pictures. Also, sumo wrestlers, they weigh on average 160 kilograms. The highest weight ever recorded for a sumo wrestler was 233 kilograms, and they're able to keep this static posture with no apparent difficulty, as you can see on screen, while at the same time they're able to move very quickly and very accurately. That must be because they've been able to simplify these movements. They've been able to develop their accuracy to an incredible extent. And then look at the posture of regular people. Tonic postural control is is something very personal, because we all process information in a different way, and as a result, we will all adopt a different posture. We will all move in a different way. Voluntary movement will be more or less accurate depending on how we developed when we were younger. I want to show you this video. This is a student of mine. She's let me publish it. It's just a rumba test, and she's unable to do it. She was completely symptomless, obviously, but she did actually have an issue, experiencing, once again, no symptoms, no pain, no other difficulty apparently, but we started doing some tests. We realized she tested positive to the rumba test, which could indicate a vestibular problem. Because, as you can see, she was very unstable. So if you lack stability, that's a serious problem. If you're unstable, your movement, well, you won't be moving accurately, as Angel was also saying, and then other problems can arise in the future. So I'm going to turn the audio off. So we asked her to close her eyes, and she started losing her balance noticeably. And then I gave her another instruction that I'll be talking about later in my presentation. And all of a sudden, she's able to keep her balance. What changed? What made her stable? If she's stable, obviously all her athletic movements will be more accurate as a result. This is tonic postural control. It's a subconscious act that allows us to assume a certain position. Our emotions affect this as well. Can you see the stone balancing on the right-hand side of the screen? It's a very old concept. Aristotle talked about this. He talked about how our bodies were able to react to different stimuli coming from the ground. And then Galeno de Pergamo also talks about it later on. Tonic postural control. What does that depend on? It depends on a number of different things. It's a sense modality. It involves and engages a number of different tendons and parts of the body, mechanical receptors from your feet, your eyes, your ACLs, your vestibular system,
últimamente muy desarrollado la importancia de toda la tela facial.
And we also know that the fascial tissue plays a very important role in this, the peritoneum, too. Even the aorta plays an important role, even your stomach does. All of these systems are involved in tonic postural control. So it involves, as you can see, a number of different sensory modalities, but they all communicate with one another, they compensate one another, they complement one another. All of this can be integrated into several different segments of our central nervous system. And it makes us more accurate when we move if we exert the proper control over our posture, because we're able to instruct our brain to give out more accurate instructions. Our brain has an enormous capacity for adaptation to whatever information may be lost during a change of modality. But what is it we can do as physiotherapists? Well, our goal truly is being able to identify not, I don't know, maybe ball-sidedness, for example, which is completely visible. As physiotherapists, we're tasked with detecting micro flaws in a patient's posture and capacity for movement. What does this have to do with sport? Well, everything. We've been talking about a static posture so far, but truly posture isn't necessarily something static. I'm going to actually talk about this slide in more detail later. I will explain it later. Based on this. This is one of the coaches of the national team, Mario Pesquera. Why is this applicable to sports and how? Well, bad posture equals poorer energy efficiency, lack of stability in the ligaments, less accuracy in athletic movements, and overstimulation of a few structures due to the inactivity of other structures. As a result, higher risk of injury. Imagine Leo Messi on the ball. Do you think that Leo Messi would be able to, I don't know, take a penalty and hit the post in the goal if instructed to do so? I'm sure he would be able to do it. What if, however, we make him stand on a physiotherapy ball, on a stability ball? That would be a lot more difficult, right? That's because we've made him unstable. Imagine in basketball, for example, you have to shoot three-pointers from 9 meters away. How difficult is that? It's very difficult. You have to adjust your posture according to where you're being attacked from. You're shooting sometimes from, once again, 9 meters away. So you have to be able to exert control over your gestures. Golf players, even if they're unstable, they're less accurate. You lose stability for so much as a second. You become less accurate even in golf. And you end up, once again, overstimulating a few structures as opposed to others, so you're more likely to get injured, really. Mario Pesquera was my coach in the years 2004-2005. took part in the Athens Olympic Games together, and he taught me a lot. Some things I didn't understand until later. As you can see here, we're very, very static, especially in the morning, in the first few weeks of camp. All of those who experience pain are more likely to get injured because pain makes us unstable. We compensate for the pain by engaging certain systems more than others. And as a result, those of us who had symptoms and were unable to interpret them, well, we had the most problems. This is a subcortical process almost entirely, and I'm not going to delve too deep into this because we don't have time for that. But I would say that the cerebellum and the brainstem are mostly responsible for this. We can't forget that part of this information comes from the prefrontal cortex, the M1 area, and the M1 area, as you can see, thanks to the blue arrow, has a lot to do with the reticular substance of our spinal cord, the reticulospinal tract, the vestibulospinal tract. So it controls movement and our capacity to stand vertically. That's a prefrontal cortex level. So altogether, it is here that we determine the extent to which we are accurate in our movement. So, in my experience, all of these systems are equally involved in the process. I would say that some captors are more important than others, for sure, because this is truly a non-linear system. And in this regard, I'd like to mention Henry Poincaré's theory, a mathematician, Henry Poincaré. And it can be applied to human beings. Posture is a dynamic, non-linear system, which means that when stimulated in any way, you cannot predict the consequences on the non-linear system, which is something we could do with a linear system. As Edward Lorenz once said, we need to understand which captors are most responsible for the information that is carried over to the central nervous system. So we watched this test earlier. In the second video, we saw that Maria starts in a neutral position, that's her normal posture. In the second part of the video, she's asked to press her teeth together forcefully because she had braces at that point. She had braces, and that can alter your balance. It can alter your core function. The core, what it really does is dissipate actual strength on a transversal plane. Brackets can inhibit that. Braces can lead to an axial compression. So when I asked Maria to do something as simple as sticking her tongue in the correct place in her mouth, that's it. Correct posture. Such a small change has huge repercussions on stability. and eventually on the execution of the athletic movements. I have more examples, but I don't have a lot of time. So this is an athlete who's been diagnosed with rotulian tendinopathy on his right knee. Through an ultrasound, we were able to ascertain that the knee tendon was actually not enlarged and that his left knee was in worse conditions than his right knee. So after a few tests, we deduced that this athlete had stability problems, really. And then we saw this in his mouth. Can issues arise from the mouth? Yes. Breathing through the mouth leads your nose sinuses to not develop properly, which means that your upper jaw doesn't develop properly, which means that you later on snore. You don't breathe as well when you're doing sports, higher heart rate. You may even develop more severe issues, like you're not able to close your mouth, etc. 5 minutes left, Sergio. So let's have a look at a few videos. In the first video, we're going to be looking at the normal movement. I had to crop the video a bit so that we wouldn't see him in the face. You can see that the whole right leg is engaged, whereas the left leg isn't engaged at all. When we asked him to make a few alterations, position his tongue in a different way, he started shifting some of the way towards the left side, and then eventually, after practice, he's able to work easily on both sides. So we talked to a dentist who's also an expert in posturology, and she was able, in a few sessions, to completely change the points of contact within the athlete's mouth. This is the result. This is how much movement he gained in his left leg after fixing his teeth. So he's completely able to engage the muscles in his left leg. He's also able to do it at a higher speed because he's not in pain anymore. So, in conclusion, what's important here is information prior to movement is absolutely fundamental. Our eyes can influence our posture. Our mechanic receptors in our feet can affect our posture. A shift as little as 3 grams can generate different responses in your neurotibial apparatus. So this has a huge impact on the posture of an athlete, but I won't get into that right now. Also, take into account that all of the different modalities we talked about are related to each other. We said the ankles are extremely important, but eyes are very important as well. When we close our eyes, we shift more weight between our legs than we would do when our eyes are open, and we exert more stress on the ankle.
una de las grandes damnificadas a nivel de lesiones del deportista de alto nivel.
Why the ankles are actually one of the systems, one of the joints that experience injury most often in athletes. And they're also very, very sensitive to muscle fatigue. It affects the whole muscular apparatus, the calves, etc. So to just sum up my last few slides, because I don't want my presentation to run over time. You might think that this lecture was actually more about posture than it was about physiotherapy, but there are a few paradigms that we share. As Ángel said earlier, in high-level sports, it's absolutely important to have a multidisciplinary team on a professional level. And there are some movements in high-performance athletes that sometimes are lost and need to be recovered. Posture is movement. Posture is not something static. So, by acting properly on an athlete's posture, we can prevent future injury and future disorders. There are several tests we can use, as you can see on screen, Romberg, etc., etc. So, to conclude, there are a few ideas I would like to stress here. Through the compression of your postural tone, you will strengthen this concept of indivisibility of human beings. Postural control is a reflex of a human being's relationship to his surroundings and to himself. Tonic postural control is a non-linear system. More or less, we can modify it by stimulating it in a very, very simple way. There are hundreds of techniques that can be used. In physiotherapy, however, we're better off using fewer techniques that generate greater change, much like you saw in the previous video that I showed you with the girl. The impact of these little changes in your postural system has an impact on our whole body. Our body is perfectly capable of adapting to these changes. By studying an athlete's posture, we'll also be able to make a more accurate evaluation of their current physical condition, and it also serves as a good a link between an athlete's body and mind. We don't need to shoot fireworks to be able to induce great change in physiotherapy, in sports. We don't need incredibly technologically advanced techniques. It's the small changes that can make a difference. That was it. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much, Sergio. It was a great presentation. It was very thorough. You worked on a number of you talked about a number of aspects that are often disregarded by other professionals. Now we'll be talking with Sergio García González. We are currently unable to hear what Diego is saying.
Sergio, comienza si quieres.
Sergio, would you like to start?
Diego se le ha ido, ¿no? ¿O soy yo el único que no...?
Sí.
Because I think Diego's currently offline, or at least we can't hear him.
Bueno, pues
well,
muchísimas gracias. La verdad es que es un
thank you very much.
participar en esta
It's a privilege to take part in this round table. and to share the stage with two great experts of the profession who also happen to be incredible people. And I hope you know how much I admire you, dear colleagues. So they talked about the incredible work they've been doing on physiotherapy. We talked about some interesting concepts. We said it's important to not forget where we came from, as Angel said, if we want to build a better future. A better future, a safer future. And as Sergio was saying, you don't need to shoot fireworks to properly treat your patients. We're here to help our athletes. And we don't need to employ the widest array of techniques. We're in the 22nd century and we know that's not everything, that's not what we need necessarily to help our athletes. So today I'll be talking about a very simple concept. Before we choose our therapeutic approach, before we choose how to work with our athletes, we have to question everything. Three pillars here in our activity. On the one hand, of course, we have physiotherapists, who are the main professional in this context. We have a sport-related injury, and we have the athlete. These are the three pillars. The World Confederation for Physical Therapy says that about the tasks that a physical therapist needs to undertake. Well, it says that we need to be able to conduct a physical examination of an athlete in order to find out why he's in pain, what kind of functional alteration there is. We need to be able to think clinically by correlating data so that we can understand why the athlete got injured. We need to be able to make a diagnosis and a prognosis. We need to be able to choose the best therapeutic option for our athlete, which is very, very important, obviously. We need to monitor the activity of our athlete with a view to understanding how well he's recovering and if we can help in that. In this context, of course, we also need to take into account another pillar, the sport-related injury. And there are two phases, I think, to a sport-related injury. Our physiological regeneration time is, varies greatly from person to person. And as soon as functionality is reacquired, we can start readapting to the specific requirements of our sport. There is a difference between regeneration and recuperation, recovery. What do I mean by regeneration? And what does recovery mean? In this context, it is one thing to study how tissue recovers. We all know about the hemorrhagic phase, several different phases the tissue goes through during an injury. But this is a biological process. There's more that we can understand. Functionality needs to be recovered and can be recovered. And that's something we also have to work on. Talking about sport-related injuries can occur due to trauma, for example, an incorrect movement, bad compensation, whatever. For all these reasons, a sport-related injury can occur.
increíblemente bien qué gran concepto nos ha dado Sergio y esos ejemplos.
Sergio gave us a very interesting concept. There is no fixed pattern for correct and incorrect movement. There is no pattern for that. You have to analyze each and every one of your athletes and work out the exact neurosomatic characteristics that he or she has. Because the slightest change can have huge repercussions on the whole system. If you don't move properly as an athlete, that will likely lead to trauma, which will likely lead to injury. So this is a very, very multifaceted approach. It's a multifaceted approach that we have to take.
Esos factores de riesgo intrínsecos modificables o no que presenta, como puede ser la edad.
The intrinsic risk factors are sometimes non-modifiable. Sex, ethnicity, age, and so on and so forth. Those can't be modified, but other factors, potential risk factors, can be modified. Movement control, flexibility, strength. If we act on those, or rather, if we don't act on those, our athlete will be more or less likely to get injured. This map is very, very important. The map you can currently see on screen. On top of these intrinsic risk factors, there are extrinsic risk factors, if you will. How often you have to compete in football and in basketball. Athletes often have very, very busy, tight schedules. They play every 3 days. They have very little time to recover. And with the athletes we work with, when they play so often, we can observe huge muscle alterations. That doesn't necessarily mean, however, that the athlete is going to get injured. So once again, there are some intrinsic factors and some extrinsic factors that, when combined with one another, can lead to injury. We also need a trigger event. We need a so-called inciting event or triggering event. So as I was saying earlier, our athletes need to be placed at the center of each aspect of our day-to-day activity. And the first thing we have to know is, well, what injuries are specific to a given sport. There's a lot of research available in this regard. So we need to familiarize ourselves with that. Secondly, we have to customize our approach. Thank you, Sergio, for bringing it up. It's very important to analyze our patients one by one and customize the workload to their profile. A recovery process can be customized. A basketball player will need a different recovery process than a high jumper or to a football player. All of these athletes, of course, have to be able to perform a certain movement to a very high degree of effectiveness. That's the goal. But they're all different movements, and as a result, they require different approaches. Another factor we have to take into account is the clinical history of the athletes. Is this his first injury? Has he gotten injured somewhere else as well? The final goal is a recovery plan for the biomechanic capabilities of our athlete in the context of his or her sport, of course, with a view to adjusting to the calendar as well. Is an important competition coming up? Does the athlete need to be ready for it?
sobre el deportista.
As a result, once again, all the work we do with each and every athlete will have to be heavily customized. So let's talk about a few specific injuries in sport, in basketball in particular, right now. Achilles heel, ankle sprains, issues, alterations with the ligaments in the knee, not only the ACL, in the lumbar pelvic region there can be problems as well. Lots of problems actually are centered in that area in our experience. And then injuries of the patella tendon. Those are also very, very common.
Ya empezamos a guiarnos por donde presumiblemente, según las estadísticas y la epidemiología.
So if we know we have to treat a basketball athlete, we can also make a fairly accurate estimate of what kind of injury they're likely to develop. Let's move on to football. Knee ligaments, ACL, for example, that's a frequent injury. It's a very frequent injury, perhaps even more frequent than muscular injuries. Although in sheer terms of numbers, muscular injuries are also very, very common. The problem with knee ligaments, however, is that they have a longer rehabilitation period. Ankle sprains are also quite frequent, etc. The context of other sports, such as tennis, for example.
Como las lesiones de miembro inferior son importantes, indudablemente el esguince de tobillo, también la región lumbopélvica.
We do get lower limb injuries, of course,
lesiones del miembro superior, como
but upper limb injuries are clearly, for obvious reasons, more frequent. Shoulder tendinopathy,
lanzador, como tendinopatías en el miembro superior de su
elbow tendinopathy, wrist tendinopathy, on the side they favor. So, based on that, we are able to customize the workload and the recovery process to that particular athlete and his or her particular needs. These are the modifiable factors. If there are any gaps in any of these areas, we can do something about it. These factors, on the other hand, aren't modifiable, but they also must be taken into account, especially for women. I'm sure that's something we'll be talking about in the next roundtable. Hormonal factors are important. Previous injury is also very important. And it's all something we have to take into account. There's also external factors, extrinsic factors, if you will. And some of them are modifiable, some of them are non-modifiable. Those of us who are lucky enough to work closely to our athletes, we know this. La Federación a la que representa ese deportista y por lo tanto estos son factores que influyen. There are lots of factors that affect all of this. What country even we're training in, what federation we work for, etc., etc. Voy a decir la cintura iliotibial en un corredor amateur, pues siempre es verdad que hemos dicho, oye, ¿y qué calzado utilizas para correr, no? Bueno, it is true that if an amateur runner comes to see us, the first thing we ask him is, what footwear do you wear? That's an extrinsic, for example. It's an extrinsic, external factor that is modifiable, and improper footwear can lead to injury. Vamos a pensar, por ejemplo, en otras cosas externas. Porque a partir de ahí podremos establecer un perfil individualizado del deportista. So based on all of this information, we can build a profile of our athlete. ¿Cuáles son los riesgos? And we're able to figure out what injuries our athlete is more likely to develop. El riesgo de lesión de otra región
y que no sea epidemiológicamente relevante en ese deportista porque ya tuvo un antecedente. Así que, como
We know, for
fisioterapeutas,
example, that if an
tenemos
athlete
mucho que aportar,
has already
vamos a por
had
ello. Y así aportaremos mucho al
lower
deportista, aportaremos
back
mucho a la salud en el
injury,
deporte.
he'll be more
Tenemos que
likely
obtener datos antropométricos,
to
mediciones
develop a
funcionales
number
de
of
miembros
different
inferiores,
injuries as
mediciones
opposed to
funcionales
others.
a
So
nivel
this is an
cervicodorsal, algo que hemos venido
anthropometric
haciendo desde el primero de
approach
fisioterapia, así que no es difícil para nosotros. Analizar la flexibilidad, vamos a hacerlo de una forma
by
objetiva,
which
y
we
ahora
have
vamos
to
a traer un par de
analyze
ejemplos. La
flexibility,
fuerza también igual,
strength
no
as
nos
well.
sirven estas escalas de Daniels para trabajar en el deporte porque nos dejan
Daniels
en un nivel muy bajo la
schemes,
función deportiva. Es muy
unfortunately,
importante que analicemos la forma de una forma
aren't
de la
useful
fuerza de una
to
forma
analyze
objetiva.
strength
Y por
in
supuesto el equilibrio
sports,
y la
as you
estabilidad,
know, and
porque
then
todos
stability,
sabemos que
balance,
la
that's
fuerza
also
sin control no
fundamental
sirve absolutamente de nada, así que es
factor to
importante,
take
por
into account,
supuesto,
because
evaluar el
strength without
equilibrio y la
control is
fuerza.
good for nothing,
Por
as we all
eso,
know.
yo pienso que el
As
análisis
a
funcional
result,
debe ser uno
I
de
think
los
that
elementos
functional analysis
imprescindibles
needs to be
en nuestra caja de herramientas para trabajar
a
con los
fundamental
deportistas.
element in our
Podemos verlo desde
tool
diferentes aspectos de cara a la prevención del
box
deportista
when it
cuando
comes to
nosotros vemos
working
al
with our
deportista desde el primer día que
athletes.
estamos en contacto con él. Fijaros, ¿no? Si nos
Let's have a look at
encontramos
this.
con un deportista, indudablemente, ¿qué es lo que haría un médico para trabajar con ese deportista? Haría una historia
What would
clínica,
a
una
physician do
anamnesis, haría una exploración
before they started working
física, siempre basada
with,
en la revisión de la reparación de esos tejidos,
with an
siempre
athlete?
basada
Well,
en cómo
first
se
off,
encuentran esos tejidos.
they
Cuando nosotros
would
nos encontramos
read
en
their
pretemporada
medical history.
frente a un deportista, la
They
valoración
would
que se hace según el Consejo Superior de Deportes a día de hoy, lo imprescindible es
study the
hacer un
history, generally speaking, of
ecocardiograma.
our
Antes se hacía una prueba
patient.
de esfuerzo, como sabéis, ni siquiera se hacía una valoración por gases que quizá nos daban más datos de rendimiento. Bueno, pues estos datos son importantes para ver
All of this
a nivel
information is
respiratorio cómo se
absolutely
encuentra
fundamental.
o cardíaco cómo se encuentra el deportista, porque lo que hacen los médicos es controlar las deficiencias. Fantástico.
Physicians, what they do is so to speak, they fill the gaps. If an athlete is missing something, if an athlete falls ill, that's where they intervene. And once a physician has done their job and has identified, detected the problem, that's where we come in. We need to work on mobility, strength, flexibility. That's fundamental work. And throughout the season, we can use this new information that we're acquiring by working with the athlete to work out what they need next, and if they get injured, what we can do to fix the problem as quickly as possible. As a result, it's absolutely fundamental, and I want to stress this, to work as part of a team. The first diagnosis is made by the physician. In this particular regard, I want to stress that physicians are our teammates and we are their teammates. There is no war going on between us and physicians. It's ridiculous, I think, when physical therapists and physicians refuse to collaborate with one another. The two professions aren't necessary to our athletes. Let's not forget about the importance of nutrition as well, podology, for example, psychology, which is fundamental in sport, and interdisciplinary work across professions. I love working with other professionals from physiotherapy, from the field of physical therapy. I love asking for their opinion and so on and so forth. I love working as part of a team. By working together, you can achieve absolutely incredible results and perform better. So, when we carry out our functional analyses, what is it we can do? If an athlete gets injured, well, what do we do first? First off, we need an orthopedic analysis with a physician. We have a look at the structures of the various apparatuses of our athlete, and that's something, again, the physician do. What we have to do is functional analysis, and what we need to look at is the quantity and quality of movement, the dexterity with which the movement is performed. By doing that, we won't only be looking at muscles or bones or ligaments, we'll be looking at the whole systems.
deportista. Algo sencillo para poder
with a thorough
entender
evaluation of our
a
athletes.
nuestro deportista y entender
By doing that, we'll be able to understand what kind of alterations can occur.
Si yo me refiero solo a la parte musculoesquelética, de verdad que a nivel neurosomático, neurosensitivo, qué gran valoración nos ha mostrado Sergio Toba, y no hay que perderse todo esto indudablemente. Por eso fijaros
On a neurosomatic, from a neurosomatic point of view,
entre compañeros para poder abordar mejor una situación de lesión deportiva de un deportista. Si yo me refiero solo a la parte musculoesquelética, vamos a irnos a lo básico.
if we only look at the neuroskeletal system, well, our approach will be overly basic. To evaluate strength, we can use dynamometers to receive objective data regarding our athletes. Let's use simple instruments, simple tools, such as these, and let's make objective evaluations of the balance, the stability of our athletes, movement control, quality of movement. We have lots of tools nowadays to do that. Through video, we can better analyze our athletes. And it's very important to get our athletes to fill in questionnaires. We've got countless questionnaires, different questionnaires that we can use, and they're very helpful to find out more about their feelings. Also, how likely do they feel to incur in new injuries? I'm going to give you a few examples now, simple examples. There are thousands examples. If you have any doubts, please let us know, of course. A simple element I'd like to share with you. In this physical evaluation, we're working with Diego, and we're evaluating hip flexibility. We're trying to sort of reset the hips. We're using a goniometer to properly calibrate our intervention in order to avoid compensations. So we're resetting the hip here, the pelvic area. Trying to see here if the patient is experiencing any pain, and I used the goniometer to know at what point exactly we made it to 65 degrees. That's an objective piece of data. It took us about 50 seconds to do this, but purely because it was a video, normally it would take us half as long. It's an objective data, piece of data, which is important.
Cómo el deportista, el club, el representante en el deporte de alto rendimiento, el entrenador, la marca deportiva,
it's important
piden datos objetivos.
Because everybody, coaches, trainers, athletes, need to work with objective, concrete data. They're not obviously the only thing that we need to work to the best of our abilities, but they're very useful to have a further reference of how well the athlete is doing. Y bueno, pues los últimos datos que nos da la evidencia científica, estos son datos de finales del año pasado. So let's have a look at the latest scientific evidence. No debe haber una diferencia mayor a un 10% de fuerza de un lado con respecto al otro para considerar the difference in strength between one side and the other shouldn't exceed 10%. In this case, I'm evaluating the trapezium. We do similar things, of course, with quadriceps.
Importantes para la estabilización dinámica de la rodilla. Pues por ejemplo, a la hora de evaluar el hombro, un sitio en el que
with the hamstrings as well.
El control del movimiento es totalmente relevante.
But with the shoulder, movement control is totally relevant. So in this
la
session,
fuerza del trapecio medio.
we're evaluating the strength of the trapezium.
Las valoraciones deben ser objetivas para que sean
So these evaluations need to be objective, as I said earlier, so we need to use regular patterns to measure the strength. In this case, we're having the patient lie belly down, his head turned towards the engaged arm. We show the athlete where he has to contract his muscle, and then
le pedimos al deportista que construya la fuerza en 5 segundos. No que
we give the athlete about 5 seconds to reach maximum strength. We don't ask them to exert as much strength as they possibly can in the first second in order to avoid injury. And that gives us data that is more objective. And now, data interpretation. We'll be talking about stability here. Thanks to this exercise, we can evaluate the quality of the athlete's balance, variation in the horizontal axis of the hip, internal capacity for rotation in the hip as well. And you can see quite clearly here how stable the knee is. So basically, through exercises like this one, we're evaluating the athlete's capacity to only rest and keep the balance on one foot, to find out more about the behavior of a given athlete. If you want to make it a little more dynamic, we can do this. There's a test that we often use. We get the athlete to jump.
Bueno, pues utilizaremos, como veis en este supuesto, podemos hacerlo, ayuda a analizar, por ejemplo,
thanks to technology, we can now beautifully analyze how the jump is performed, where the athlete lands, to what extent knees bend and at what angle, and so on and so forth. In high-performance athletes, we have to also look at movement synergy between one side and the other. We have to analyze movement going up and going down, contraction, and extension. We can use weights of no more than 2 kilograms to evaluate all of this, and that gives us more objective data to rely on. And let's not forget about balance tests. The star excursion balance test for the lower limbs and the upper limbs with the Y upper balance test give us objective data regarding all of this. So, in a nutshell, with an ankle injury, the orthopedic analysis, orthopedic texts are absolutely fundamental. Physicians can help us acquire objective data. Pero indudablemente nosotros participamos en esta recuperación entendiendo que hay que recuperar funcionalmente al deportista una vez que el proceso fisiopatológico ha remitido. That helps us also evaluate the extent to which our athlete has recovered from the injury. And to this, for this purpose, it's very, very important to have our athletes fill in those questionnaires that I mentioned earlier. Now, to give you a couple of conclusions,
que entendamos que la recuperación biológica y funcional
the biological and functional recovery of our athletes need to be two equally important objectives. We are physical therapists, so it's fundamental that we're able to carry out a functional analysis, an objective functional analysis of our athletes' issues. We have this competence, we have to use it. It's very important to work as part of a team in a multidisciplinary team.
Trabajemos todos en torno a él, no hay más protagonistas que el propio deportista, médicos.
Everything we do is built around our athletes.
Al deportista e individualicemos el trabajo.
They're the stars of all of this, so we also have to customize our programs. So that is it, really. It's been an honor and a pleasure to take part in this session. Please let us know if you have any questions, doubts. I'll be more than happy to clear them up. Thank you very much, Diego.
Gracias a ti.
Thank you.
Excelente charla también.
Great speech.
Muy importante el trabajo multidisciplinario.
Multidisciplinary work is very, very important, and your global approach is truly magnificent. We'll now be talking to Professor Álvaro Guerrero, who's our co-director of the Medical Rehabilitation Center Premium Madrid and co-director of the Real Madrid Masters in Physical Therapy and a lecturer as well. We'll be talking about elite athletes and recovery from injury anytime now. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. I'd like to thank all of our viewers for receiving this so positively and for following us. I'd like to thank Sergio Vázquez and Diego Miñante for the work they did over the past few weeks. They've been able to invite a roster of incredible professionals from Spain and from abroad. Let me try sharing my screen now.
Okay, great. As Diego was saying, I'm going to talk about what is my work, and I'm very lucky to do this sort of work, which is the preventing injuries in elite athletes, especially the first division players in the Spanish league and the Portuguese league. I think the first thing we should explain is that for us it's very much individualized. It's really, the elite athletes need an individualized training to avoid injuries and to train well. Now, we have to give the athlete everything that they need when they need it. A lot of people, when I say that, they say, yes, of course, yeah, like any kind of athletes, you know, but they're multi-millionaires and you're kind of like spoiling them. But no, it's not that. It's that the athlete doesn't decide when they get an injury. They get, it happens in a training or during a match at any time. Now, they might be, it could be all sorts of things that give rise to injuries. For example, when they finish a training at 12:30 and they have problems in their knee, or and then at 4 o'clock they're okay again. This is really an individualized, focused training for the athlete. So what's the aim here? Well, it's a very ambitious aim, and that is that the athlete should never have a non-traumatic lesion. Now, there's some contact sports where injuries are inevitable, where they can have a traumatic injury. and they might have a strain or any kind of traumatic injury. Now, we have to reduce them, but we can't completely avoid those kinds of injury. But where we do want to work is to make sure that they don't have muscular lesions or from overwork. So, how do we try to avoid these sorts of injuries? Well, as Sergio said, we've worked for many years together, and it looks like in some of the things in the, we work together. Now, what we need is a multidisciplinary approach, working with physiotherapists, with people, nutritionists, psychologists. It's only by working all together that we can achieve our aims. Now, from physiotherapy, this is what I'm going to talk about today. I think this is basic. We analyze the physical characteristics of the athlete. We can't have the same treatment or the same work for a player who's working in, who's a striker or a defender, because they're very, very different body shape and size and weight, because they have different characteristics required. So we have to adapt the work that we do to the particular needs of the athlete. And we have to look at the different range of muscular strength, biomechanical assessment, and to see what sort of injuries are most likely to occur with a particular athlete. As my colleague said beforehand, we also have to assess previous injuries, both from a functional point of view and through ultrasounds. Now, we know that there are risk factors for each athlete that increase the risk of injuries. Now, once we've got all of this data for assessment, then we get to work. There are three fundamental keys to this work. There's movement, stability, and strength. Now, Sergio has explained how we analyze this, and we're going to focus on these 3 points. So, movement and mobility. Now, Sergio Tora and Ángel Basas have talked about the importance of this quality. When we talk about mobility, let's be clear that we're talking about the mobility of all tissues. And if we talk about the mobility of all tissues, then of course we have to talk about all sorts of partial injuries. Now, tomorrow we're very fortunate to have two of the greatest world experts in this area who are going to be talking to you. But what I do want to explain a little bit some of these issues. On the right-hand side, you can see Thomas Myers. Thomas Myers has revolutionized the dissections. And here's a sentence that I like a lot. He says that the scalpel can stop everything. Now, with classical anatomy, we separate each muscle. So I've got the femoral tendons on one side, and so Myers, talking about a femoral lesion, and he's saying there's a continuity because of ligaments, muscles, common vertebral mass, and all the dorsal, cervical, and muscles. It's all continuous. Now, if you read his books, you'll see the myofascial part, which starts in the... Now, when we talk about mobility of the hip, we have to think it goes all the way from the head down to the feet. Mobility is something that covers all tissues in a continuous manner. Now, here you're going to see a video from Jean-Claude Guimberteau. For those who don't know him, is a surgeon, and he has inspected the facial tissue of living people, and so it has a very different shape to the another images that we can see of Thomas Myers with his dead tissue. Thomas Myers is working with a corpse. He works with fresh corpses. But Jean-Claude Guimberteau is looking at a living tissue, a hydrated tissue. It's a face with water, and this allows us to see the correlation between different levels of the facial tissue. And we're talking about two levels. Often when we talk about elite athletes, sometimes you think it's only the muscle that's important. But we have to start with the skin, the top layers, and then move downwards to lower levels. Of course, when we talk about mobility, we have to remember the neural tissue. Neural tissue is absolutely key to our tissue, and it has to be able to move. Now, if neural tissue doesn't slide, then that can lead to problems. It's very easy to test these neural tissue, and it's also easy to treat. And very often we find that with neural mobilization can help to sort out all sorts of problems in other parts of the body. Now, by mobilizing the nerve tissue, that can help elsewhere. For example, we can remove tension and in various parts of the body. Now, of course, as my Sergio Doba said, as Ángel Vasa said in his speech, and Sergio Vargas, we shouldn't always find the most complex things. We have to remember the joint mobility. They're always saying that, well, you have to stretch, you mustn't stretch. Well, you have to have a complete range of all of the joints of the body. Now, if we're talking about the football player, for example, we have to focus above all on the hip and the heel. We need to have mobility from all the way from the toes, all the way up through the body, so that they can be adaptive and that the joints can adapt to any kind of circumstance that the sport requires. So the heel and the hip are very, very important there, and of course the control of movement of the pelvis and of the spine and the cervix, the complete movement of upper of arms, and as we heard before, the importance of correct mobility. Now, it's not just us who are saying this. It's quite clear. Science is quite clear about this. Now, there's 15 different scientific articles that you can see here, which show that a reduction in the flexibility increase the chance of strains, all fractures in the foot, and they reduce the balance of the athlete. And so this dorsal flexion of the heel is extremely important, because if the first toe does not have the sufficient flexibility, then we need to do an internal rotation of the foot under the hip and to get the right biomechanics. There are also 7 scientific articles which say that a reduction in mobility in the hip, especially the rotative internal movements, increase the risk of injuries in the lumbar region, in the abdomen, in the hip, in the knee, and the anterior ligaments. Now you'll see that all of the most common injuries in basketball, as Sergio Vargas explained in the last speech, are related to a lack of mobility in the hips and the heel. That's why it's so important to have the full range of mobility in those joints. Now, once we've worked on mobility, the next thing we have to work about is stability. So we have to work on motor control, joint stability, and proprioception. We're also working on small stabilizing muscles. These muscles that very often they're not associated with the large muscles, but in football players we have to work specifically on the hip muscles. And then something that's very important, and Sergio talked about this, is that you can't have fireworks every day. You have to have motor control from the simplest positions up to the most complex ones. But we must remember that something, with either sitting or standing or supine movement, there are a lot of high-level athletes who don't have control over mobility in a controlled manner and in static positions. As Sergio was saying, power without control is useless. Here we have a person with obviously a lot of power, but he's very unstable here. From the basis of instability, you can't develop strength from the basis of instability. And the third point, strength. It's quite clear that a reduction in strength increases the risk of injuries. So we work on the muscles, and we really focus on the muscles of the athlete. And when we work on strength and mobility. Now, very often we see there's a deficit, for example, in one of the muscles, and we don't know why. And the reason is because the posterior muscles don't allow the correct bending of the knee. So this internal problem causes difficulty. So we need to work on the strength of the internal muscles in certain positions that mean that in the front hip can do central work, and once we've got and so we can have centric and concentric work that is done in both directions. So we also have to look at these muscle groups that don't work in their usual situations. So, for example, Sergio talked earlier about the mobility of the hip. Now, there are a lot of athletes that are very, very strong, 80, 90, 100 kilos, and then the hip flexion in between 20 and 60 degrees, but when the femur goes outside the vertical, they literally have no strength. They're not able to activate the strength within that range of the joint. And that is firstly because it's something they don't usually work on, and secondly because the retraction of the gluteus and of the extensions of the hip don't allow them to perform that movement. 5 minutes, Álvaro. Okay. So as Jens Silvassa was saying in his speech, we shouldn't be bothered about fashions. Now, movement can take place in all different planes. So we need to work on strength in a concentric manner, in a centric manner, and an isometric manner, in various different directions and various different ranges. You have to have a great variety of exercises to focus on all of these different ranges and directions and at different speeds as well. Now, the core is very important, working on the diaphragm, the abdomen, the pelvis, and I'm not going to go into detail on this because in the next round table we have a doctor with us who's an expert in this area. So we'll leave it to Monica in the next round table.
Muchas veces se habla de si hay que cambiar el gesto
Often they talk about whether we should
Yo lo tengo claro. Nosotros, como fisioterapeutas, no buscamos cambiar el gesto deportivo. Lo que
whether we
buscamos
should
es dar toda la movilidad a los tejidos para que el sistema
whether
nervioso
we change the
central del
sporting gesture.
deportista
And
se encargue de integrarlo
we don't think that we
en sus
should. We
patrones
think that
de
we should
movimiento.
find create mobility in all different tissues. Now, this is an example. Example is respiration. Now, an athlete, we want them to be able to bring air to wherever they need to in a voluntary manner, to the abdomen, to the infralateral side. They have to be able to breathe in, breathe out in a voluntary way to get the oxygen to where they need to, so that the person is able to control their breathing voluntarily. Now that's their central nervous system, of course, and it's particularly the part in charge of the respiratory pattern, and that is the part that decides what is the breathing pattern of each moment, so the CPG, so the oxygen in the blood, the CO2 levels, and other sort of factors. And here we see a link to a scientific article which is really good, and it explains how the respiratory patterns work. Now, here is a proposal of how we tend to work with athletes. We usually start with a warm-up and exercises such as the ones you're going to see now in the next slide. Then we work on the core area with control on the pelvis and vertebral movements at various different levels, but always well controlled. And then we work on stability and strength. So what does stability and strength depend on? Well, firstly, on the aim that we have. Secondly, the point in the season that we are, and also the physical state of the athlete on that day. Now, myofascial work, and then we continue to work on dynamic exercises, which I'm going to present here. So, for example, there's a roll down and roll up, vertebra by vertebra, in which we control the mobility of each segment of the body, and we ensure that the heels maintain the same position, and we don't, and the hips also don't move forward. Now, an example of mobility. Well, we do this exercise where we lift up the arm, and we do it in a dynamic manner. What we're looking for here is this sliding of the front hip. Now for the back hip, and for working on the core, we do this. We work on stability, and work on stability. There are a great many exercises here. So here we do concentric contraction, and then on the other side we do an eccentric stretch. Now it's very important for us rotational mobility, because all movements are three-dimensional, as we know. So we perform this in a slow, controlled way, and if the athlete is able to, we increase the speed. So it's not just to have muscle strength, but also the sliding of tissues. Now, finally, we usually start with some breathing, end with some breathing work to help them to control their body, to relax, to improve the exchange of gases, and control stress as well. Thank you very much for listening, and it's been a great pleasure speaking to you.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Álvaro.
Thank you very much, Álvaro.
Clase, por tu charla, haciendo mucho hincapié
You've really focused on the three-dimensional aspect, which is something that is not worked on sufficiently. And it's always very good to see this. So congratulations. We're now going to try to answer some of the questions that have come up in the chat. This is your opportunity to ask certain questions. And in the meantime, yes, so we're going to have the questions now. We have a first question here from Salvador Axel Chavez, and this is a question from Sergio Toba. And he's asking, how do you work with athletes where they find it more difficult to modify their posture and they have more rigidity? Well, yes, rather than working on the posture, the initial posture for control of stability in involuntary patterns, what we do there is we try, first of all, to assess what's happening in the training and the different captures, or the different sections and the different modalities that they're exposed to. And then we have a various number of different tests. So we got with different platforms, the different validated tests, Romberg, Maddox, and so we want to see what might not be working, and from then we work specifically. I won't work on it specifically, but it could be we have to find what joint is having the problem, or certain adjustments in the knee that and especially the cross ligaments will be very important. The lumbosacral area. And all the information we have there. We have to see where the dysfunction is coming from, and from that point, perhaps it might be the encephalic trunk, and so, or the hippocampus or the amygdala. The certain involuntary adjustments might be coming from there, and we need to try and work on better, more precise motor control. That's great. Thank you very much, Sergio. I have a question for Ángel Basas. Ángel, regarding this modification of loads and what you're looking for in the recovery process, Ángel, what type of scales do you use? Yes, is the pain scale. And we say that from 0 to 3 is something that hurts a bit, but from 3 onwards it's pain. We never get to 4. So the first day that we have the exercise, we do a kind of sort of semi-squat, but with a bipedal. And we say, look, where does it start to hurt? 1 to 2, maximum 3, and at what stage, at what level does it hurt? At a certain point, we get to level 4, which is pain. And so, the athlete said, as Sergio said correctly, he said, look, we're going to measure at what point we get from 3 to 4 with the knee flexion, and then we get to level 3, and so then we start to work from there. And we ask them to do 12 repetitions, even 15. And we have to do it in a dose manner. We have to be careful of the number of repetitions in which 3 comes to 4. If it's the 8th one, if it's the 9th one, we have to see. So, we want to see the point at which we have to stop the work, and the EVA pain scale. It's subjective, of course, but it depends on the type of patient you have in front of you. Okay, great, thanks very much. Sergio Vázquez, I have a question.
¿Cómo marcáis esa línea? Qué de ruido hay, ¿no? ¿Cómo marcas? Vale, si me escuchas. ¿Cómo marcas la línea de trabajo?
How do you
cómo descubres las debilidades
discover
de los deportistas? ¿Planteas algún tipo
what
de
sort of strategies you need with
cómo
athletes?
planteas o cómo
How do you
buscas esas
find the
posibles
possible
debilidades de
weaknesses
cara
of each
a,
athlete
bueno, tratar de
to try
mantener
and
la salud del
ensure
deportista?
their health?
Bien, yo creo
Yes,
que en
first
primer
of all,
lugar hay que
we have to
entender al
understand the
deporte, ¿no?
sport.
Yo creo, he tenido la
I've been
gran
very
suerte
lucky
de
because I've
poder
been able
trabajar
to
en
work in
diferentes
different sports:
deportes,
football,
fútbol,
swimming,
natación,
volleyball,
voleibol,
handball,
balonmano,
basketball.
baloncesto. Y es verdad
And
que yo creo que hay que
you
entender
have to
el deporte
understand
en
the
primer
sport,
lugar,
first of
puesto
all,
que las
because each
exigencias en cada
sport
uno
has
de los
different
deportes es
demands.
diferente. Y luego hay
And then
que
you have to
entender al
understand the
deportista,
athlete, him or herself,
porque dentro de cada
because
deporte sus
there are
exigencias
different
también son
requirements
diferentes.
and
Y
demands
me
within
apoyo
each
en lo que ha
sport, and it's
dicho
what
Álvaro,
Avril
pues no
said.
hay dos
You know,
delanteros
no
iguales,
two
¿no? Uno
strikers
es
are the same. Some are
alto,
very tall,
y su mayor
and
peculiaridad es recepcionar
their
el balón,
main thing is that they stop the ball and they shoot, and the other one might be very short and quick,
rápido, que
and
necesita pocos metros
just
para zafarse de un
is great getting
contrario
past
y avanzar. Cada uno
the
necesita, por
defense,
tanto,
and
unas
so
cualidades
each
diferentes.
athlete
Eso es
has different
importante, ¿no?
requirements and
Por lo
different
tanto, hay que
demands, so you really need
individualizar
to
mucho el trabajo.
individualize the work you do with them.
Desde el punto de vista
Now, in
de la
terms of
fisioterapia,
physiotherapy,
yo lo que diría sería necesito
we need
encontrar
to
qué
find what kind
alteraciones
of
pueden provocar
damages
un
might be
déficit en el
caused by a
movimiento o en la
deficit
función.
in
Claro,
movement and
para eso
function.
tenemos cosas y
So we have
elementos
some
básicos.
basic
Por
elements.
eso creo que no hablo
So,
de cosas
I'm
muy
not talking about things
difíciles,
that are too
¿no?
difficult. I'm
Analicemos
talking
el
about we
movimiento de
analyze the
forma
movement
objetiva, analicemos
objectively,
la fuerza
the
de forma
strength.
objetiva, analicemos
We analyze that objectively.
qué cantidad o qué calidad de
We would
movimiento.
look
La
at the
calidad del
quality of
movimiento es
movement as
importante,
well.
¿no? Yo no opino que 180 grados de
Now,
flexión de
I don't think
hombros sean los
180
ideales
degrees
para que un
of
deportista sea
is
funcional.
necessarily
Esto no es
ideal,
así. Pero
but
conozcamos y
we
tengamos
try
los
to get the
datos para
information to
encontrar esas
find these
debilidades.
weaknesses,
Y a
and from that
partir de
point,
ahí,
we
analicemos qué
analyze
movimientos debe
what
desarrollar el
movements
deportista.
the
¿Por qué?
athlete
Eso es
should perform. This is
importantísimo.
very
Para
important.
nosotros recuperar
To
la
recover
función del deportista
this
debemos
function, we need
devolverle a
to
los movimientos
go back
característicos
to
de
the
su
characteristics
deporte,
of
de
the
su
sport, the
posición, de lo
position,
que
what they
él
do.
realiza. No devolverle a 180 grados
We
de
don't want to have a
flexión.
180
Eso no
degree
es
flexion.
necesario.
I mean, how many athletes
de alto
at
rendimiento
high level
tenemos que no flexionan,
who
no tienen
don't
una
have a
flexión
ferrotibial,
una flexión de rodilla completa, y no por ellos
you
no
know,
hacen alto
there are
rendimiento,
loads of them who
hacen
don't able to
rendimiento.
are unable to do these 100 degree
Así
movement,
que
but are very good in their
conozcamos
sport. So we have to
la simetría
understand the symmetry
de esos
of these
deportistas,
athletes.
conozcamos a nivel
We have to understand the
neurosensitivo, cómo se encuentran,
motor
conozcamos también
function of
a
this. We have to
nivel
understand the
cardiorrespiratorio,
cardiovascular
cómo
and
funcionan. Para eso
respiratory
necesitamos a los médicos,
function. That's where
también
we
para
need the
analizar las
physicians to
debilidades
understand the
del
weaknesses
deportista.
of the athletes.
Conozcamos en el rendimiento qué exigencias
We need
van a
to know
tener
what
los
sort of,
deportistas. Por eso trabajamos y debemos de trabajar con los preparadores físicos. Fíjate que las debilidades las encontramos en el trabajo
Now we have to work in the
multidisciplinar,
multidisciplinary teams.
entendiendo en nuestra parte lo que aportamos a ese trabajo multidisciplinar, que debemos de
We have to
analizar
analyze
cómo se
how
mueve ese
this
deportista,
athlete moves,
cómo completaría
how
su
they
función para
complete their
obtener
function to be able
el
to
objetivo
meet
final,
the
que
final
es el
goal,
rendimiento
which is
físico,
physical
y a partir de ahí
performance,
veamos qué
and then we
necesita
see
para
what they need
llegar a
in order
a
to
esa
recover
recuperación, si es que estuviera
if they
lesionado,
have
o
an injury,
a esa
or
mejora de
this,
estas,
the improvement
características,
of these
habilidades
physical
físicas
characteristics,
básicas, como
as we
decía
said at
al
the beginning,
inicio, que puede ser el ROM, la
such as
fuerza,
the strength,
la
stability,
estabilidad, el
balance,
equilibrio, el control del movimiento
movement
y,
control.
por supuesto, la función percibida. Conozcamos también y valoremos al deportista
So we have
desde un
to
punto de vista,
evaluate the athlete from a
psicosocial,
psychosocial
que
point of view as well, to be able to understand their
Muchas
weaknesses. Thank you very much,
gracias,
Sergio.
Fíjate, de cara a esa
Now,
última
regarding this
pregunta,
last question,
me gustaría
I'd like to.
plantearos, en este caso la pregunta va para
This is a question for Álvaro.
pero bueno, os he escuchado a los cuatro en diferentes ocasiones y hay algo que le dais todos especial
Is there something
importancia y es el trato.
something that you
al
consider very, very
deportista,
important
más allá
is the
de la
treatment
ciencia, más allá
of
del
the athlete.
tratamiento. Entonces, Álvaro,
So, Álvaro,
tú que en esto sabes mucho,
you know a lot about
bueno,
this.
¿qué diferencia podemos
What
obtener en
difference
el
can we
trato a
get
un paciente deportista de élite frente a un paciente, bueno, pues que no es un deportista
between
de
one
élite?
an elite
¿Qué
athlete and
diferencias encuentras o qué nos
what
podrías
can you tell
contar?
us?
Bueno,
And
para
a non-elite
nosotros
athlete.
hay
Well, there are two
cosas
things fundamentally.
fundamentales, que es el trato y el tratamiento,
There's
¿no?
treatment
Y el trato será excelente
and how you treat them.
en
And,
ambos casos,
I mean,
¿no?
how you
Sea
treat them
cual
is
sea
always going to be
nuestra
excellent, and we're always going to
paciente
be
o la persona
very
que
nice to
tengamos
the people we
delante,
have in front of us.
le trataremos,
Always
como decimos, como nos
treat
gustaría
people
que
the way we'd
fuera,
like
¿no?
to be treated ourselves.
Y en cuanto a la diferencia,
Now, regarding the difference between the physiotherapeutic treatment of an elite athlete and someone who's not an elite athlete, the difference is the intensity of the session.
Las sesiones que hacemos a un deportista de
I mean, if
alto
they're
rendimiento,
high-level athlete, there is an intensity of their training that most people would not be able to deal with. They wouldn't be able to. I mean, the session with a high elite athletes can endure a lot more. There's some, you might be able to do some things in one day with an elite athlete that with another person you have to spend a whole week doing. There's also the burden of these activities. Now, people who aren't professional athletes, there would be less complex activities and they would be with less weight. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to finish with the last question for all four of you. They're saying, what tests do you think are better for assessing mobility? There's a student who's saying that the FMS has been criticized. What do you think about that? Well, I don't want to go too far, but I mean, there's just one comment. Now it's like unclear. There's no magical cure here. There's nothing extremely good, nothing extremely bad. I think everything that helps, and that's great. Now, I would like to just give a bit of information on this. FMS has a proposal for functional tests. Individually, the tests are good. Perhaps what happens is these tests is one size fits all. It doesn't matter whether this athlete is tall or short, they're fast or slow. Now, in a collective sport such as basketball, the problem is that we have someone who's 210, who weighs 130 kilos, and who's in a great physical shape, but his functions and movements are to be stable, to be able to move around one leg. One of their fellow team players who's 185, much shorter, who weighs about 90 kilos, much less than his, and who's very, very quick, who's very agile, who dribbles a lot, and who needs a lot of coordination, does a lot of movements across during the game, and requires a different analysis. So I can't have the same set of tests for every athlete. I need to individualize my approach for each of these athletes. Sometimes I'm more interested in looking at one type of function, and in others I'm looking at other aspects of their function. So that's it. So I think we really need to individualize the work and make to make this available. We have to find what the most relevant tests are to analyze the final optimum movement for a particular athlete in a particular sport. Thank you.
Fenomenal. Ángel, no te oímos, el micro.
Ángel, we can't hear you, microphone. Oh, there we are. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, perdón.
Because the question was for everyone. No. I thought but I agree with Sergio. I really do defend adaptive decompensation. So a lot of athletes, sport is very asymmetrical, and a lot of these tests would be negative. So we do an FMS, and this athlete would seem not to be ready to perform, but they might have just won an Olympic gold medal. So we have to, now from a general point of view it's good, but we have to individualize it for each case. Now, why does this need 180 degrees and another one doesn't? Because they don't need it. We do a biomechanical analysis, but if you look at Usain Bolt's feet, you don't want to, not everyone can have his feet. But we really have to individualize these tests. Now, I'd just like to say hi to my great friend Sergio, who wasn't there when I started. Sergio Toba. Thanks for sharing these times with you. And it's been a really interesting roundtable, thanks to Sergio and it's been and Sergio Vázquez is very much connected these days. And Sergio, I haven't seen him for a long time. Yes, it's been a very long time. It's been good to see. It's been 25 years now, is it? Well, I'm starting to have grey hairs as well. Well, the other two speakers have to explain how they managed to avoid getting grey hairs. What are they doing? Yes, and I completely agree with you. You do have to individualize this. There's so many variables that affect movement that trying to reduce it to one simple test is compartmentalizing it too much. It's a very Cartesian, lineal approach. It's very Claude Bernard. It's the linearity. This is I start here and I've got to end up here. But the human being is a whole interaction of systems, and all of them are going to lead to a certain function. And for this function, there's going to be more or less freedom of movement in certain joints. Now, it's true that we have to take this into account, but we have to integrate them into the complexity of what each human being is. There's so many different systems, so many different specialities. And the issue is, how to restore function. There's so many different points of view. So it's difficult for one of them to cover all different areas. So it's an integrated, it's very much cross-cutting. That's why I work with you, Sergio, Angel, or Alvaro, and how 4 different people with different profiles end up reaching the same goal. That would be what I'd say as an answer. That's great. I don't know if you want to say anything more? Okay, so we can close this first roundtable. Now, key word, I think, Sergio, is function. As a physiotherapist, and Sergio mentioned this in his speech, and I think the 4 of you agreed on this, that as professionals of movement, this is very important. And I think we all agree in how we need to re-educate movement with objective data. So that's all. Just like to let all of you know that we're going to have a small break. And that's all. Thanks very much to all of the speakers from this table. Thanks for your extraordinary collaboration and all of the knowledge that you've shared. Because it's a great opportunity that we have to be able to listen to professionals of such renowned experience, and that's good for us who have less experience. So I'd like to thank you very much for everything you've done, and thanks to all the technicians who are working so hard. That's all. We're going to have a break now, and we'll see each other soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Bienvenidos de nuevo después de este pequeño descanso. Estamos ya todos para empezar la segunda mesa de las jornadas. En este caso, la mesa versará sobre deporte femenino y fisioterapia, y para ello tenemos 4 representantes de primer nivel en el deporte femenino, como son Blanca Bernal, fisioterapeuta del World Padel Tour. Muchas gracias, Blanca. Diego Chapinal,
Our second guest is Diego Chapinal, physical therapist from Atletismo Madrid. Number 1 in female badminton. Mónica de la Cueva, lecturer at the European Universidad Madrid. Finally, final speaker, our physical trainer for the women's team at Atletico Madrid. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking part in this session. Without further ado, let's begin with Blanca. She'll be talking to us about injuries in women's paddle. Thank you very much, Alvaro. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to take part in this conference. I'm Blanca Bernal. I'm a sports physical therapist. I currently work for the World Padel Tour, and I'm very, very happy to be taking part in this session because over the past few years, I've completely devoted myself to women's sports. Over the past 3 seasons, I worked in tennis, WTA Tour. After that, I almost exclusively worked with professional female tennis player from that circuit. So truly, it's an honor for me to take part in this session. Today we'll be talking about injury in female paddle, but first let's give you some context. What does our work within the World Padel Tour consist of, and are there any differences between injuries in the male side of the sport? In paddle, as well as in tennis, there are some characteristics that make these sports different from a team sport. External factors: calendar, transport, weather, and equipment. Calendar and schedule. In terms of type of competition and seasons for competition, there are several differences with team sports. In paddle and in tennis, if you win a given match within a tournament, you have to play several times within the same week, and you also have to travel a lot. You never play 2 tournaments in the same city back to back. Say, for example, you compete in a national competition here in Spain, and then the next week you have another competition somewhere else. Of course, you have to travel, you have to adjust to certain circumstances. For example, maybe on a given Thursday you'll have to compete here in Spain, and then on Friday fly to another country, different time zone, move to a new hotel, which may not seem like a lot, but all of these changes, changes in diet, different weather, all of this affects quite significantly your performance and your risk of injury. Professional athletes, or at least we often think that professional athletes only use professional equipment, and granted, that's mostly true, but at the same time it is perfectly possible to, for example, change brands of equipment from one week to another for a number of reasons, and that can impact your performance. Again, the weather, which I also mentioned earlier, this is generally an outdoor sport. The professional circuit has been pushing to organize more and more indoor tournaments because the weather conditions can actually affect the spectacle itself, the game itself. We still hope that in the future we'll be able to almost exclusively play indoors, but nowadays lots of tournaments are still organized outdoors, and as a result there are some extreme weather conditions, for example humidity or rain, that affect a player's risk of injury. There are also some internal factors that can affect a player's capability of resisting injury. The biomechanics of the sport, for example. Paddle players have to jump a lot, to give you an example. In this sport, there is a lot of rotation of the your torso. All of these characteristics, these biomechanic characteristics, need to be taken into account and studied in depth so that our athletes can adapt to the requirements of the sport. There are also innate physical aptitudes. Those innate physical aptitudes need to be strengthened and optimized if need be, and that falls of course on the physical trainer, not on the physical therapist. But we as physical therapists need to be aware of what kind of problems our athlete is likely to face throughout the season. We know that the physical form of our athletes varies greatly week after week, so that's something we have to look at. There's the physiology of the sport as well, the physiology of the athlete, her capacity to recover from injury in order to be able to compete on a given day. That's also a factor we need to take into account, a capacity we need to be able to capitalize on and optimize. There are also other factors. Some of them are completely unpredictable, and over that, of course, we have very little control, but what we do have control over is a certain degree of an athlete's capacity to recover from injury, and we have to strengthen that capacity. And there are also psychological and social factors involved here. This sport is played in pairs, and a lot of our players are very, very young. They come to Spain from countries that are perhaps a bit distant. They have to travel a lot, they abandon their families, and they don't always have optimal financial tools to fully develop professionally. There are a number of factors here, psychological and social factors, that need to be taken into account, because in some way, in my opinion, they can have an impact of an athlete's risk of injury in the short and medium term. So this is an image I love. Of course, this is tennis. The unpredictability factor. Some things, as I said earlier, are out of our control. Quite a lot of things, actually. So we try to prepare our athletes to the best of our abilities. We take account of all the variables that are going to affect their performance and that can help them prevent injury. But there are also circumstances that, once again, are completely out of our control. And this is an example. The longest tennis match ever played lasted about 12 hours, 11 hours, 45 minutes, doled out over the course of a number of days, several interruptions. The match got rained out a couple of times, etc., etc. Very long game anyway. And this clearly shows that no matter how well you do your part, no matter how well our athlete does their part, there are external factors that are, once again, completely unpredictable, completely out of our control, that have a huge impact on the performance itself. We'll never be able to fully prepare our athletes for these circumstances, but we need to be able to equip them to cope with these unpredictable events. All of this, as I was saying, has an impact on the risk of injury. In the 2019 season, the World Pro Tour circuit, out of all those events that were played in Spain, because that's where we work, we intervened 2,325 times throughout all of the events, and that's before a competition, after a competition, during a competition, and thankfully in a minority of cases to hospitalize athletes after an injury occurred on the pitch. The most frequent kind of injury happens after the match itself, after post-competition. We often treat chronic injuries before a competition, and all the rest, as I said, happens during the competition, although only very, very few of those interventions are very serious. Most injuries occur due to overuse. We have a lot of shoulder problems, acute injuries are not as frequent as chronic injuries. We have tendinopathies and triceps related issues, as well as lumbar spine overcharge. The triceps, to give you an example, is highly engaged in this sport and often leads to tendinopathy. We often get Achilles heel tendinopathies as well. So these are the 4 most frequent injuries that we treat in our day-to-day activity throughout tournaments. Acute injuries are far less frequent. A very common one is an ankle sprain. We also have calf injuries and also ACLs, ligaments, abduction ligaments, and we often have to treat blisters or chafings. When a tennis player falls and slides across the floor, they often get bad chafings on their skin and blisters, and that's what we have to treat on occasion. So before a competition, what is it we do? We do some warm-up. We help a given muscle that's been overly engaged properly warm up for a competition or a joint, or sometimes we have to treat blisters. As you can see, these are called functional bandages. In this case, on screen you're seeing how we treat a blister. This is a blister that we're covering up with some bandage, and once again we often work with muscular and joint warm-ups. Once again, functional bandages are also very, very frequent. Regarding post-competition treatment, post-competition treatment aims at facilitating muscle recovery, and there usually isn't any underlying disorder. I'm talking about discharging tension from the legs, for example, or from the shoulders, the arms, and we often use manual therapy. I'm talking to you about the experience of a physical therapist that's been hired to cover a particular event, an event where several different athletes are participating, and in those instances we often use passive press therapy, which is absolutely great post-competition. We often use cryotherapy as well. That's also something we use quite frequently, and we use it in combination with press therapy, and it's particularly used to treat muscle overcharge, or we use it as a tool for the passive recovery of the athlete's muscle. Post-competition, when we work as an event physical therapist as opposed to a personal physical therapist, it often feels like we're firemen putting out fires. What do I mean by that? Athletes come to us with semi-chronic diseases, and they often also have a personal physical therapist that they work with who's not there at that moment, and they come to us because they have to keep on competing. They have to keep on playing on the same day or perhaps on the next day. So the treatment we offer is different to the sort of treatment we would offer at a clinic or in our day-to-day practice. What we have to do there is try and improve, patch up the problem for the athlete, so that they can play on the next day. So we do whatever is necessary, whatever we would do in our day-to-day clinical practice. However, we know that we have to act swiftly. This, unfortunately, is the real-life event physiotherapists. The same difference there is between Disney World, for example, and real life. Disney World is what we'd like to do. Real life is entirely different, isn't it? Well, in this case, this is real life, a real day-to-day activity for event physical therapists, and we have several teams that come into play depending on what sort of injury our athlete has suffered. We have, for example, a diathermia T-care team, a manual therapy team, etc., etc. So because we're here to talk about women's sports, I think I should point out that there isn't a huge difference between male sports and female sports in terms of frequency and number of injuries, except in the case of ACL. Now, in paddle there isn't a lot of physical contact, but athletes are required to jump very, very often, and landings can be difficult sometimes. These aren't particularly aggressive jumps, granted, so there shouldn't be a lot of ACL injuries. However, we've had several athletes who, during their career, have suffered ACL injuries, and this is more frequent. This type of injury in paddle is more frequent for women than it is for men. For example, over the past 2 seasons, we have 3 ACL ruptures for women, 0 ACL ruptures in men. So this is the only paradox, this sort of ACL paradox, where ACL injuries seem to be more common in women than they are in men in paddle. Why? There are several factors here. The menstrual cycle, the very anatomy of the woman, hormonal factors, the pill, for example, taking the pill affects a woman's hormonal system, and it also has a lot to do with the biomechanics of landing after a jump. The biomechanics are actually the main factor here. There is a lot of literature regarding the influences of the menstrual cycle on injury on women in particular in relation to ACL injuries. We could talk about it for days really, but all you need to know for now is that throughout the menstrual cycle there are several different phases. And there is one of these phases that is particularly important, the phase of ovulation, because estrogen has a huge influence on tissue and increases the risk of injury. When women ovulate, or actually 3 to 4 days before and after ovulation, women are particularly likely to suffer an injury because of these increased levels of estrogen. And the ACL in particular is a structure that is very, very exposed to damage, to injury, with the added factor of the increased estrogen levels, then women become more vulnerable to suffering these injuries. Anatomically speaking, we know that ACLs are characteristically shorter in women, and due to biomechanic factors in jumping and landing, we know that women are slightly less stable around the hip. And as a result, they're slightly more likely to suffer these injuries, especially when they land on one foot. This is Alejandra Salazar's last injury. Have a look at her right knee. That's how she landed. She landed on one foot and fell. In this case, she was unstable and fell, precisely due to a hip displacement factor, and that happens more often in women than it happens in men. On top of that, we have the menstrual cycle with the added factor that is increased estrogen levels. That is completely physiological, of course. On top of that, there can be other types of hormonal alterations, and this sort of hormonal imbalance, along with once again poor biomechanics, anatomic factors, and hip instability contribute to this factor, and it explains why in a sport where really not many ACL injuries generally occur, they do, however, occur more often in women than they do in men. Only 5 minutes left. So, as physical therapists working for one particular event, what is it we do? We can intervene to a limited extent, well, not limited extent, but it's different to work in 24/7 with an individual athletes, and these athletes also have their own physiotherapists. So what we can do is help them, for example, treat an occasional injury as well as keep hydrated, eat well, rest well. Those factors are very, very important. Passive factors that contribute greatly, however, to recovery from injury. We, as a physical therapist, can also intervene to a great extent with foam rolling exercises, aerobic, high-intensity exercises. This is what we can do in between competitions and during a competition. And this, it can be very important. Functional training for these athletes is also very important, progressively increasing the workload on the tendons. That's very important because they jump a lot once again, they jump a lot, and you have to prepare your tendons to tolerate that sort of load. Functional training is fundamental. Joint mobility is also fundamental. For example, we just now talked about hip mobility, and it's important in order to prevent ACL injuries. But generally speaking, joint mobility in all of our body, in our whole body, can help us directly or indirectly improve, or rather, I should say, decrease the risk of injury. It's important to work on functional strength as well. Functional strength applied to a specific sport, in this case paddle, and it's important to improve coordination and proprioceptive capabilities in an athlete in order to avoid injury. As a conclusion, I would just like to say that there are no significant differences in terms of frequency of injuries and type of injury between men and women in professional paddle. There is one exception, it's the paradox of ACLs, and that's something we can sort of work on because it's a physiological difference, and that's, in my opinion, what we should be focusing on. Ovulation is something that all women experience once a month. And that's completely out of our control. So I'd much rather work on hip mobility, hip stability, proprioceptive capabilities, etc. We can also work on injury prevention based on the specific aptitudes of a given athlete. And that was it really from me. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of our viewers for following my presentation. I look forward to answering your questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blanca. That was an excellent speech. And I like that what you said about Disney World there, yes. We're often with elite athletes, and sometimes the real world is different from Disney World in that respect. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So, the second speaker is Diego Chapinar.
Tenemos ya la presentación disponible de Diego.
Buenos días a todos, ¿se me ve?
Diego nos va a hablar de la evidencia científica.
Yes, Diego is going to talk about the scientific evidence compared to the approach in women's athletes.
Buenos días, no sé si se me ve, se me escucha, hemos tenido algún problema.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Everything okay? We can hear you fine. We just want to get the presentation. There we go. So, over to you when you're ready. Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for sharing this Friday with us. Thanks for the Universidad Europea and for the Premium League. And above all, Sergio, for inviting me to take part of this and be part of this round table with so many great professionals. Now, when the project was presented to me, I thought I'd like it to be something different, and you came up with this idea, this theme. Now, the area that I work in professionally is when they're talking about high-level female athletes, there's this issue of scientific evidence. Now, I don't want to go to war with scientific evidence. Of course, it's extremely important, but I would like to give a different approach here. But what does studies say? Well, Blanca and myself have the same picture here. So what do they say? Well, a number of different characteristics on sporting skills that have been analysed in various different athletes and in female athletes, and they see how they can improve them, and there are a number of tips on how to work on them. So there are 3 studies here that I think are very interesting. One of them that relates the point in the menstrual cycle with strength, both in terms of improving in performance and also recovering from injuries. There was a study on fatigue, muscle fatigue, and its relation to the point of the menstrual cycle, and as Blanca said, one on the effect of estrogen on training and risk of injury. Now, before the speech, Blanca was talking about whether we're going to talk about certain issues here about ACL, but I'm not going to talk about ACL. But now, high levels of training in estrogen in training is an aggravating factor and can be a limiting factor, creating a greater risk of injury.
tipo de estudios científicos.
What kind of groups do these studies look at? Well, usually amateur athletes
Características muy homogéneas
with very homogeneous characteristics
en unas circunstancias muy acotadas.
and in very limited circumstances.
Una serie de resultados,
So
y
that then determines certain results, and many scientific studies then give us certain tips for developing certain skills.
Podemos pasar a la siguiente, por favor. Pues hay una serie de propuestas, por ejemplo,
Okay, here are a number of different ideas.
en el tema del momento del ciclo menstrual, sino
Not just about the point of the menstrual cycle, but also the developing certain
en nuestros deportistas, como puede ser el trabajo
skills in
de
athletes.
detoxia,
So work on detoxia
en cuanto a frecuencia de entrenamiento,
in terms of frequency of training, the length of duration of training,
a realizar,
the kind of gestures to be performed,
y unos cambios que se
and intervals,
producen en
and
los
also
deportistas según
certain
vamos
changes
haciendo
that occur in certain athletes
estos entrenamientos. Bueno, esto pasa con
during these trainings.
con ese grupo de deportistas. En muchos
So
casos, esos
they study these
deportistas
groups of athletes,
no tienen en cuenta el momento de
but
la
often
competición.
they don't
Como
take
ya
into
ha dicho
account
Blanca,
the time of competition.
en el pádel,
As Blanca said, in paddle,
la manera de competición es muy parecida al de badminton.
the way you compete is very similar to badminton.
De los torneos hay
Depending on the level of the tournament,
ciertos torneos en los cuales los jugadores, las jugadoras,
there are certain tournaments
pueden
where
llegar a jugar dos partidos
players
el mismo día,
can play 2 matches in the same day,
con la exigencia tanto física como mental
and that's
que
a significant physical and mental demands placed on
no lo contemplan.
the athletes. And a lot of the studies don't actually take that into account. Let's move on to the next slide.
¿Qué características nos encontramos nosotros?
Okay, what
con
characteristics
nuestros deportistas?
do we find in
Desde-
our athletes?
Desde mi entrada en el deporte de alto rendimiento, pues fue en el
Well,
año
from
2001,
Well, I started working in elite
suerte
sport, and
poder compartir sesiones de entrenamiento y de trabajo
I was very lucky to work
con
both in the
gimnastas,
gym and
gimnasia
in
rítmica,
sessions with
gimnasia femenina, también masculina.
with
Durante
gymnastics,
13 años,
in
jugadoras de baloncesto,
and
en este
with
caso con jugadoras
basketball
de
players and badminton
baloncesto,
players.
¿vale? En ellas lo que se ve es que tienen características físicas y sobre todo
And we
características
see
mentales
that they have physical characteristics and above all mental
extraordinariamente
characteristics
por encima de la media.
that are much
De ahí
higher
un
than
poco
average.
a también a echar un lazo a la mesa redonda anterior.
Now, just relating to the previous roundtable, they talked about the individualization
del trabajo y de
of the work
las
we do
medidas a adoptar para tener en cuenta con cada
and all
uno de
the
nuestros deportistas.
measures that we need to
Podemos
implement
ir
with
a la
our
siguiente-
athletes.
a la siguiente diapositiva. Cada una de nuestras deportistas
Next slide. Okay, all of our high-level
características
athletes
tienen sus condicionantes, siendo
have
pues
certain limiting
individuales.
factors.
En el caso de Carolina, los
In the case of
análisis son
Carolina,
mucho más completos
the analysis is
porque son simplemente con
much
ella,
more
pero
complete because it's just with
trabajaba con el equipo de gimnasia rítmica del conjunto,
with
pues,
this person. But
había
when you
que
work with
estudiar
women gymnastics, you need to do collective analysis.
Esto nos permite trabajar tanto en
This allows
el
us
momento
to
de recuperación de lesiones, siguiente diapositiva,
work on
desde el
regulating
momento que se produce la lesión,
injuries.
como pudo ser esta lesión de ligamento cruzado anterior de Alba
That can be
Torrens,
the one that could with
toda la propia
the
competición,
one on the
como
left.
de Carolina, en ese proceso
Now, in this
de recuperación desde el
recovery
día cero,
process,
como yo digo, a la vuelta a la normalidad,
from
a la
day zero to
normalidad,
the returning to normality,
tanto como en el
back to getting back into the sport, but also in the
de mejorar el rendimiento, como veréis en la siguiente
improving
diapositiva.
performance, as you can see.
Todo esto lo tenemos que hacer en consonancia.
We always have to do this
Con una gran comunicación. ¿Podemos pasar a la siguiente, por favor?
with a lot of communication taking place.
No sé si se me escucha, no se me escucha.
Can you hear me?
Gracias. Bueno, pues esto todo va en consonancia.
Yes, everything has to be
Perfecto,
done together.
quedar ahí, no hay problema. Todo esto va en consonancia. Nos estamos nutriendo de información que nos otorgan los estudios científicos.
We're getting a lot of information from
Pero
scientific
esto
studies,
nos lleva a tener dos alternativas.
but there's always two
Tenemos una
alternatives.
alternativa de seguir esas indicaciones de los
One is just to follow the advice of the scientific studies, or on the other hand,
buscar caminos
we
alternativos
try to find
con
alternative
esa
paths
información,
with this information that we've gathered through all of this, and to try to ensure that our athletes can go further from a qualitative point of view. So why is that the case? Well, it's not the first time that I've been doing a training session with Carolina, and they measure various different variables, such as heart rate, lactate levels, oxygen diffusion, and urea levels, and they have to follow certain patterns on the basis of these scientific studies. And we can, and sometimes we've seen spectacular cases of recovery. And sometimes we've seen this, the work that's been done. And sometimes we think that an athlete is really not going to be able to get back, but they do, and with really good sessions. So we're always trying to find out why that is, and how it is that one athlete does really well, because there can be very high levels of demand placed on certain athletes. So you need to have communication every day between all members of the team. That's very important, both between trainers and the medical area, where I'm working now. I'm working all different levels of recovery. We have to look at different levels such as heart variability, urea levels, subjective tests. So that allows us to strike a balance between training and recovery, as you can see in the image, with the coach there in the center. Now, we always have to have a lot of communication with the athlete. So it's very important there's a good level of trust in all of the different responsibilities that the members of the team have. So we also do exclusive studies with all of the athletes we have on the team in various different aspects. So it could be working on hypoxia, apnea, apnea with hypoxia, regional hypoxia, TMG, and so on. Now, a lot of these cases, there are no studies as such, and we have to do the studies ourselves. And we can do that because of the connection we have with the medical center. And that allows us to design the work according to what we need to do. There's not just from the point of view of output, but also clinical point of view. So we have different nutritional tests, which give us a number of different indications for each stage and for each athlete. And at the therapeutic level, we look at the recent trials and evidence to accelerate recovery. So we try to cover most aspects and all sorts of areas such as the circuit, traveling, jet lag, hotels, and so on. So we try to control all of these aspects as well as we can. But there are certain variable factors that are less easy to predict and that we have to control as best we can. I'm going to give us some examples of these nutritional tests here in this table, which are related to the menstrual cycle, which, as Blanca said, is something that occurs to all women, whether athletes or not. And there are a number of indications relating to it. So there are certain recommendations of what can help and what doesn't help. And we want our... But of course has to be very much individualized. So in terms of therapy and the work that we do with them, we really are prioritizing the autonomous nervous system, above all the parasympathetic nervous system, because it's extremely important in the recovery process. And so we're trying to use the techniques such as invasive neuromodulation, myofascial liberation, somato-emotional liberation. And so it's very important that athletes, if they've got this emotional difficulties, now this is something that Carolina mentioned, because they can be 2 months away from home, and then that means that there's a number of changes, and that emotional changes, and that changes that affects how they feel, and that in turn can affect their physical well-being and their risk of injuries. On the left, you can see a study which I think is very interesting. It talks about the cholinergic anti-inflammatory pathway, a missing link in neuroimmunomodulation, and that talks about the importance of the neuronal network in re-establishing the parasympathetic nervous system. Now, I put a double arrow there because I think it's very important that often things that we see at a clinical level, so on the field, on the work that we do every day, this is information we need to send to the scientific community so that they can study the why. Now, we have a number of different techniques and a number of changes take place. Certainly in the world of physiotherapy and osteopathy, we often don't know why changes are taking place. So it's important to have this interrelation between the scientific world and the practical clinical work. And of course, the work that we do has to be founded on scientific evidence. Next. Now we're fortunate that that we can prevent a lot of injuries, and they can recover from injuries, and usually are able to return to the competition. But the recovery process is a lot more important than I think with an athlete at the level of Carolina, the longest injury she had is the one you saw there. That has been a great learning process for her, because she was able to slow down her frenetic pace of life, constant tournaments and very, very demanding, and slowed things down, and was able to think about it and work on different factors that normally she wasn't able to work on. She was able to do a muscle balancing work, which was a lot more precise than she would normally have been able to do, because in Madrid you usually just spend like a week or two in injury, but here we had 6 months to work. And from an emotional point of view, she had a lot of support from the whole team. So that meant that the recovery process was a lot better. So from the first day, there's a lot of hours of work, a lot of and there's a lot of trust between us, both professionally and this is very important for the athletes. And she's been constantly improving, working on the technical, tactile aspects of her sport. 5 minutes, please. Okay, no problem.
Next, por favor.
Okay, we're going to see this video. This is the work that Carolina was doing pretty much from the first week after the operation.
Ella ha trabajado desde un primer momento todos y cada uno de los aspectos.
She'd worked on all aspects,
No solo a nivel de prevención,
not just in prevention and rebalancing and postural rebalancing, and within the asymmetries, which is normal, as Angel said, because with the nature of the sport itself. But let's see the video.
No, en la anterior, eso es. Bueno, pues este es un trabajo que ha hecho Carolina desde el minuto 1.
So this is what Carolina did right from the beginning.
Corregir a nivel técnico.
She was able to technically correct a number of different details. And people say, look, this is number one in the world a number of times, or how can she improve? But the fortunate thing we have with Carolina is that there's a lot of margin for that. She has these mental and physical qualities that are extraordinary. But we can actually improve things, both in, technically, but also in terms of preventing injuries. So the work of our technical team, the physical preparation, is really amazing in terms of the studies, and they're working very hard. And we always look at what we can improve. One of the things that our trainer and I said the day that Carolina was Olympic champion in Rio, that we had this sense of a lack, thinking, what do we do now? Carolina has reached her goal. What do we do now? What's left? Now, this whole process was very enriching. But it wasn't just about her winning. Of course, winning was wonderful, but we... So look, the process has been very important. What have really enriched us and her is really what's made the team different. And so throughout this recovery process, we're very lucky to have very good means at our disposal. If you could put the 3 videos at the same time, please. So we can see all the different types of analysis that we did from the beginning. So we look at the body weight and treadmill, and always observing all the small changes that could take place in her, so that we could modulate all the work we're doing. Now, Carolina has always been really helpful in trying to improve and working with us, and that has been very useful. And all of this work has led us to what we're going to see now, which is coming back to the game. It was the first game after 6.5 months of injury, and this is in Vietnam. And here you see her playing. This is the second game after the injury, and she won. No, whenever I see videos like this, it really it makes my hairs stand up on end. Just with it's so exciting to see her playing so well, very aggressively, with that really going all for it. So despite the injury, she didn't shy away from the game, and so that's what I had to say. I hope it's been fun. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks very much. That's an excellent speech. And it's very interesting to see real cases and recovery. So good. Now we're going to continue with Dr. Mónica de la Cueva.
Que nos va a hablar de la prevención al rendimiento deportivo en deportistas femeninas.
She's going to be talking to us about injury prevention for elite athletes. Over to you, Monica, anytime now. Monica, you need to turn on your mic, please.
Mónica, tienes silenciado el micrófono. Actívalo cuando puedas, por favor.
Monica, you need to turn on your mic, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Sí, sí le ponen.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Delighted to take part in this international event. I'd like to thank the committee and the university for organizing this beautiful session. I'm proud to be part of it, and I'm proud to be able to be here today to talk to you about sports. I truly loved our two previous presentations. It's a very interesting topic, this one. Now, I specialize in the pelvic floor, so I thought I'd talk to you about performance and injury prevention in elite athletes. I'm going to be mentioning a few concrete cases that I worked on. The first thing and the most important thing, perhaps, is that the pelvic floor is something different to the abdominal pelvic cavity. There is an interrelation between these two systems, which ensure that globally the whole body works. The systems involved in this are the nervous system, articular structures and so on, and then we have an active system, which is the muscles. The pelvic floor isn't isolated. It's part of a whole package of bones, muscles, and joints, which are very, very important. And it's fundamental to have this global vision, because all of these structures, along with the diaphragm, the spine, the pelvis itself, and the core, affect an athlete's posture. So we mentioned the passive system earlier. Those would be the ligaments, for example. Que no tenemos que hablar solamente de lo que compone intrínsecamente el suelo pélvico, fascia endopélvica, alimentación. No, también tenemos relaciones ligamentarias. There are ligaments joining up not only the pelvic floor internally, there are also ligaments joining up the pelvic floor with external structures. Esa musculatura profunda, transverso, here you can see the iliac crest, internal oblique, and transversus abdominis. All of these muscles are engaged in the activity of the pelvic floor, and as a result, as a physiotherapist, whenever we do an evaluation of this area, both in sports and in day-to-day life, we have to take the whole system into account, the system as a whole. We have a new tool at our disposal in physiotherapy. It's functional evaluation. As my colleague said earlier, we have more and more tools at our disposal to make proper evaluation. How is strength transmitted? We know that the activity of the pelvic floor can affect the body as a whole. Abdominal diastasis can lead to pelvic floor injury, for example, which clearly shows that the two structures are interconnected. Abdominal diastasis, for example, after birth or in a pregnant woman, there is a high risk of injuring the pelvic floor. The pelvic floor is a complex set of muscles made up of 3 different axes, each tasked with a different movement. These movements are clearly visualizable on screen right now. They have to do with the palpitations of the muscles. An ultrasound can help us make an accurate diagnosis of what's going on in the pelvic floor. The muscles of the pelvic floor are made up of muscle fiber, but they also contain a lot of connective tissue. And because the connective tissue is affected by the menstrual cycle can affect the functionality of the pelvic floor as a whole. So this is a very interesting image, in my opinion. I think it reflects exactly what it is we need to understand. The pelvic floor, as we know, is made up of muscles that act as a bit of a trampoline. When a trampoline is rigid, if we jump on it, it responds by pushing us upwards. But if a trampoline isn't tight enough, then when we jump on it, we will just sink to the floor. The same thing applies to the pelvic floor. What we want from the pelvic floor is for it to respond quickly to whatever stimulus we apply to it. As I was saying earlier, the quality of the connective tissue that is involved in this response is very, very important. The quality of this response depends largely, again, on the quality of this connective tissue. If this connective tissue is very, very loose, and that depends on nutrition and hydration, then the response it will provide to a push, an external stimulus, will be inadequate. This is a great visual representation of what happens when our pelvic floor is either hypotonic or normotonic. When it's normotonic, the pelvic floor is tight enough to provide this bounce effect that is fundamental in a healthy pelvic floor. In 2001, back in 2001, Hodges talked about muscle synergy existing on an abdominal level and in the pelvic floor during hyperpressure maneuvers. He talked about the importance of the transversus abdominis and the superficial abdominal muscles. All these muscles, including the diaphragm as well, can have a direct repercussion on the behavior of the pelvic floor. And that's nothing new, really. So as far as performance in sports goes, as well as injury prevention, we should bear in mind that this is connected with the lower back as well as the glutes, quadriceps. There are recent studies, because right now we're talking about core stabilization and training of high performance athletes. There are recent studies, I was saying, that are becoming aligned. They seem to agree that an active participation of our core stability, is important in maintaining a healthy pelvic floor. There are different tools out there that are available to us and that we can use to better train these muscles that become engaged in the activity of the pelvic floor. And all of these tools are scientifically validated by several studies. So core training and core stability is important in terms of injury prevention, as my colleagues also said. It can truly help prevent injury, so that's something to reflect on.
bueno, pues
On the other
buscamos
hand,
si esto de la actividad física es bueno o es malo para el suelo pélvico. Bueno, pues hay una revisión narrativa
we could be trying
que
answering the
fue
question,
reciente,
what
en la
impacts the
cual lo
pelvic
primero que
floor
nos señala como
negatively?
conclusión es que se necesitan investigaciones de más calidad, ¿no? Sobre
What
todo
we're
por los
currently
métodos de
looking for
evaluación.
is
Como
high
decía, es una
quality
limitación en algunos
research,
momentos para poder hacer este
methodologically
estudio objetivo. También han
especially,
podido comprobar que en todos los
but
estudios que han revisado, sí que
most
se veía que
modern
el
studies
ejercicio
seem to
extenuante
agree
era un factor de riesgo
that
para la disfunción del suelo
overtraining
pélvico.
represents
Nosotros
a
si
risk
hablamos de lesión
factor
o de disfunción del suelo
for the
pélvico, si hablamos
pelvic
de
floor.
deporte, hablamos de hiperpresiones,
Overtraining
podemos
in sports
encontrar
can
siempre
lead
como
to pelvic
la
floor
más frecuente,
injury,
incontinencia urinaria de esfuerzo, o puede ser los prolapsos a nivel de vísceras, ¿no? Cistocele, uretrocele, etc.
ACL,
Pero no
LTC
podemos
as well.
olvidar otras lesiones que puede
Those
producir
kinds
la
of
disfunción puntual.
injuries are also quite
También se ha
common
visto en esta misma revisión que efectivamente
when
el
athletes
entrenamiento del suelo
overtrain.
pélvico parece que sí que es beneficioso cuando se realiza de forma
However,
regular.
regular training,
Entonces, el
if you don't
ejercicio
overtrain,
puede ser un
can
factor
help
de riesgo
prevent
dependiendo
injury.
de
So,
cómo se realice.
exercise can
Si es
become a risk
extenuante,
factor
si no
if you
tenemos todos
overtrain,
los
if you train
factores
too much.
en cuenta, y el entrenamiento del suelo pélvico parece que
But
sí
generally
que
speaking,
sirve, ¿no? como preventivo.
training your pelvic floor muscles in a balanced way, of
Seguimos,
course,
bueno, un poco
helps
haciendo la
prevent
búsqueda.
injury.
Sabemos que en estudios que hacen con mujeres
Further
deportistas
studies
y mujeres
that
desentrenadas,
compare
se valora el suelo
athletic
pélvico.
women
Entonces,
and
la evidencia
unathletic
espera
women,
que
untrained
aquellas
women,
mujeres que entrenan
found
y tienen
that
unos
there are no
entrenamientos
significant
más
differences
rigurosos,
in terms
su suelo
of
pélvico
pelvic
estaría
floor
favorecido.
strength
Pero
between
no es así.
untrained
Es
women and
decir, el
athletes.
suelo pélvico
This
no se
suggests
entrena
that the pelvic
dentro
floor
de un entreno normal, ¿no? En cualquier
doesn't
disciplina
become
deportiva
stronger
tenemos que hacer entrenamientos
through general
específicos del
training.
suelo
It
pélvico
requires
y sobre todo
specific
en este estudio nos
training,
encomendanes
specific
en aquellos
exercises.
deportes de más impacto, ¿no? O en aquellos que requieren incluso también más estabilidad
But
a nivel
particularly
psicológico.
in
Con lo
high
cual
performance
parece
sports
ser
such as
que
football,
a nivel de los
basketball,
entrenadores, igual que
handball,
de los
etc.,
fisios,
etc.
tenemos
So
que
if you want to
prestar más
strengthen the pelvic
atención
floor of
a
a
lo
given
que es el
athlete,
fortalecimiento y el
trainers will
desarrollo
have
del
to
suelo
pay special
pélvico.
attention
Por
to
otro
the
lado,
area. On the other
se
hand,
ha comprobado también
it's
que
also
la
been
presión
proven
perineal se ve disminuidas
that
en
the pelvic
atletas
floor muscle,
que realizan competición más que en mujeres no
or rather
deportistas.
perineal
Si la
pressure,
presión
is lower
perineal
in
se
athletes
ve
than it
disminuida, esto
is
quiere decir
than it
que
is
pueden aparecer
in
problemas de
untrained
incontinencia
women.
urinaria, como hemos
Perineal
visto, uno de los
pressure,
más frecuentes,
lower
o
perineal
disfunciones del
pressure,
suelo pélvico más
is
tipo
due
prolapsos,
to
¿no?
what is
Disfunciones de
often
las que
related
caracterizan teniendo la
to
columna.
increased
Así que
symptoms
sí que
of, for
afecta más a
example,
las mujeres deportistas.
incontinence
Entonces, el
and
suelo pélvico
pelvic
requiere
floor
un entreno
dysfunction.
específico
So,
para evitar
all in all, we
que
can
se dé
conclude
de
that the
forma
pelvic floor
específica
requires
estas
specific
disfunciones.
training in order to
Antes he
become
comentado, era
stronger.
así como una pincelada, de
It
que
can only
no
be
solamente
strengthened
podemos hablar de
through
las
specific
disfunciones
training.
que ocurren
We've talked
a nivel
about
en sí de incontinencia urinaria de esfuerzo y de prolapso, sino que también podemos encontrar algunas disfunciones a distancia.
a number of dysfunctions already, but there are
De que,
other
se
dysfunctions
ve
I'd
más
like
de
to
lo que
briefly
queremos la
mention
prevalencia
before
de
I
estas disfunciones del suelo
conclude.
pélvico en atletas de alta
Um,
competición, ¿no?
In this
También
study, we
se han
analyzed, well,
identificado
the researchers
cambios
analyzed
estructurales en la musculatura del
the
suelo
pelvic
pélvico
floor of a
en
number of
atletas.
athletes where they were able
Además,
to
hemos visto
observe
que
structural
el suelo
changes. The
pélvico
pelvic
también está
floor
involucrado
they could
y
observe is
relacionado
involved,
con el control de
engaged
movimiento de la fosa
with the
femoral a nivel de
movement
articulaciones
of the
acroiliacas a
femur,
nivel de la columna lumbar. Incluso se ha
and
evidenciado que puede aparecer dolor en la parte
the
glútea,
lumbar spine.
en la parte de
It can
piramidal,
often be
en la parte
associated
estriador,
with
y puede
pain in the glutes
disminuir,
when the
puede
movement
disminuir
is
incluso
inaccurate
el
and
rendimiento
uncoordinated
deportivo.
in
Y es una
high
lesión
intensity
o es una
activity.
afectación directa del
And
suelo
again,
pélvico.
that's a direct consequence
Entonces,
of
no podemos
imbalances
olvidar
in
que
the
tiene que ver
pelvic
con esto.
floor.
El suelo pélvico puede producir dolor en diferentes
So
localizaciones
if you have a
y a la
pelvic floor
inversa,
dysfunction, you
o
may be
viceversa.
experiencing
Entonces
pain
tenemos que
different
verificar
areas of your
siempre cómo
body,
va a estar
different
también
parts of your
nuestro
body.
suelo pélvico. Os pongo aquí el
And
acuerdo
I promised I would talk about some specific case studies. This is a professional athlete, long jump, that we treated.
Esta persona vino a consulta
An
porque tenía un
athlete
dolor persistente en la zona de piramidal, isquiosurales,
that came to
tenía
us
una
with
limitación
persistent
funcional
pain
durante los entrenos y también en la competición. El diagnóstico más médico fue que tenía un síndrome intenso del piramidal. Se hicieron tratamientos previos con fisioterapia convencional, se le hicieron infiltraciones,
pyramidal structures,
como EPI,
we carried out several different analyses, fibrolysis, etc. Those analyses, those tests, gave no results. So she came to see us. She'd been suffering from this aches and pains for 5 months at that point. In her medical history, we had no relevant data that we could use, no incontinence. We carried out an abdominal pelvic exploration, and we could appreciate transversal muscle activation failure during dynamic tests. In the intracavital exploration, we could observe hypertonia, deep muscle hypertonia in the pelvic floor, with close to the internal gasket. And generally speaking, we carried out an evaluation of the muscles of the pelvic floor, and we were able to appreciate that was where the problem was originating from. The problem we tried solving through manual therapy, PG inhibition, stretching, muscle balance reset, deep muscle activation in the abdomen and in the pelvic floor. And we also worked with our athlete psychologically. We didn't want her to be afraid to go back to training. Lack of training can actually lead to further injury. So it's important to not interrupt, not to stop training, and to devote time to training the pelvic floor specifically. In this case, we were able to completely get rid of the pain, to decrease the functional limitation, and to increase the athlete's performance in her activity. Now, I can't tell you if it was the pelvic injury that got injured first and everything else ensued, or if it was the other way around. I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you is that through re-education and functional training, we were able to solve most of this athlete's problems. Another factor that I think is important, a factor that we should bear in mind, is that in women with urinary incontinence, we were able to appreciate that through intense physical exercise, there is a decrease in shutting pressure, which means the harder you train, the more likely you are to develop incontinence. It's all a result of muscle fatigue. Now, we need to do more research to evaluate the long-term impact of overtraining on the pelvic floor, but we already do know that the pelvic floor can experience fatigue. The solution is the sort of re-education, the retraining of the pelvic floor. And the final article I wanted to talk about is this one. It's quite recent. It was published in 2020. It's a study that was conducted into volleyball athletes who've been training the pelvic floor, based on the idea that stabilization, the pelvic floor, strength training of the pelvic floor are absolutely paramount. And as a result of this specific training,
en este tipo de deporte, ¿no? De gran impacto.
They were able to observe a reduction in bladder weakness, in urinary incontinence. So that shows that controlled training can have a positive impact on the health of the pelvic floor. It's also a matter of age.
And there are women of childbearing age who've given birth, and there can be a lot of. But here we're talking about young women of 14 years of age, these gymnasts. They're doing rhythmic gymnastics, and a study was done with a significant number of participants, and with 107 gymnasts, and here they saw that they have urinary continence in about 30% of cases. And 30% who have that, there's 70% of them who say that this affects their sporting performance negatively. So when they did this study, they looked at their awareness of their pelvic floor and training. And it turned out they didn't know anything about it. Didn't understand what the pelvic floor did. So more studies are required, more research. There needs to be prevention in activities in these sorts of sports. Now, the risk factors at this year is important because there's a lot of years ahead of them. So I think it's very important to look at this. I'm showing this study because I think it's quite innovative. Here, we're trying to reproduce the dynamics of the pelvic floor during impact activities. And so there's using software, they modeled this system, and we're seeing all the different structures and evaluating mobility. In this case, they measured two things. They wanted to see what happened when the athlete jumped, what sort of pressure took place. So what they saw is that there was a strong effect on the urethra. Now the urethra has to displace, has to move towards the pubis. Now, when there's a lot of pressure, when it's not done correctly, and there's not a proper structure in the pelvic floor, then there's a loss of mobility. And this study showed that what they see in the software is that the hypermobility in the urethra occurs more in the basalva than during a jump. So now perhaps the physiotherapist, when they're working in this area, we have to look at all of these tests. It's not the same thing doing a passive research and telling the patient or the athlete. And they show them with an ultrasound what's happening with the urethra and then the pelvic floor. That's not the same as just making them stand. So this is important because there's a difference here. It's important we take this into account. So more research is required here. So just in conclusion, I think that it's very important to integrate the abdominal pelvic cavity. This is very important in sport because we've seen that there's a lot of proof that the pelvic floor is part of the core, and the core is very important for lumbar-pelvic stability. That's important for sport, for improving performance. And so we have to integrate the abdominopelvic cavity into this. So sometimes they're physiotherapists or trainers who have their training routines and they say it's difficult to contract the pelvic floor, and a lot of them aren't really experts, and so a lot of mistakes are being made in that area. Sometimes there's too much of a burden, they don't have the right mobility, and so things can actually be worsened. if it's not done correctly. And we also need to try and have more common objective assessment criteria. We have to improve that aspect. Another thing that's important that the pelvic floor is not trained as part of normal training routines. We have to have specific training routines for that. We need to have a separate resource for training the pelvic floor. We also need to be careful about all risk factors for pelvic floor dysfunction. For example, we were talking about menstrual cycles. They affect this. Nutrition, hydration. These are all significant risk factors. Training, fatigue, muscle fatigue. There are a number of different factors here. Functional integrated training of the pelvic floor should be part of improving sporting performance. But I put it as a question mark because we need more studies in this area. But if the pelvic floor is so important and the core is so important in training, then training the pelvic floor is going to be very important to allow this improvement. So finally, we should never forget that this should be integrated into the assessment criteria for physiotherapy in sports medicine and training. The most important thing is to prevent injuries, so that we can allow improvement. And this has to be done through multidisciplinary work. It's very important that we all work together, physiotherapists, trainers, and everyone who works with athletes. So if you allow me, there's also a pelvic floor in men, of course. Now, we just seem to be talking about pelvic floor in women, but it's also important to be aware that this can affect men as well. That's all for me. Thanks very much for the invitation, and I look forward to the Q&A session. Thank you very much, Monica. Thanks very much for the speech. Yes, and we will talk about the men's pelvic floor, because that's something that's considered, it's particularly important in women's sport, but we also have to remember that it's relevant to men as well. Now, just to finish this round table, we're going to hear from Saul, who's going to talk about recovery from injuries and women's sport. Oh, whenever you're ready.
Se te oye un pelín lejos, Saúl.
Lejos, subo. ¿Ahí mejor?
Sí, mejor.
Vale. Para compartir abajo, ¿no?
Sí, así es. Donde los dos cuadraditos que pone compartir pantalla.
Sí, pero no me deja compartir lo que es la...
Clica 2 veces sobre él, por favor.
Sí, pero me sale, pero me sale para compartir el Gmail.
They're discussing connection issues.
Yo creo que ya estamos viendo tu pantalla, que solo tienes que dar a la presentación de PowerPoint.
Ah, perfecto. Gracias, Álvaro. Guay. Ahora sí, ¿no?
Ah, no, nos dice, Mónica, tienes que dejar de compartir la pantalla, por favor. Donde pone detener.
Bien, ya, ¿no?
Vale, y ahora Saúl, inténtalo tú, por favor. No, ya lo tienes, ¿verdad?
¿Ya lo tengo?
Es que no lo sé. Yo desde aquí no sé distinguir. Sí, ahora sí, ha quitado Mónica. Ahora intenta enganchar la tuya, por favor.
¿Estoy ya?
No, de momento no.
Saúl, dale al texto de compartir en lugar de al logo.
Sí, 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 le doy y...
Al texto, al texto.
Le doy al texto. Vale, voy. Ahora. Ahora bien, ¿no?
Ahora estamos, perfecto.
Bien, por fin.
There we go, now it's working. That's great. Okay, whenever you're ready. Thanks to you.
Bueno,
Okay, first of all,
bueno, agradecer a,
I'd like to
a la
thank the
universidad, a la
University, Universidad Europea de Madrid, for inviting me to speak,
de poder hablar
so I can speak about women's sport
y de la lesión
and
deportiva en este deporte.
and injuries.
También felicitar por las jornadas. La verdad es que grandes
There's been
ponentes,
some
grandes
great
temas,
speakers in this workship,
y también por el
and
esfuerzo
I'd like
que yo
to
sé el esfuerzo que lleva
thank you for all the effort that you've made during this time. I'd like to congratulate you for all the hard work.
En primer lugar es necesario, ¿vale? Desde primero
This is
hasta
all
último.
very important.
Bueno, comparto. A ver. ¿Se me
Can you hear me?
¿no?
Sí, Saúl, se te oye bien, puedes continuar.
Perfecto, no me va esto. Listo.
Yes, we can hear you fine. You can continue.
Vale,
Okay, great.
Bueno, a nivel de contextualización,
So, just to give a bit of context,
es necesario, me vienen al pelo estas dos
I
imágenes,
have these two images
porque
here.
es necesario saber que
It's
el
important to know that
fútbol
football is
Por lo
football.
menos yo voy a hablar de mi experiencia. Como dice
Now, as
Álvaro
Alvaro said,
antes, yo vengo de fútbol masculino,
I've been
llevo
working mostly in men's
unos años
football,
en el fútbol masculino, y el fútbol es fútbol,
and
se visten
football is football. They
igual,
dress the
llevan
same way. They have
botas,
boots.
tienen que ponerse tacos de
They've got
aluminio, se escurren
they
igual.
they spit the same
Entonces,
way.
no tengo nada
I've
en
got
contra
nothing
de la
against the
selección
Dutch team,
pero sí que es
but
verdad
it's true
que me vienen al pelo estas
that I found these two images
para
of Dutch
demostrar
players. But
que en una
now,
lesión
in a
deportiva,
sporting
va a haber
lesion,
diferentes
there's a number of
factores
different
que van a ser
factors
todos en
that
común,
they have in
¿vale?
common.
Van a ser todos en común. Como, por ejemplo, pueden ser qué
For example,
articulación,
what joint is
dónde ha
affected,
sido,
where it's
localización,
located,
qué severidad
how
puede
severe
tener,
the injury is,
necesita cirugía,
if it needs
no
surgery,
necesita
if it doesn't need
cirugía,
surgery,
tiempos de
how long it takes to
recuperación.
recover.
A nivel de fútbol vamos muy al detalle también en deporte colectivo, que antes, por ejemplo, Blanca y Diego
Blanca and Diego
tipo de
talked
competencia de
about
deporte, pero nosotros trabajamos con 11 futbolistas dentro del
various
campo.
different
Por lo
elements of
tanto,
sport, but
cada uno tiene unos factores diferentes
we've seen how every different player in the
también
field
son
has different
iguales, por lo tanto,
characteristics, so
tenemos
we
que
have
valorar
to
eso.
assess
Lateral
that.
derecho femenina
So
es
the
igual que una lateral derecho masculino.
a striker in
¿Qué condición física
men's
necesitamos
football is the same as a striker in women's
para
football.
todo el proceso
Now,
y toda la programación de esa lesión? Porque yo sé que
No.
es verdad que yo vengo y me he criado, como bien saben, en la clínica Premium con muchísimos
I've
fisioterapeutas.
worked with a lot of
Yo quiero
physiotherapists,
trabajar
and
en
I'm used to
equipo.
working in a
Entonces,
team.
igual que mis compañeros
So like my
en una serie de
medical
aspectos,
colleagues
factores más médicos, yo me tengo que fijar en qué momento de
focus
la
on certain
temporada
issues. I have to focus on the area, the time of the season, the physical state of the player.
Pero hay otro tipo de
But there are other
factores
factors
que a mí me gusta
that
tener
I
en
would also like
cuenta,
to take into account.
¿sí? Y me da cuenta de ello. Ciclo menstrual y
And is
diferentes
menstrual
factores que a
cycle
continuación
and other factors.
intentaremos desarrollar de una manera muy resumida por el tiempo de la
I'm going to try and be brief, but to keep within the time I have
en el
available.
que yo me
But
baso, que nos dice la evidencia, como también ha dicho Diego, que hay
As
que
Diego
ver
said,
también, los deportistas, hay que estudiar bien el
we have to
artículo.
really
Entonces, a ver,
study this in depth.
hay que plantear bien eso, ¿vale? No me deja pasar la... Perdonar, ¿eh? No me deja...
Saúl, mira, coges la pantalla en negro, la pantalla de arriba donde pone JO.
They're discussing
arriba,
connection issues again.
la arrastras, ya está.
Ya está, vale, perfecto. Perdona. Vale.
Okay, there we go.
Yo cuando he pasado del fútbol masculino,
So when I went from men's to women's
yo
football,
intento ver qué
I tried to see what kind of similarities there are, but also what differences.
si hay alguna diferencia que yo
There's the
tengo que tener en
difference we have to take into
cuenta a
account.
la hora de abordar una
Well, it's important, and then when we have to look at recovery.
En ese momento me pongo a ver
So
bibliografía y nos
I
dicen
looked at the
estos
literature
factores.
and I saw these
De manera
factors,
resumida,
just to summarize.
¿vale?
in women's football, there's a greater frequency of articular injuries, joint lesions. This is in football, above all, more injuries to the joints. Now, within the 50% of knees, 50% of the injuries are knees, and 20% is ACL injuries. And so that means that there's it takes longer to recover, because in men's football, there are more bruises in men's football, more muscular injuries, and that requires less time. And this is something that we have to take into account in women's football. So to get them back into the game, I have to focus on this difference then. There are similarities both in terms of strikers and defence, in terms of the types of contact and type of injuries they have. So just briefly, I realize I have to be very, very careful about quadriceps. I'll explain why later. And in the knee and ankle. And it's above all to do with the joints. And the patella is very important here. And so we need to look at how they can best recover. Now, I came to the conclusion, and I spoke to other colleagues who work in women's sport, and I came to the conclusion that, well, these three things are important: anatomic aspects, biomechanical, and hormonal. Now, I try to be very efficient and proactive. I don't have a particular player that I work with, but a whole group, so I have to be practical about this. Now, regarding anatomical factors, this is something that someone else said. There are certain things that can't be modified. These are patterns that we have to be clear about, and things we can't modify. But it's important to understand this in terms of movement, in terms of neuromuscular patterns. So the width of the pelvis obviously is greater in women, and that generates a greater Q angle and differences in the limbs. So what happens then? So that does create certain differences in the feet, and different pronation. Now there's less collagen fibers. Now the ACL is smaller, and there's less of a transversal section. Now if they have got less resistance to tension, then we need to be more progressive. And so we're focusing on the anatomical pattern, and we're focusing on key points in different parts of the injury in a progressive manner. Now regarding the biomechanical aspects, I looked at the literature on biomechanical patterns within sport, such as changing direction and jumping, and there are certain studies that have been done about changing directions and looking at 3D models. And what you see in red, that's the movement pattern of the women's skeleton, and in blue is the men's pattern. So you can see there are certain differences there. Now what is quite clear is that there is a greater external rotation of the hip when changing direction. There's also a greater abduction of the knee, and and there's increase in the pronation, the peak pronation of the foot.
Hay diferencias significativas. Incluso hay artículos en los que ya no solo son con que la muestra es menor, pero con a lo mejor universidades, sino que también son.
This is at all levels of sport.
En estudios prospectivos, por ejemplo, la liga alemana, primera
in the first division and all different levels. Now, once we understand this,
ocurre que este es el movimiento, pero yo como soy un enfermo del patrón neuromuscular, la cadena muscular es lo que guía este movimiento. Por lo tanto, me voy
in order for this movement to occur, how does everything else then allow this difference to take place? With the neuromuscular pattern, what kind of neuromuscular pattern is required to produce these differences between men and women? So this is the idea.
Now
there's an HQ ratio which has been altered. There's a greater activation. So just imagine there's this movement ratio is different. And there's an imbalance in the abductor-adductor pattern. There's more lateral movement. There's greater activation because of this change, as I said. So this gives us ideas from a biomechanical point of view to understand what direction we need to go in for recovery, and it gives us a more detailed approach. There's also a pattern of kicking. So, if they're told that the HQ ratio of the quadriceps has been changed, then I have to think of the sporting pattern of this particular sport and think, what's happening with this movement? So I started to look at certain articles on the subject, and I found this article which says that this difference does exist. Now, the leg that is kicking has a greater amount of adduction. A lot of people think that muscular injuries occur especially in the kicking leg, but it also causes lesions elsewhere. There's a greater adduction in women's football than in men's football as a result of kicking. So we have to take this into account in prevention. We have to reinforce all of this muscle structure and transference. Because if the neuromuscular pattern is important, well, I think that we can't disassociate that from the exercises that are done. So the medium gluteus, after 15-20 repetitions, why don't we get the athletes to stand and do stability exercises? Now, there are many other examples. So there is a neuromuscular pattern, and so we have to develop associated with exercises. Now, the knees are also affected. Now, there's greater valgus forces on the knee. But, because of this difference of adduction, we have to align the neuromuscular pattern to rebalance it, the core and the hips, to get the right stabilization, and all the crossed joint injuries as well. And we have to have a significant recovery program. So we have to combine all of this. So we've got a greater activation in all of these occurrences during the kicking, less flexion in the hip, And so there's a domination of the quadriceps in the muscular pattern. The quadriceps dominate.
Mayor en zona de aductora, en zona de, por ejemplo, tema de pubalgias.
In women's football, as I said,
como he comentado antes, en la epidemiología,
there's a greater incidence of quadricep muscular lesions because there's a poorly coordinated structure, so the kicking leads to these sorts of lesions. We've also looked at the anatomical factor, biomechanical factor, the displacement, jumping, and what differences are there? Well, my colleagues have mentioned a number of things, the hormones. Now, in this area, of course, we could talk about that for a long time, but I know I don't have a lot of time, and I'm the last speaker, but now, the hormone cycle, I realize increasingly that it's very important. In fact, a lot of my training is based on that. Something that has to be taken into account. Now, when it comes to recovery, it's the same thing. As Diego Blanco was saying before, I focus on the menstrual cycle and different phases. There's a follicular phase, and there's the early and late follicular phase. Now, the late follicular phase, and at the time of ovulation, there you have the red cross for the estrogen, and estrogen increases just prior to ovulation. So for football, for women's football, estrogen is being on fire. That's the point when the players have a greater anabolic activity. The neuromuscular system is works harder, and there's also an improvement in recovery. So they recover better. The whole neuromuscular system is a lot more activated. So we need to take advantage of that phase. And then there's also progesterone. And that goes to intracortical inhibition, a greater catabolism, and at a subjective level, if you ask a player, the late luteal phase, which is just before menstruation, from a subjective point of view, even if there's not clear scientific evidence, but at the subjective level, the player does feel much more tired. Everything requires extra effort. And so her performance usually is drops. Now, there's not a significant scientific evidence for that there's greater risk of muscular lesion. There's not much evidence of that. But with estrogen, there's the collagen synthesis, and that's essentially what happens. With relaxina, there's relaxation, but there are also some studies where they said that relaxina, even if there's an increase of it during that phase, there are no clear patterns. So I focus a lot on this graph and on these falling and rising of estrogen progesterone levels. Now then, the physicians and nutritionists have to look at this as well, and they have to look at different aspects, but when it comes to recovery from training, this is important. And now, just to finish, there's a typical knee injury program. These are the key points. Now, the programs are the same, that's clear. But when I'm asked about key points in female sport recovery, this is what I would talk about. So in functional recovery, in the first phases, if you see that the neuromuscular pattern is so important and the biomechanics of movements involve various different techniques that lead to a higher risks later on, we have to look at all these different phases to find some educational patterns that we can explain to the player. Some techniques for performing certain movements so that they're as effective as possible. Exercises that allow the player to internalize the movement. So there's so many different things we can do. They can lie down with the head up. And there's all sorts of different exercises they can do. This can also help with aligning and
Muchas gracias, Saúl.
Thank you, excellent presentation, and thank you for being so for making sure that your presentation didn't run over time. It's been an incredible round table. Let's move on to the Q&A session now. We have a few questions ready for you. We're running a bit late, so we're going to be shooting through them. For Blanca.
Ha habido un dato muy importante, ¿no? Que mientras que en la parte masculina no hay roturas del ligamento cruzado anterior.
So we talked about the differences between men's and women's paddle. We've seen that in women's paddle, the incidence of ACL injuries is slightly higher than in men's paddle. How can players avoid this instance? Right, thank you very much for your question. There are 4 or 5 different aspects to take into account. The first one is hip mobility. Throughout today's presentations, we've seen how important hip mobility can be. So I'd work on the so-called SCARS notion, complete mobility, open and closed kinetic chains, because those 2 exercises entail different kinetic developments for the player. Logically, globally speaking, the strength of the knee, at least in my opinion, is very important in terms of hamstring injury prevention. If the system is healthy, you'll be able to better prevent ACL injury. Work on your landing as well. Work on your landing. Start landing on both feet. And then as you get better on all of the other parameters, you can start learning how to land on just one foot, and then over time you can combine all of these factors once the athlete has been properly trained, and then you start working on quick changes of pace on the pitch, direction changes on the pitch whilst running. It's possible, based on these factors, to design a very thorough protocol. Thank you, great answer. Diego.
Me ha llamado mucho la atención, sinceramente lo desconocía, que incluso puede haber en un campeonato de badminton 2 partidos.
Sometimes in badminton championship you even get to play 2 games in a single day. Carolina Marin, Spanish athlete, recently won an important championship, but badminton is a very demanding sport. How do you work towards helping the athlete recover in between games? Yes, so in some tournaments we have to play several matches a day, but in high-profile tournaments that's not the case. Vast majority of tournaments Carolina takes part in, it's only 1 game a day. It is true, however, that sometimes she has to compete in minor tournaments, and we've had to deal with that. So how do we go about it? First off, we work on the joints a bit to restore a bit of proprioception. We also stimulate the blood flow, a little stretching as well, light stretching, and a little press therapy and a little cryotherapy to speed up the recovery. And we do a lot of activation exercises we never repeat the same protocol we used before the first match. We generally use a different one that's a lot lighter. And that's more or less the pathway for these situations. Thank you very much, Diego. Mónica de la Cueva.
¿Qué pensamos sobre el trabajo hipopresivo, sobre los ejercicios hipopresivos para
What do you think about low pressure exercises to strengthen the pelvic floor? That's a controversial topic. Really. Studies have shown that through exploration, well, at least when investigations have been made using ultrasound and thorough explorations of the pelvic floor, and it would seem like these exercises do not lead to an activation of the pelvic floor. What we can do is verify that in a given exercise the pelvic floor is doing the exact contractions I want it to do. So there are lots of postural exercises that can be done, but generally speaking few of them involve low pressure work, hypopressure exercises. Low pressure exercises can be a great pathway, but they need to be ad hoc exercises designed specifically for one particular function of the pelvic floor. They won't strengthen it as a whole. Thank you very much. Very often, when we ask athletes or just regular people, are you able to contract your transversal muscle in the pelvic floor? They say yes, but they're actually not able to do that. And a lot of those people who actually know where the pelvic floor is are unable to contract the transversal muscle. That's absolutely true. Amateurs, elite athletes alike believe that, for example, they're perfectly able to contract the transversal muscle because they do Pilates, and then if we do an ultrasound we realize that if they try to contract it, the contraction to actually achieve is very, very small. It is true that other muscles become activated, engaged before the transversal muscle. We're talking about some functional work that is highly specified here, and it can be complicated to activate, to engage the exact muscles that you want engaged. So it's important to educate your athletes. Thank you very much, Mónica. Last question for Sal. In women's football, there are more quadriceps injuries. How can we strengthen that muscle with a view to preventing injury? So first of all, we have to look at whether or not there is any kind of deficit, functional deficit in the muscle. Before we start training, we have a preventive protocol that we like to employ. We do squats to activate the vastus medialis. For example, we do exercises like that. That doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be able to prevent injury. However, if you want to do that, you also have to work with weights a bit on the vastus medialis and the quadriceps. Once you do that, you improve control of the athletes over changes of pace and changes of direction, and control over the kicking leg.
y cuando tú cambias de dirección se crea un patrón de frenada, descéntrico.
Whenever anytime you kick, you use given a specific muscle engagement pattern that we are able to measure, and
muchísimas gracias, Saúl.
That's what we do.
De verdad, un placer teneros a los
It's been a pleasure to have the four of you at this round table.
Para todos los que estáis al otro lado de la cámara,
we're going to have a short break now. We'll see you at 3 o'clock, so a half-hour lunch break. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gracias. Chao. Hasta luego, chao. Chao.
Volvemos a las 3.
Hola a todos, buenas tardes, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. How are you all?
La jornada de la tarde. Gracias por
So we're going to start the afternoon session. Thanks for your time. Thanks for waiting for us. We had to solve a few technical problems. But I'd really like to thank all of the different technicians who've made this possible. Sometimes it leads to certain difficulties. But without further ado, let's kick off this afternoon session. We've got some very interesting things in store for you. We're going to start with Digue and Guillermo Aldiano, who's a student in the Master in the Real Madrid school, and he's also a professional physiotherapist for the rehabilitation team in Madrid. And it's a great pleasure for me, as a member of the organization, to be able to work with a great professional such as Guillermo. But also to be working with one of the students of this master.
La relevancia y los compañeros que tenemos en el máster son buenísimos y así
excellent professionals have come out of this masters, and he's going to represent his whole group.
Está aquí al frente con Guillermo Aldiano. Nos va a hablar sobre
and he's going to talk about how language affects our athletes, a lot of neuromarketing. Guillermo knows a lot about that, as well as about physiotherapy. I hope this you find this as exciting as we do. So, Guillermo, over to you. Thank you very much.
Que me hayáis invitado a participar en este evento.
For me, it's a great pleasure to be here and to take part in this spectacular event.
Y nada, bueno,
with so many great professionals.
Intentar aportar mi pequeño granito de arena con lo que opino que
I'm going to try and just give my little grain of sand to this great area.
Deportiva, el proceso de recuperación de lesiones en nuestros deportistas, tanto
No, I'm going to talk about recovery from injuries, and this physical aspect of recovery, of course.
Y tener en cuenta que somos una parte muy importante de su día a día y es algo que me gustaría expresar.
This is something which is a very important part of my day-to-day life, and what I want to express in this speech is to explain my end of master's project.
En los últimos años, salir a correr se ha convertido en un hábito muy popular.
Going out jogging has become something very popular.
De vida saludable, pero una
people who want to have a healthy lifestyle.
Actividad,
but excessive or incorrect jogging can lead to a risk of injury if it's not done correctly. It's estimated that about 58 euros per person is spent, not per runner, but per person in the world, is spent on on injuries. Also, that includes indirect impacts such as not being able to go to work. And that has an economic impact. And this is received the term running-related injuries. So, what are the risk factors associated with running? Well, there are a lot of them. My colleagues have mentioned them. Dynamic valgus, the pelvis, rigidity, in the maximum flexion angle. And in this case, I'm going to focus on the deficit, flexion deficit of the ankle. There are a lot of injuries related to this lack of mobility in the flexion of the ankle. But it's the intersegment balance that I want to talk about. And the
muchísimas lesiones como la fasciopatía
plantar,
tendinopatía aquilea,
lesions,
el síndrome de estrés
de
la tibia, lo que conocemos todos como periostitis. Hay muchísimas lesiones relacionadas con este déficit de la movilidad
related to this section of mobility, and there are a lot of tools
Antes de nada, uno de los mensajes
for
que me
improving
gustaría
mobility there.
transmitir con esta charla
Now,
es que
above all,
debemos
one of the
erradicar
messages I want to
el
send out here
concepto de
is that we need
inmovilización en el
to
proceso de recuperación de lesión.
eradicate the
Desde el
concept of
instante en que se produce una
immobilization
lesión,
in
en el
recovery.
mismo
As soon as
instante
there's an
comienza
injury,
a
as
producirse un
soon as there
deterioro
is,
en la representación cortical de
there's
ese área,
a
que puede
deterioration
mitigarse
in that area,
fácilmente con una
which can be
movilización
easily
temprana.
mitigated
Hay estudios con
with
resonancia
early
magnética funcional
mobilization.
que hablan
There are
que desde las 3 horas posteriores a la
studies of
movilización
people in
ya
confinement where they say
comienza
that from 3 hours
a
after
producirse ese deterioro en la representación
confinement,
cortical
they
de la
already
área que ha sido
see
lesionada. Por lo tanto, más allá de los efectos que pueda
deterioration.
tener la
So
movilización
beyond the
temprana sobre la
effects
estructura,
that
tenemos que tener
early
muy en
mobilization can
cuenta
have on the
los
structure, we
efectos a
also
nivel
have to
sistémico.
remember
Cuando un deportista
the
fractura el
systemic
peroné, es
effects.
lógico que pensemos en
When there's a
bueno,
perineum
tiene
is
otra
fractured,
pierna, tiene un
in
miembro superior, tiene un
the way you
tronco,
could think, well, they've got
tiene
they've
un
also got
sistema
a
energético que podemos trabajar, pero también tenemos que pensar en la propia estructura que está lesionada.
they've got a torso, they've got arms, they've got another leg,
cero.
and that's true. But we have to think
Evidentemente, no
about
nos
the
referimos exclusivamente a una
mobilization
movilización
of
explícita. Podemos hablar de una
the
movilización
particular limb or the joint.
movilización
And this can be implicit
no
implicit
es
mobilization.
necesario que se traduzca en movimiento final. Es decir, activamos los
It doesn't
patrones
have to become
mentales
a
previos
final
a la
movement.
realización del movimiento. Una de las herramientas que ha demostrado mucha
Now, one of the
eficacia
tools
en este
which has
sentido es
proven
la
itself to be
imaginería
very
motora.
effective
En
is
esta imaginería se activan los
motor
mismos circuitos
imagination.
neuronales previos a la
So the
ejecución del
same
movimiento.
neural
Esto implica
patterns are
unas
fired in the
áreas
brain
perceptivas
as in real
integrativas del
movement.
sistema nervioso
So that
central que
involves the
contribuyen
perceptive areas
al
of the central
mantenimiento de
nervous
la
system
representación
that
cortical de
contribute
este
to
área.
maintaining
Además de haberse
cortical
observado efectos muy
perception.
importantes con esta imaginería en la
And there's
reducción
very
de
important perceptions
inflamación,
in this
que es algo
imaginary
bastante,
process in
bastante
reducing
significativo, aparte
inflammation,
de la disminución
which is very
en
significant,
la atrofia.
and also
Aún así
reduces
que,
atrophy.
cuando no se puede hacer una contracción isométrica, ni siquiera porque haya una
Now, when
fractura
there's
de peroné, no
an
podamos
isometric
presionarle porque tiene que consolidar
contraction,
ese callo, aún así hay multitud de estrategias como la
there
realidad
are a
virtual,
lot of
inmersiva,
strategies
aumentada, el trabajo con metrónomo que tienen la
with
capacidad de
virtual reality,
aumentar
augmented
esa
reality,
excitabilidad
which
corticoespinal. Bueno, esto
can
daría para
increase
muchísimas
this
horas de charlas y
corticospinal
vamos a
stimulus.
centrarnos en la herramienta que
So I'm going to
vamos a
focus
utilizar
now
para
on the
este
tools
proyecto de fin
that
de
we're going
máster,
to
que
use
es el
for this
entrenamiento inclusivo.
end of
Hay
project, end of master's project.
Dos herramientas, el
There are two
entrenamiento
tools
de restricción
mostly.
de flujo y el flossing.
There's
El flossing es
blood flow restriction
esa herramienta
and
que
flossing.
utilizaremos en el estudio, pero antes quiero hacer un inciso respecto al blood flow restriction. Es simplemente un manguito neumático
No, blood flow restriction.
que
It's
se coloca preferiblemente en la parte proximal de
it's
una
using a
extremidad
pump,
y se aumenta
which
la
is on
presión
one side
hasta
of
ocurrir parcialmente
a
en torno al
limb,
70-80%
and
del flujo
it
arterial
increases
y
pressure to
lo que
about
produce completamente
70-80%
es el
of
retorno
blood
venoso.
flow.
¿Qué conseguimos con esto? Conseguimos
Now, what do we
producir un
achieve with this?
efecto ácido, un entorno
Well, it
ácido con un aumento de
produces
lactato y un
an
estrés metabólico que
acid
fomenta
situation because it
la
increases lactic acid,
en este
and
estudio
that
podéis ver aquí
produces
se demostró
hypertrophy.
como un entrenamiento
And in
con
this study,
un
it was shown
20%
how
del
a
RM con
training
unas cargas
with
muy ligeras
20%
unido al entrenamiento
RM
inclusivo obtenía los mismos incrementos en
obtained
hipertrofia que
the
un
same results,
entrenamiento convencional al
same
80% que es
increase
un
of
entrenamiento
hypertrophia
clásico de hipertrofia,
as
con lo
in
cual
a classical
es una ganancia muy
training.
importante en el estrés metabólico
That's
y
a
una
significant
disminución
gain
muy
in
importante en el
metabolic
estrés
stress
mecánico
and an
necesario en
important
el proceso
reduction
lesional.
in the mechanical
Además de
stress
eso, los
required to achieve
perito-laboradores
this.
hablaron del rol eferente de los nociceptores.
Now, we've also talked about the efferent role. There's that hypoxic environment,
con un ambiente muy
ischemic
ácido
environment,
contribuye a que una
with
señal frente
a
al
high level of
sistema
lactic
central
acid,
exprese en
and
mayor medida
anabolic environment.
factores
And here is a greater
neurotróficos como
expression
la
of
hormona de
neurotropic
crecimiento,
factors, such as growth
la hormona
hormones,
relacionada con la insulina,
the hormone
con la
related
hipoxia,
to insulin,
el factor
hypoxia,
endotelial vascular. Es decir,
and
un montón
cardiovascular.
de neurotransmisores que
So,
potencian
a lot of
la
neurotransmitters
señalización anabólica
that
y, lo más importante, mejoran la función cognitiva. Hay un aumento en la representación
improve
cortical.
cognitive
Se piensa
performance.
que es porque esa compresión fomenta la
It's believed that this
representación cortical de
compression
los
caused by this
sistemas
pump
somatotorios. Muy importante en deporte.
increases all of these
En
aspects,
cuanto al
and this is very important
entrenamiento,
in
oclusivo con
athletes.
flossing, vamos a
Now,
ser,
with occlusive
intentar ser
training with
muy
flossing,
concisos. La evidencia
we try to
principal
be
radica
very
en la
concise.
reducción de dolor y la
The
mejora de
main
la
idea
movilidad,
is to
tanto por
reduce
efectos
pain
periféricos
and
como
improve
por
mobility,
efectos
both for
externos.
peripheral
En cuanto a
effects
efectos
and
periféricos,
somatotropic
esta red ortodoxa que
effects.
fueron
So
los
regarding
que
peripheral effects,
utilizaron allá por 2013, hablaban del efecto de Fizaya
here we see some
para
a test
justificar
in 2013.
estas adaptaciones del sistema miofascial. Estas adaptaciones intrafasciales han sido han
These
encontrado
intrafacial special adaptations were supported by Carla Steckel studies or Robert Slade, amongst others. And they talk about this effect, how this produces a fragmentation of the polymers, and this fracture strengthens this hydraulic function. So what does that mean? It means that it has a sponge effect. It increases, it fills up the endometrial canals and improves the agility, as we can see on the right-hand side here. And on the upper image, here is a blue image, which is a tissue with less mobility, and all of this red area is the hyaluronic acid from the hysteresis. But it's not just this peripheral effect that there's also this somatotopic effects at a systemic level, which relate to the lesioned area, and through the bandage we have an ischemic effect caused by this compression, which activates the modulator system for pain, which we recognize of conditioned modulated response to pain, and so with this cortical effect we can reduce the pain. And then we have an external focus which facilitates the results. This is a Wolf study in 2016. Here we see an increase in performance and motor performance. But this is not quite so clear because there were later studies that have tried to reproduce the results of this Wolf study and they weren't able to. So it's somewhat questioned. It's pending confirmation. Now, regarding the clinical trial that, which I'm talking about, we're doing a systematic review of all current attempts to use flossing in mobility. Here is a summary of the most important articles in this systematic review. There's a consensus here with statistically significant figures that it improves the mobility, but it's a very marginal effect, and in some cases there's no effect. But the evidence does strongly suggest an improvement. Another thing about these studies is that they're just done over one day. It's a pre-intervention or a post-intervention, and that's it. They don't go for a long time. The same. There is a certain amount of bias here as well, and there's no follow-up period. There's only one of the trials which analyzes further elements, which is the one done in 2017, and that looks at the sprint and jumping. And, so if we analyze the peripheral and systemic effects of flossing, all the studies performed just look at tissue effects and how that can affect performance. So here you see the linear impacts, but there are important, basic, fundamental elements left behind, such as previous experience or expectations. According to the complex dynamic systems, we have to understand that a movement is no more than a motor output, where there's processing, and this results in a certain action, the final action. The result always depends on the emotional interpretation through the parts of the brain, the amygdala, hypothalamus. All of these parts of the brain send information to the premotor part, which are, say to M1, perform such and such a muscular action. So we can't just limit ourselves to understanding the tissue, we have to understand the brain. So now the athlete is a person who has to be very vigilant. The brain of the athlete is, we have to imagine it like someone who's very obsessive, like a control freak. They need to know every detail of what they're doing, how things are being done, and where they're being done. Now, the more information we have in the cerebral cortex regarding a specific situation and part of the body, especially if it has an injury, the less the more sense of freedom the athlete will have in terms of variability of the movement. On the other hand, we know that expectations modulate the cortical spinal excitability, so that increases motivation and psychomotor generation. Now, so a positive experience can drive the system to self-organize itself to find the best motor strategies to foster greater performance and variability in motor function. This is something you can see summarized there. There's a greater sense of certainty, and that leads to greater output. So we use this bandaging, and if this comes along with a greater expectations that increases performance. Increases motor performance.
Entonces, dicho todo esto y justificado el estudio, ¿cómo
lo llevamos a cabo?
Pues haremos un ensayo clínico
how did we actually conduct this study? Well, it was a randomized controlled trial, and it was a single-blind parallel trial with 20 runners, and the sample was calculated on the smallest detectable amount of the study, and this was established in 2012. This trial also had a follow-up period of 6 weeks. We had pre and post series. There were 2 groups, control groups, both with 10 subjects. These are the variables we looked at: the flexion, the knee flexion,
la fuerza isométrica en flexión plantar con
dinamometría
manual,
dynametric
la fuerza elástico-explosiva con el CMJ,
the explosive elastic
en este caso MyLab 2 de Carlos Basalobra, y la estabilidad la mediremos con el Y Balance Test, la versión reducida del STAR Excursion. Este sería el esquema que representaría lo que queremos hacer. Un grupo con expectativa inducida,
so we have one group with induced expectations, verbal expectations, which are the same for all subjects in that group, and they receive this in various points, the same expectations, and the neutral expectation control arm. They suggest certain expectations, but they don't bias them. It's just neutral. They just told that they don't know what's going to happen with this bandaging. And exactly the same thing with flossing. So this shows that if there's a difference between the groups, what is making it work with the corticospinal excitation is influenced by expectations. That's what it would prove. So here's the chronogram of the study.
Perfecto. En la línea de arriba podemos ver el proceso a través del cual introduciríamos el grupo experimental. Induciríamos una expectativa positiva.
We induce a positive expectation verbally, the same one for all the subjects, in 3 separate periods, alongside removal of flossing. However, on the control group, we just induce neutral expectations at the beginning, saying we don't know what will happen, and we intervene in the other periods with exactly the same application of flossing. And then after 6 weeks, we do a follow-up, and we see if there are any medium-term differences in the sporting performance of the athlete, and we can see whether expectations have played an important role, expectations in relation to flossing. This study has been recorded in clinical trials.
No hemos podido llevar a cabo ese reclutamiento y ese muestreo, con lo cual, bueno, yo os invito desde aquí a que si estáis interesados en el tema y aportar deportistas para formar parte del estudio o formar parte del estudio, y ya para terminar, me gustaría lanzar un mensaje, y es que tenemos que pensar que para prevenir una lesión en un deportista, siempre lo hacemos pensando en esos factores biomecánicos.
We tend to think of biomechanical factors that predispose athletes towards injuries.
Creo que es algo reduccionista.
We think of structure above everything else, and we think it's something reductionist.
Debemos potenciar los factores motivacionales, tanto intrínsecos
como
extrínsecos,
But it's important to focus on both intrinsic and extrinsic motivational factors. So positive expectations in an athlete increase their motivation, and that means that the central nervous system organizes itself to best use all of its resources to execute these activities with the best excitational levels, and that means a lower risk of injuries. Benjamin Dia says that we're going in the wrong direction
tal vez no
in
sea
avoiding
mejor
a risk.
entrenar un sprint que un Nordic Pull para prevenir una lesión de isquiotibiales, porque tenemos que pensar en cuál es el mejor ejercicio para ese deportista.
No, it's important to think
hoy le
about what the
apetece
sort
entrenar un
of
sprint, pero si uno le
exercises
apetece, no
are
le
for an
apetece el
exercise. They might
sprint
want to
porque
do
no
a
va a
sprint.
explotar todo su potencial. Cuando un determinado protocolo
Now,
preventivo
if there's
tiene
a
más
particular
evidencia científica que otro,
prevention protocol
estamos
has
olvidando
more
las
scientific basis than another one,
individuales
we're
del
forgetting
deportista,
about
sus
the
gustos,
individual
sus creencias,
aspects of
su
each
motivación, todo esto
athlete,
será
their tastes,
mucho más
their beliefs, their
influyente
motivation.
en la eficiencia
All
de
of this
tu
could have an
sistema
even
y su
greater influence
bioplástico.
on the central nervous
Considero, por
system
lo tanto,
and
que
on
no hay un
and so
determinado ejercicio para cada deportista,
considering that,
sino un
that there's
deportista
not one type
para
of
cada
exercise
ejercicio.
for each athlete,
Al fin y
but
al cabo, de la motivación
it should be
viene la
individualized. So
especialización.
motivation
Muchas gracias.
is very important here. Thank you very much.
Eso es todo. Si tienes alguna duda, Sergio.
That is all.
Si
Do you
no,
have any doubts,
damos paso al turno de
Sergio?
preguntas.
Hola.
If you don't,
¿Me oís?
maybe we can move on to the Q&A session.
Sí, yo te oigo perfectamente.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Perdonad que no os oigo yo ahora, voy a salirme.
¿Dejo de compartir pantalla? Sí, ¿no?
Should I stop the screen sharing?
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Me oís ahora?
Sí, yo te oigo perfecto.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you,
Yo no os
Sergio.
escucho a vosotros. Compañera técnica, ¿me podéis echar una mano?
¿Qué te pasa, Sergio? ¿No consigues oírte?
No debe oír, sí. Sí, el volumen lo tengo bien. Es verdad que esta mañana...
Good evening, let's carry on. We apologize about the technical inconvenience.
Con el gran
Without
placer,
further
el enorme
ado,
placer que tengo de verdad de
it
estar
is
aquí con
with great
compañeros
pleasure
y con gente con las que
that
he
I'm
vivido
joining
momentos
these
profesionales
wonderful
y
colleagues,
por supuesto nos
people
hemos llevado a lo
I've shared
personal
beautiful
en
professional
muchas
moments
ocasiones.
and
Ha
personal
sido
moments
fantástico
with.
contar con deportistas
It's been fantastic over the
como
years
vosotros
to be able
y
to
bueno, pues
work with
sin más,
such high
quería que
profile
en estas jornadas
athletes as
que están destinadas
yourselves.
hacia la lesión deportiva hablaran los verdaderos
So,
protagonistas de
over
esto,
the
como os he
course of
dicho
these
esta
2 days,
mañana
we'll be talking
en
about
mi
sport-related
charla. El
injuries.
protagonista siempre debe ser el deportista. En
And
base a él debe
athletes
ser el epicentro de
need
todo en
to
torno a lo
be
que
put at the
trabajamos
very center of it all,
y es por
at
eso
the
por lo
very
que
center of
queríamos
our activity.
darle voz a
As a result,
tres grandes
we thought we
profesionales del
would
deporte a nivel
organize a
internacional.
session with
Y
3
muy
great
sencillito, sí que os quería
professionals
preguntar en primer lugar,
of the world of sport.
sobre todo, ¿no? ¿Qué sentisteis y qué
And I
cuál
wanted
es
to ask
la
you,
experiencia que tenéis de esa gran lesión tan importante
what was your
como
experience
habéis tenido seguramente a lo largo de vuestra carrera? Así
surrounding
que, Marcos, si te parece,
serious
empezamos por
injuries
ti. Millones de gracias de verdad por tu tiempo. Es un placer verte de nuevo. Espero que nos veamos dentro de poco y con todo esto también nos podamos dar un abrazo dentro de poco tiempo. Así que, Marco, con esas lesiones que has tenido en tu vida deportiva y que, bueno, pues algunas las hemos compartido, ¿qué se le pasa a un deportista, verdad, cuando se lesiona?
What does it feel like to an athlete when they get
Lo
injured?
primero,
What do they
cuando
think
un
about?
deportista se lesiona, desde mi punto de
Well,
vista y
first
lo
off,
que he
when an
vivido yo,
athlete gets
es
injured,
que primeros días siempre
from
son
my
duros,
point of view anyway,
hasta las pruebas,
well,
hasta que
the
te
first days
dicen
are always
la
very,
gravedad
very
y
tough. You've got
todo,
all these tests that
siempre
you've got
son
to
los
take,
días más difíciles de
and
una
you don't know how
recuperación.
serious the injury is. That's very,
Lo
very
que
difficult.
intentaba yo, si tenía una lesión grave,
Whenever I'd
intentaba
get injured, if
desconectarse
it was
primeros días,
a serious
si tenía
injury,
opción, claro.
I always tried
El
sort of
problema
laying
que
low
tenía
for
yo
the first 2
siempre
days, not
quería
thinking
volver un
about it,
poco
laying back and relaxing a bit.
competir porque siempre me gustaba
But then once I got the
competir
results of the
y
initial
sobre
tests,
todo, ahora lo
immediately
voy a decir por
I
primera
would,
vez en mi
you know, start
vida,
looking forward
en
to
mi
getting back
carrera,
to
nunca me
playing.
diría que
Throughout my
un
life,
jugador
throughout
en mi
my career,
posición juega mejor que yo para que no lo pierda.
I've never
Y
wanted
bueno, yo pienso
any of my
que todos los
replacements to
deportistas
perform better than I
piensan
did
lo
because I
mismo
was,
dentro de ello.
you know, I didn't want to
Entonces,
lose
después de estos
my
días, cuando ya tienes
position, lose it out
los
to
resultados,
a teammate, and
empieza el
I'm sure
trabajo
a lot of
y
other
empieza el
colleagues
trabajo de los fisios,
think the
¿Me
same.
oyes?
After
Sí,
you
¿me
get the
oyes?
results,
Vale, perfecto. Entonces,
can you hear me? So I was saying, after you get the
trabajo más
results, you have
importante
to
para mí por
knuckle
parte de
down and
los
start
fisios y
working.
preparadores y
It's very important to work with
los
physiotherapists
doctores,
and
preparadores físicos,
trainers
fisios, todos, es ser psicólogos. Ser psicólogos
and
porque necesita
psychologists.
tranquilizarse primero de todo y hacer
It's
un
very, very
plan
important
para
to
que
understand oneself
puedo
very,
ver,
very well.
La luz del fin del túnel.
You need to be
Entonces,
able
después
to
de
see the
esto
light at
viene
the
el
end of the
trabajo.
tunnel. So
Trabajo nunca no es
your
fácil,
mindset is absolutely
sobre
fundamental.
todo
And
los primeros entrenamientos.
once again, you have to work at it. The
Cuando no hay
first
movilidades, por ejemplo,
training
en
sessions when you have
zona
reduced
tobillos,
mobility, I don't know, in your ankle
lesiones
perhaps,
musculares y donde hay que
or
ser
if you've
siempre
suffered a
hacer
muscular
cosas con peligro y
injury,
con
you've
cuidarse.
always got
Y
to be
bueno,
very, very careful
después
when
de
you're
esto
training.
ya no es tan
And then
difícil porque ya ves que
once you
se
get
mueven
past
las
that, it's not so
cosas,
hard
que
because
los días
you know, you
de
realize that
jugar y
things
competir
have gotten
se
moving,
acercan ya, pero
that
cuando
you're
ya
getting
estás
closer to getting back
a
to the
punto de
pitch.
volver, lo importante es de tranquilizarse
When you're about to
y
return
hablar con los fisios siempre.
to the pitch,
Y
it's
ver que te
important
quitan
to
los minutos de
relax,
juego, que te quitan los minutos sobre
talk
todo,
to your
que no es
physiotherapists,
fácil, nunca
and
podría aceptarlo,
do your best to
pero
understand that if you're not
primero de todo, entrenamientos
playing for the
y
whole
para
duration of the
que
game, it's because you wouldn't be
puede
able
ver un jugador
to
lesionado
withstand that.
que se puede hacer las cosas 100%
So even if you're injured,
poco cogiendo la forma. Pero
what you need to do as soon as you can is start training, get back in shape little by little. I've always felt very eager to get back to the pitch.
Sobre todo en otros países, menos en España, porque en España,
but I never wanted to put my career at risk because of that. In Spain in particular, the personal trainers, physiotherapists, physicians are excellent professionals, very, very high level, completely incomparable to any other country in Europe. Marco, thank you very much.
La salud en el deporte, pues se nos ponen los pelos de punta y desde luego que por supuesto
it's truly given me goosebumps
pues a seguir tus consejos, ¿no? ¿Cuántos deportistas
hear you, former top scorer of the EuroLeague, talk about health in such terms?
Por suerte ahora,
I believe the other speakers will mostly agree with your recommendations regarding getting back to the pitch after an injury. I'm completely sure
fantásticamente bien a todos esos deportistas y por supuesto también
that all of our students too are going to
a poder trabajar.
I greatly appreciate your recommendations, and it is great help for us professionals of the sector as well. So thank you. I'd like to introduce you to José Ignacio Villavélazquez. He's an Olympic athlete from the Spanish national selection, of course. He's a walker. He was going to take part in the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, but he's been awarded a few extra months to keep on preparing for it. He was one of the top 3 walkers, one of the top 3 most likely to win the event. What can you tell us, José Ignacio, about being able to collaborate with experienced physiotherapists in your day-to-day practice? What does an athlete think about this opportunity? When you get injured, what does it feel like? Good afternoon, everyone. I agree with Marco. An athlete is always eager to get back to their activity. In my case, because I'm quite knowledgeable of healthcare in general and physiotherapists, thankfully, I'm able to tell whether or not I'm injured, whether it's a chronic injury or an acute injury, sometimes even better than other doctors and physiotherapists because it's my own body. So I'm able to go to a doctor or go to a physiotherapist with a fairly accurate diagnosis. I completely agree with Marco. I feel the pressure when I'm injured. I always fear that if I stay out for too long, somebody else might step in and steal my spot on the national team, so I always work hard to get back to running and walking as soon as possible, and with a view to doing that as best I can. I like working with a multidisciplinary team, a physician, physiotherapist, podologist, psychologist, personal trainer. It's fundamental, and it's very important for all of these professionals to communicate with one another so that you don't have to talk about your symptoms and your problem each and every time you see one of them. If you get that, then you feel truly pampered, taken care of. You know that all of these incredible professionals are familiar with your case. So I go home and I feel fine because I know I'm being taken care of. That helps you recover. If it's a serious injury, it can take months to get back to training or competing. So the first few days, of course, are very difficult, but it's all about getting back to the top as soon as you're ready to compete again. each physician has their own function. If you need surgery, the surgeon has their own function, the psychologist does too, the podologist, etc., etc., etc. All these different professionals have to give their contribution, and the more diverse this team is, personally, the safer I feel.
Yes, thanks very much for that. So, José Carlos, in your case, you are an expert in sport injuries. And you know, you've worked in Zaragoza, Torrejón, Cartagena. Yes, a lot of aspects of sporting lesions that you've seen, and how have you experienced it? Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me well. I've just opened my mic. Yes, we can hear you fine. Okay, very good. So thanks very much for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be speaking. No, I've been lucky.
Es verdad que dentro de mis 18 años que hago esta temporada como profesional, pues bueno, toco madera, he tenido suerte de no tener una lesión grave.
I've had this career and I've had no serious injury. I'm very fortunate for that.
Desde hace 4 o 5 años pues voy arrastrando una lesión que podía haber sido bastante grave.
For 5 years I had an injury that could have been very severe.
Y que voy poco a poco arrastrando, ¿no? Entonces es verdad que a raíz de ahí, si antes daba importancia a todo el tema de fisioterapia en los clubes y tema médico.
I always thought that physiotherapy was very important, but now I realize just how important it is.
Lo que quieres es cuanto antes volver a competir en la especialidad.
Now we want to go back to competing in our speciality.
¿Cuándo voy a volver? Y sobre todo, ¿cuándo voy a volver al 100%, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en mi caso, al final yo tenía muchas dudas porque siempre notaba molestias,
questions because I always had a lot of
va influido en tu
discomforts, and that can influence your performance. And it means you don't feel completely comfortable. You feel discomforts during the week, and you don't train at 100%. And then you get to the weekend and you have the match. But you know within you that you still have it within you. I think that's the most difficult aspect in a sense.
Como os decía, pues no han sido muy graves, pero siempre
as I said, these injuries have never been very severe.
El que no te permite competir
but it does mean that you can't compete at the level you want to.
A esa fisioterapia que bueno, yo por
so I realized just how important physiotherapy is. Ever since I was young, I understood it was important. But as time has passed, I realized that physiotherapy is really an integral part of your training. Within your training routines, you have to give importance to take care of your health and to be as strong as possible, because you need to have optimum performance in the team. Then there's something José Ignacio said. One thing that's happened to me a lot,
la mala comunicación, ¿no?
Which is poor communication
el fisioterapeuta, el preparador físico, el entrenador,
between the physiotherapist, the trainer,
club, ¿no? No puede ser
and even people in the club.
El fisioterapeuta sepa qué molestia tengo y luego no se comunica
physiotherapist can't always know what. If they know what the discomfort I have, then the physical trainer has to know that, and it shouldn't happen that the trainer is doing trainings with me that aren't good for me because they haven't received that information from the physiotherapist. There has to be good communication between the trainer, the doctor, physiotherapist. So as I said, this is something that I've always considered important, and now I realise just how important it is. We need to fully trust our technical staff, and there has to be this good communication between the physiotherapist, physical trainer.
Bueno, millones de gracias y
okay, thank you very much. Just to finish, I don't take up more time, but just a little recommendation, Marco. What recommendation could you give to people who work in this area of athlete's health? Well, first of all, you have to be patient with all injuries. things take their time. An injured athlete always has to do their own work. As physiotherapists, and physicians and everyone has to have their role. It's step by step, day by day, and then eventually the time to compete will arrive.
Pues un poco en la línea de lo que dice Marco, ¿no? Que los
tejidos
tienen un proceso de recuperación
tissues
que no
have a recovery process that we can't accelerate. Even if the physiotherapist and the physician work very well, there are certain processes that can't be sped up more than a certain level. So you have to be patient, you have to work well so that the recovery is good, but you have to be patient because tissues need their time to regenerate, and you have to respect those times.
Pues,
José Carlos.
Bueno, yo un poco también, como comentan ellos, aparte de la paciencia, creo que también hay algo que comentaba en su charla nuestro compañero Guille, que es el tema de la positividad,
was saying that positivity is very important.
Los deportistas, pues cuando llegamos a una pequeña molestia,
so athletes, when we have some kind of discomfort, we often feel down, and having a physiotherapist who can transmit positivity and can tell you what you need to know, I think that's also very important. It's essential for the athlete. Well, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to have you with us here. I look forward to seeing you face to face at some point. Thank you for all the work that you've done to maintain a sporting career at the top level. So thanks very much to all three of you. Your opinions are absolutely fundamental here. So thank you for teaching us so much, and it's good to learn firsthand from all of you. So I send you warm hugs and thank you very much for coming here and speaking. Thank you very much. Thanks to you.
Adiós.
Adiós.
Bueno, pues mirad, si queréis vamos a continuar con Mikel Aranberri, que le tenemos por ahí.
We're going to start with Mikel Aranberri, who's here.
Disculpas por cómo vamos de tiempo.
Apologize for the fact that we're behind time.
Es real. Las frases del fútbol es así y cosas del directo.
This is what football's like. This is live, and when everything's live, it's more difficult. So we have Mikel here, who is here available to continue his work day. He's given us a bit of a space. So thanks so much for this. No, it's a great pleasure.
Pero sobre todo, pues también, ¿no? Gracias porque
above all,
tenemos ante nosotros al doctor Mikel Aranberri, asesor en traumatología del Real Madrid Club de Fútbol. También lleva la selección española de rugby, es el CEO de la clínica Alay. Y bueno, pues a sus espaldas no podríamos estar hablando todo el rato de los conocimientos y experiencias.
No, he's got great amount of experience in consultancy, and we can't talk about all of his experience because then we wouldn't be 20 minutes behind, but we'd be a whole week behind in the schedule because there's so much to say. But he talks about this issue with great passion. So I don't think I can really do justice to his great experience, and it's a great pleasure working with you on a day-to-day basis, Miguel. You work with various different athletes and patients.
Como veis, ya está Mikel ahí en pleno funcionamiento con sus compañeros. Espero
now I can see that you're working hard with all of your colleagues, and I hope that you really enjoy this.
Para dejarle irse a su jornada habitual, presento el resto
so that you can go to your back to your usual job. So it's a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergio.
Voy a compartir pantalla, si os parece.
I'm going to share my screen.
¿Veis bien la presentación?
Can you see the presentation okay? Yes.
Bueno, empiezo. Vale, bueno, en
So
primer
begin.
lugar, agradecer a la
So first of all,
Europea y por
I'd
supuesto
like
a
to thank
Sergio
the
en
university
esta jornada
and
de
Sergio
la clase
and
deportiva.
for inviting me
Para
to
mí un
this
placer estar con
workshop.
todos
This is
vosotros
a great pleasure to
y
be here with all of you.
poder, como ha dicho Sergio, compartir nuestras
Now,
experiencias
as
en este mundo
Sergio,
del deporte,
here we are
que es
able
lo que
to
nos agrada.
share our experience
Y bueno, voy
here.
a
We
hablar
really
un
enjoy this.
poquito de mi experiencia
I'm
en
going to
traumatología
talk
deportiva
a
a la
bit about my
rodilla.
experience in traumatology in the knee.
Bueno, comenzar la introducción siempre es muy importante.
Now I'm going to start with introduction. It's always very important
traumatología deportiva hablar de la
in
alineación,
sports
de la
traumatology to talk
la
about
estructura ósea,
alignment,
la
bone
radiología de un
structure.
jugador que no es isco en este caso, y valoramos mucho la biomecánica,
And
aunque también, como
we
hemos
look at
visto
the
antes, hay que prestar
biomechanics.
atención no solo a la biomecánica,
As I said,
sino
you have to
a la
pay attention
biología,
not just to
por
biomechanics,
supuesto.
but
Los
biology,
ligamentos,
of
la
course.
exploración física,
So
es muy
ligaments,
importante, como vamos a ir
this is all
viendo
very important.
a partir de ahora.
As
Entonces,
we keep saying.
en la exploración
So,
de los deportistas, pues
when we
comienza,
do
por
this
ejemplo, con la exploración
tests
del valgo,
with
porque la
athletes, we
lesión
look at
del
the
ligamento arterial
valgus
es muy frecuente, o
because
la
there's a
exploración del
lot
varo
of
también.
injuries there.
Y, por ejemplo, vamos a centrar un poquito la charla en quizá
And
la
also,
lesión
we're going to talk about
más común
the
y grave
most common
en el
and
deporte, que es
severe
la
injury in
lesión del
sport,
ligamento cruzado anterior. Aquí
which
tenemos
is
una
the
paciente que he
anterior
seleccionado, que está
instability.
operada de la rodilla izquierda,
So
pero
here you see a patient who's been operated on the left knee.
Entonces, fijaos cómo tiene un test de Lachman positivo y
there's
esto
a Lachman test that's positive.
todos los fisioterapeutas tenemos que saber
And the
y
physiotherapists,
saber
we have to
detectar,
know
tener el tacto,
to
la sensibilidad para detectar
detect,
una maniobra de Lachman o
we have
incluso un test de PO-Shift,
this Lachman, even with
que
a
es un test
shift
dinámico
tech,
que nos,
which is a dynamic
que
test,
nos habla de la inestabilidad de la rodilla.
which shows us about
Y sin embargo,
which shows us
en
the
la
level of
rodilla
stability of the
operada,
knee.
pues,
And
que
in the
tenía la
operated
misma
knee
inestabilidad, la rodilla
had
ya
the same
está
instability,
estable
but the knee
y no
is
tiene
already stable.
inestabilidad. Por supuesto,
It's
luego hay que
stable.
conocer la
Now,
anatomía.
of course, then we also have to understand the anatomy
Visto por artroscopia, de dónde a dónde va,
with an
etcétera,
endoscopy,
que
arthroscopy,
luego nos ayudará a repararlo. Pero quiero hacer una
and that
charla un
helps us
poco
to
amena
repair
sin
it.
ser demasiado específica para todos
Now, I don't want to be
vosotros.
too specific,
El
but
ligamento colateral medial es la lesión que sufrió
now
Cristiano
the
en la final de la
MCL,
Eurocopa.
there's
Hay varios
like we saw
grados,
in the Euro Cup with Ronaldo.
El tratamiento es conservador, salvo con excepciones tibial, que pudiera haber un efecto Stener, los isquios
Now this
estar
can have a
interpuestos
effect
y evitar una cicatrización correcta.
to try and avoid
El tratamiento suele ser
scarring,
conservador y
or to have the
es
right form of
diferente
scarring.
el
Sorry.
genuvaro
Now,
del genuvalgo, que hay
the
otros
genu
jugadores, como
valgus,
sabéis, que en los que se afecta más el compartimento externo de la rodilla.
that affects the
Esto
external
es,
part of the knee. It's less frequent in football.
Unos esquemas que seguimos los traumatólogos con las diferentes
These are this is what the traumatologists use with this is what we evaluate at the level of the rotula, the axial movement of the rotula, to see how the joint works. And I'd like you to see this diagram because it's often important to understand it from all different points of view. And from meniscal point of view, yes, we have to. Preservation is important. We need to preserve the meniscus as much as possible. There's a case there was a fracture in the posterior part, and the fragment that couldn't scar had to be resected. But then there was a lesion which was more peripheral next to it. And of course, we were able to do a meniscal suturing to preserve the meniscus as much as possible. This is very important in sport. More recently, there's the ramp type, which is the posteromedial portal, and that can be corrected. And then we can suture, do suturing here. Now you can see it in the image. In football players, he's an elite football player. So here you can see the lesion. That's the internal meniscus. It's quite peripheral with an unstable flap.
que lo ideal es suturar, pues siempre
The ideal thing would be to suture
tener
it,
en cuenta el calendario y la presión
but we have to
mediática
remember
de estos
the
deportistas.
media
En este
pressure
caso,
and the
algo
calendars of
suturable,
these.
con lo cual,
So if it's
hacemos
not
una
suturable, so
meniscectomía parcial y
we do a
selectiva,
meniscectomy, a partial
dejando,
selective
luego chequeamos el
meniscectomy,
resto de la rodilla,
and then we look at the rest of the
externo.
knee.
Los deportistas tienen más lesiones condrales debido a la vida profesional, como bien ha dicho uno de nuestros presentadores anteriormente. Y bueno, voy a centrarme un poquito más en la rotura del ligamento
I'm going to
cruzado
focus a
anterior.
bit
Como
more
veis,
on
esta
the
es una de las roturas
ACL
más impacto
fractures.
en los medios.
These are the
Esto es
ones that
Marco
have the most
Asensio,
immediate impact. Here's
en la
Marco
temporada
Asensio,
pasada, que recientemente
and
por
the
suerte
last
se ha
season.
incorporado.
Unfortunately, he's come back,
Los mecanismos más frecuentes es el valgo,
and the most common
externa,
mechanism is
siempre
the
es una lesión que
external
preocupa,
valgus.
pero
This
esta
is
diapositiva
something
me
always
parece
of
muy
concern,
importante para
but it's,
todos los sanitarios en un equipo de fútbol. Hay que escuchar al jugador.
it's very important to listen to the player.
Que has sentido un crack, la rodilla se hincha.
Often they'll tell them
y
that they felt a
75%
crack
de los
and there's
casos
swelling,
es una
and in
rotura del
75% of
ligamento
cases,
cruzado anterior cuando
it is
hacemos
an ACL tear.
y vemos sangre. El
And there's blood.
6% de las roturas del ligamento cruzado anterior
6% of all knee injuries are ACL tears,
son roturas del ligamento cruzado anterior y la mayor parte, el 70%, son lesiones sin contacto.
and most of them
Hay
are
muchos factores que
non-contact
influyen,
injuries.
pero no quiero
There's a lot
extenderme
of
demasiado,
factors that influence this, but I'm not
como
going into
pueden
too much
ser el
detail,
tipo de césped,
such as the
césped
type of
artificial,
lawn,
césped
whether it's
tipo
artificial
Bermuda grass. Hay
or
muchos
Bermuda
factores
grass.
intrínsecos, hasta
There are a lot of
37
intrinsic
que influyen en la
factors,
lesión del ligamento cruzado
37 in
anterior.
fact.
Hay factores que incluso son anatómicos,
There are some anatomic factors,
biomecánicos, que estos
neuromuscular,
podemos
biomechanical.
trabajar con ejercicios preventivos. Y como veis
So
en
we come
rosa,
up
hay
with
factores que afectan
preventive measures.
en mayor medida a
So
las
in
mujeres,
pink you can see those that affect women more.
la laxitud, y este es un grupo de más riesgo las mujeres. Y yo
So
opero
women are
muchas
at higher
mujeres
risk
de la
there, and so I
selección
operate
española
more
de esta lesión.
women
Entonces,
than men
tenemos que,
in
en
general.
equipo, con todos los fisioterapeutas,
Now,
preparadores,
with all the physiotherapists and the
trabajar
teams,
los ejercicios de core y de prevención,
we do
de
core
fuerza,
exercise, prevention
para intentar
exercise,
evitar todas estas lesiones.
to try to avoid all these
Vamos
lesions.
a centrarnos un poquito en la instalación de cómo operamos
Now here you can see an installation,
una rotura del ligamento cruzado anterior.
how we
Con el
repair
instrumental
an
en
ACL
la
tear.
mesa, y bueno, estos son los isquiotibiales famosos que nosotros usamos
This is what we
para tratar la
use
rotura del ligamento
to
cruzado anterior.
treat
Ahora voy a estar
the ACL.
que quiero también imagen que con un tenotomo pues vamos forzando a lo largo del tendón hasta que ya obtenemos el
Yeah, we work on the
semitendinoso, que es este
tendon.
tendón de aquí, y así es como lo sacamos de la rodilla. Posteriormente lo doblamos,
Then
una
we
mesa de
double it,
preparación, lo preparamos en 4
and we
y
prepare it.
esto es uno de mis maestros, el doctor Philippe
Here's one of
Colombe, que ya se ha
my
jubilado recientemente.
doctors, Colombet, who's recently retired from the Christophe Clinicum in Bordeaux, and this is one of the capsular methods that they use there,
reparación más isométrica y con mucha
and it gives a more isometric
voy a mostraros un poquito
solution,
cómo
which is very robust.
pasamos, perdón, se ha pasado la imagen. Cómo pasamos el ligamento cruzado anterior.
Here you can say that how we pass it through.
Cómo hacemos el pasaje del ligamento dentro de la rodilla y luego tensamos a nivel
You have it
pulmonar y a nivel
within the
tibial,
knee,
y la reconstrucción está hecha.
and how we do the construction.
Luego, otro caso, por ejemplo, este es un
And there's
jugador
another
de
case.
rugby,
Here's a rugby player,
de Valladolid, un chico de 17 años que llevaba tiempo.
and there's a 17-year-old guy who had a break in the,
reducimos la lesión meniscal y
and so
hacemos una reparación
we reduced the meniscal
tanto
tear.
del ligamento cruzado anterior. Ahora os voy a mostrar, fijaos aquí cómo está desinsertado el menisco, ahora lo vamos a ver, y cómo estamos pasando suturas de fuera adentro. Fijaos aquí toda la rotura,
bucket handle tear.
el cubo, y ya las suturas que,
Now it's
como vais a ver al final, esto es una reparación en doble fascículo.
Here you can see there's a
el
reparation,
cruzado anterior, doble fascículo,
and there's the
cómo quedaría
ACL
dentro de la
tear,
rodilla.
and you can see how it is inside the knee. I also want to show you the result of the bucket handle tear,
la reparación de menisco asociado a reparación
and here you can see the associated meniscal intervention that favors the right scarring in young players. I'm going to talk a bit about the lateral. Here you have ligament reinforcements. That's in the anterior part of the tibia, and then also the biomechanics. Now there's a slight slack inflection allows us to have this tibial extension. This is a we think in our work group that there are situations where there's a high risk of tears amongst football players and rugby players. Here is our players in Spain, and here you can see here you can see the high level of dribbling amongst these players and the stability that their knees need. And so, as professional players, we've described a double fascicle. And so we've learned from the masters here in Bordeaux and Bertrand and others. We've also been with Andy Williams in London, and with all of these, all of this learnings, we've written up a technique for professionals. And with Mia, here you can see the video.
On the internet. It's available on the internet, so I won't be digressing any further. Here you can see a lateral reinforcement. This is an X-ray of the double fascicle. This is an MRI of the various anatomic points. A lot of isometry here. And this is another case, fascicle reparation with associated reparation of the external meniscus. This is the meniscus root. What we're doing here is we're trying to suture it and connect the meniscus firmly to the tibia. So this is how we suture it. We suture on both sides and then we close the wound up by applying pressure. In the case of young patients, the tissue scars perfectly. So towards the end of the video you can see how we do different types of suture. You can appreciate that the suturing can be done without any problems whatsoever. This is an image of the lateral reinforcement. The same patient that had this problem 4 months after the operation. Look at her ACL. It looks normal. There are more serious cases. The case, for example, of this player. He got injured playing against Georgia. As you can appreciate here, a lot of stress in valgus in 20-degree and full, 20-degree flexion and full extension. This is a double fascicle operation on the ACL. In this particular case, we're simultaneously also repairing the lateral internal ligament that was completely destroyed. Double fascicle, this is the point of entry, because the player needs a lot of stability. All these players do. So with children, it's very important to apply an extra articular sort of reinforcement in the case of children. This is an intra-epiphyseary reparation. Another case, another child, a 14-year-old playing rugby. This is the receiving player. Very often, as they land, they can get injured. In this case, the child suffered patella detachment. This is the video of the surgery. This is a 14-year-old child, so we need to provide a full reparation for the kid. This is a post-op image where we show you how exactly the patella was repaired and reattached. This is a video that I like showing to people because this is a professional rugby player of our club. In this video we sort of go through the rehab process, how we do our follow-up with the patient, how often we talk to the physiotherapist to coordinate. So this is a timeline of his recovery, progressive exercises with a rugby ball. This is the whole process, the whole rehab process of the player up until his return to the pitch. When he went back, when he was reinstated into the team, the psychological support is very important. We work with two team psychologists whose work is absolutely fundamental. This is a kneecap luxation. The high patella, as you can see on screen, got completely dislodged. And this is the final case. It's an external meniscus transplant. It is difficult to find cases where there is a complete lack of the external meniscus, but this is a 28-year-old paddle player who suffered from it. We collected the tissue from the tissue bank. This is how we prepared the meniscus for the insertion. As you can see, there is nothing here where the external meniscus should be. This is how we're pushing the fake meniscus, well, the replacement meniscus, into the knee. This is internal image, internal footage of the knee, the moment of suture, the final phase of this meniscus reconstruction, and this is 15 days after the surgery. Again, this player is a pro paddle player. So, just to wrap up, this is a summary of my content here. It's important to listen to the patient and see how the injury occurred, properly explore the patient, collaborate with the medical team, and guide the patient through the rehab process up until the discharge. The patient, you can contact us via Twitter, Instagram, or via email if you want to. Thank you very much for listening. We're always available to answer your questions, should you have any. Thank you. Miguel, thank you very much. It's been very, very fascinating. Can you hear me, Miguel?
Hola, Miquel, ¿me oyes?
Sí, ahora sí, perdón. Es que me había quitado.
Can you see me, Miguel? Yes. Sorry, I just turned off the volume on my laptop because I didn't want. Yeah, a few of my videos were a bit loud, so I didn't want to bother you. No, don't worry about it. It was a pleasure listening to your presentation. A beautiful experience. It felt as if we were there with you in the operating room. So thank you so much for sharing your experience, for sharing so much content on your day-to-day activity. I think it's very important for all of us to learn from these experiences. For me as a physiotherapist, it's an absolute privilege to work so closely with professionals like you with such a diverse approach, as well as psychologists, nutritionists, personal trainers. It's fantastic, truly. Before wrapping up, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Cordier. He's from Bordeaux. Tomorrow we'll be talking to a few athletes from the local selection, and he will also be available to give a couple of talks for the European University. Sergio is the coordinator, so that's why I wanted to introduce you to each other. I don't know if there are any questions now regarding this session. We haven't received any questions via chat, but I would like to take this opportunity.
Seguro que sí, por difícil que os lo pongan, así que de verdad que
I'm sure you'll be able to answer any question, no matter how hard they are. So, again, we received no questions from our students. We know you're busy, that you have to, work, so we'll let you go. Thanks a million, Mikel. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for me. Thank you for placing your trust in us. I'd like to also thank the European University. It's always an honor for us. Give our own contribution. It's great to cooperate with such great physical therapists as you guys. Thank you, Miguel. So we'll let you go.
Que lógicamente tenéis que trabajar para cuidarles en sus
logically,
así que nada, mucho ánimo, muy buena tarde.
You have work to do and the people to take care of, so have a great day.
Como decías, y que vaya todo fenomenal. Mikel, un placer.
I wish you all the best for tomorrow's surgery. See you very soon. Thank you very much, Sergio. See you soon. Bye bye.
Bueno,
bye
pues continuamos con la mesa.
Let's carry on
hemos hecho un poco diferente a lo que esperábamos.
With the next round table. It's been a little different to what we expected, but that's the beauty of live events.
De la recuperación, el abordaje de la lesión
we just
deportiva.
Talked about how to deal with sport-related injury. In the next round table, we'll be talking to three incredible professionals, incredible speakers.
Explican y transmiten su pasión.
They have a lot of first-hand experience in their respective professions, a lot of experience in sport-related injuries. It's a pleasure today to be able to talk to Diego Miñambres, Rubén Portes, and Paco Gámez. A huge pleasure to be addressing you three. And you know I'm not lying. It is a true honor. I'd like to introduce you to Diego Miñambres Martín. He's actually going to be in charge of the first talk of the round table. Diego is implants and academic innovation service director at Premium Madrid. He's one of those people who have made this possible, so I can't thank him enough for all the hard work he's put in over the past few months.
Así que bueno, pues Diego, sin más,
Diego, without further ado, over to you.
Siempre con la pasión y el ímpetu que haces, todos tus conocimientos y experiencias.
We look forward to hearing what you want to talk to us about.
Activa el micrófono, Diego.
Diego, unfortunately, your microphone seems to be muted.
Ahora perfectamente.
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can.
¿Veis mi pantalla?
Can you see my screen?
¿Veis mi pantalla?
Can you see my screen?
Perfectamente, Diego, perfectamente.
Vale, perfecto. Venga, perdón. Pues
yes, we
voy
can.
A por ello,
Great.
chicos.
Okay,
bueno,
let's begin then.
Vamos a hablar de dolor
As you can see, we'll be talking about lower back pain and core stability.
Muchos veamos este tema,
this is a topic
algo conocido, ¿no? Y es así, y es un tema
will
de
probably
que
sound
en los últimos
familiar
20 años se ha hablado
to a lot
largo
of
y
us.
tendido sobre
because over the past 20 years, we've talked a lot about the existing relationship between lower back pain and core stability. Today, however, we'll be approaching the topic from a slightly different angle. We'll be trying to expand
que a veces cuando hablamos de core stability nos quedamos siendo
upon this topic. Very often when it comes to core stability, we take on a quite reductionist approach. Over the past few years, once again, lots of things have been said about core stability and injury prevention.
En primer lugar, para que todos entendamos
lower back pain relief.
O la importancia del dolor lumbar, y yo creo que todos somos más o menos conscientes,
lower back
voy a dedicar estas primeras diapositivas a contextualizar un poco el dolor lumbar. Fijaros, el dolor lumbar es
a couple of slides that I've prepared for today. However, I want to tell you that in developed countries, lower back pain ranks second amongst the reasons why people go to the hospital. It's only outranked by the cold. It's also the main cause of disability on a global level. So it hugely impacts our capacity to be active. The main reason, the main cause of sick leaves in most countries in the world, over 50% of American citizens suffer from lower back pain. About 70 to 80% of people at some stage in their lives will suffer from lower back pain.
Con lo cual, debemos plantearnos cuál es la estrategia de tratamiento hacia estas personas, porque en torno al 60%
So, what strategy can we employ to deal with this? About 62% of those affected by it.
En torno a un 60% de esa población mundial desarrollará síntomas crónicos de más de un año en el dolor.
Will develop chronic symptoms within a year of experiencing it for the first time.
Laborales muy
that often goes with social and professional disorders.
Pero lo más relevante de esto es que debido a la disfunción que genera el dolor lumbar,
back pain, and because it's very dysfunctional, lower back pain is often accompanied by other disorders, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases,
en la actualidad, el gasto
obesity, etc.,
el dolor lumbar nos sitúa entre un 0,8 y un 2% del Producto Interior Bruto de países industrializados como Finlandia o Estados Unidos. Y en
lower
España,
back pain accounts for between 0.9% in Finland and 2% in the United States of the GDP of developed countries. On a yearly basis, 66 million euros are spent to treat lower back pain. So, what strategy are currently employed to treat lower back pain? I think we've already talked a lot about the need that we, as physiotherapists, have of correctly evaluating people. That this early evaluation that allows us to flag some issues and detect other issues is fundamental in our practice as physiotherapists. And when it comes to sports in particular, I have to say rowing is the sport that's most affected by lower back pain. Mind you, it's followed by golf, hockey, basketball, football, and cycling. Between 18% and 65% of practitioners of this sport, rowing, are likely to experience an isolated episode of lower back pain, and about 94% of them will experience lower back pain at some stage in their lives. So scientifically speaking, about 20 to 60% of these practitioners will develop the chronic form of this disorder, of this issue. Truth be told, these players don't have a higher injury rate than the normal population, but they have a higher prevalence. People suffering from it are aged generally under 18 and over 40. And in order to prevent it, the technique that is used in each sport is fundamental. For example, depending on how you jump and more importantly how you land, you may be more or less likely to develop lower back pain. But in this talk, I would like to put everything into context. Now, I'm going to be talking about this in a little more detail. Now, I'll be talking in more detail about evaluation of patients suffering from lower back pain. But there is no golden standard here. That's my main message. Each one of us will be using explorative techniques that are more or less science-based that will yield more or less concrete results. We spoke to Álvaro Guerrero and Sergio Vázquez earlier, and we agreed that we need objective tools to conduct these analyses, evaluations, because those lead to a therapeutic plan that is measurable, quantifiable over time, which means that we have to use rigorous measurement units that allow us to accurately evaluate the physiological needs of our patients. We also need to have some clear milestones in mind of how the disease should progress and evolve.
90% of lumbar illnesses are non-specific, and 10% are specific, which are more severe. Now, regarding this 90% of non-specific,
suelen relacionarlo entre un 70 y un 80% a patología musculoesquelética.
Often, most cases are musculoskeletal.
Como un papel protagonista. ¿En qué sentido?
Now, in what sense is that so important? Well, just a reminder here, because I think this is something that most of you know very well. Now, anatomically, we have to understand the core as a closed cylinder in which there's a roof, which is the diaphragm, and there's a floor, which is the pelvic floor. And then we have the internal cylinder. This internal cylinder, as you know, has a tonic and stabilizing function, a slow maintained contraction function, and the most important thing is that it has to be activated before the motion happens. It's a pre-motion function, which provides the stability of the subject before performing a movement. Then we've got the external cylinder, so with the deeper layer, the superficial multifid, external, obliquous, internal, and then we've got the superficial layer. Now, recent studies are saying that the longissimus and the wide dorsal they have a very important role, and this is something we forget about. We think that if we just work on the core, there are various different sections of the core and are very important parts of stability for movements, especially sporting movements.
En este caso, esta musculatura superficial, que son músculos más largos, más fásicos, hay fásicos, dependiendo de qué músculo estemos hablando, pero su contracción es movimiento dependiente y solo se activan cuando se produce el movimiento, al contrario que de la musculatura profunda del cilindro interno.
Unlike the deep muscles.
Como recordatorio, y desde luego no voy a ser yo en este congreso quien hable de fascia, teniendo mañana
I'm not going to talk about the fascia because tomorrow we have Professor Pilar
sí que me parece relevante que
I think it is important is that we take into account two structures within the core and the fascia. The first is the abdominal fascia, which is connected to the
abdominal club, que es el aro
forms the abdominal club.
El papel fundamental que tiene la fascia y que
the important
mañana
role of the fascia,
estos dos profesores,
we will hear this about this tomorrow, is transmitting strength.
Absorción y transmisión de fuerza hacia las extremidades. Pero esa absorción y
this absorption and distribution of strength
hacia ese continuum, que es el
is going to
sistema
be
facial, en este
performed
caso
through the
en concreto,
fascial
con la fascia
system,
torcolumbar y la
with the
fascia,
atomical lumbar
abdominal.
and the abdominal fascia.
Mirad, creo que todos entendemos
I think we all
lo
understand
importante que es tener un buen sistema core para la estabilidad.
to have
Eso es
an
magnífico.
important core
Sin
system for
embargo,
stability.
perdemos de
That's great.
vista que una
But
buena presión
what we forget
intraabdominal
is that
me va a
a
aportar
good
una buena
intra-abdominal
ventilación
pressure
pulmonar,
does allow
esencial
good
para el
ventilation,
transporte
lung
de
ventilation,
oxígeno
which is
en
essential for
sangre,
transporting
me va a
oxygen
aportar
to
una
the
buena
blood. It
excreción,
also
también esencial
allows
para la
good
eliminación de
excretion,
sustancias,
which
y
is
también
good
me
for
va a
eliminating
aportar
unwanted
un
substances,
buen
and
funcionamiento
also
visceral,
allows
porque
good
las
visceral
presiones
function
van a hacer un efecto
because
bombeo sobre todo
this
el paquete visceral
creates
y
a
también es
pressure on the
necesario no
visceral
solamente
packet,
para deportistas, pero en
and that is
general.
good just not just
Todos
for
tenemos
athletes, it's
claro
good for
que
everyone.
son importantes para la flexión, extensión y
This is
rotaciones,
always important for
pero
flexion,
perdemos a veces de vista el papel importante que tienen
but we have
en
to
estas funciones
remember
fisiológicas.
the importance of this in physiological function.
Bueno, Panjabi nos describía en el año 90 que
Now,
este
in
core estaba
1990,
compuesto por un
was explained
sistema
by Manohar
osteoarticular,
Panjabi
por un
that this is
sistema
made up
rígido,
of
por un
a
sistema
rigid
muscular
system,
y
a muscular
móvil,
system,
y
a mobile
coordinado
system,
por
and
un
is coordinated
sistema de unidad
by
funcional.
coordinated by a
Me
neural
permito
control
recordaros
unit.
igualmente a
Now
través
let
del
me
sistema
remind you
facial cómo existen
that
unas subunidades de
there's
movimiento,
subunits
como
of
es el,
movement
el
within the fascia,
subsistema cruzado
such as
anterior, subsistema cruzado posterior,
the
el
anterior and
subsistema
posterior cross
intrínseco,
system. There's an
longitudinal
intrinsic
profundo,
system,
y el
longitudinal
subsistema
and
lateral.
deep, and
Al final estamos
lateral
hablando
subsystem.
de cadenas
Now,
cinéticas de
we're
movimiento,
talking
y
about
eso es en
cinetic
realidad es cómo
chains of
tenemos que
movement,
contemplar al
and that's how we
individuo
need to
como una cadena
understand the
cinética de
individual as
movimiento, ni
a
mucho menos
cinetic
como
chain of
músculos
movements,
aislados en
rather
absoluto,
than
¿no?
isolated
Esta
muscles.
unidad de control neural funciona precisamente en movimiento.
And this
Luego
neural
hablaremos de la
control
necesidad
unit controls
de
that.
hacer un movimiento
Then it's
condicionado y un movimiento con un
important to
objetivo,
have
que eso es lo que
conditioned movement and
verdaderamente
goal-oriented
me va a
movement,
reeducar a mí las áreas
because this
cerebrales
educate the brain
relacionadas con el
areas
control del movimiento y
related
el
to
dolor, que eso es
control
también
movement
importante,
and
ya que
pain,
estamos hablando de dolor,
which is
de dolor
important
lumbar.
because we're talking about lumbar pain.
Bueno, por definición, como os decía, el core stability no tiene
Now,
definición
core
clara, y
stability
son muchos los
doesn't
autores
have a
desde el
clear
año
definition.
83 que Domínguez propuso la primera definición de core, hasta
Domínguez
esta
provided
última
the first definition
de
of this,
Francisco Vera García,
and then
del
Francisco
equipo
Vera García,
del
also
Consejo de
from
Investigaciones Deportivas de la Universidad
Council
de Miguel
for
Hernández en
Research,
Elche,
Sport
que nos
Research,
dice que el core
and
stability
he
es la
said that core
capacidad que
stability
tienen esas
is the
estructuras
ability
articulares y
of the
musculares
osteoarticular and muscular
coordinadas por el
structures
sistema nervioso
coordinated by
para
the
mantener una
central nervous system to
posición
maintain
cuando
and
este
retain
es
a
sometido
position
a
when
fuerzas
it
externas.
undergoes
Como
external
hemos dicho antes,
force.
esta coordinación
Now, as I
pasa
said
por
before, this
una
coordination
contracción
requires
sincrónica, es decir,
synchronized
armoniosa,
contractions.
planos de profunda superficial de
So
esa
both
musculatura del
superficial
core.
and
Pero
deep
vuelvo a insistir,
contractions
dentro
are
de
all
un
part of this.
contexto.
Now, of course,
Cuando el
all of this
paciente
is
lo
within
saca
a
de ese
certain context.
contexto, el cerebro no va a
When the
procesar
patient
bien
leaves
las
this
órdenes,
context,
porque no
the
va a
brain is not
saber
going to process orders
cuando yo lo
correctly
traslade a
because
su
they're not going to
realidad
know
de la vida en qué momento va a tener que
at
realizar
what point
esa
these
contracción.
contractions need to take place.
Como os digo, el core stability es un
Now, core
concepto
stability
funcional,
is a
se refiere
functional
a esas
concept, and it
estructuras
refers
que lo que
to
hacen es
these
generar y transferir
muscular and
energía
osteoarticular
hacia las
structures, and
extremidades.
that
Es un
the
poco el
idea is
rol que
to
tiene de
provide
distribuidor
stability to
de fuerzas. Y es un poco
the spinal
cuando
column,
pensamos en
and
generación y transmisión
when
de
we
fuerza,
try
tenemos
to
que
transmit
pensar bien
force,
en qué tipo
we
de
have to think
movimientos voy
about
a
what type of
ejecutar con
movements we're going to perform with
Respecto
the
a los
core.
estudios que existen
Now,
epidemiológicos y biomecánicos del core,
biomechanical and epidemiological
existe cierta
studies,
unanimidad entre
there's a certain agreement
que el trabajo del core proporciona
that
salud
the
a la
work of
columna
the
lumbar
core
y salud a los miembros inferiores.
provides
Desde los
health
años
to
80 empieza a trabajarse
the
esto, y ahora
torso
veremos
and
más
to
adelante
the
como
limbs.
McGill y Hodge han abordado esta patología y este núcleo en profundidad. Y
A lot of people have looked at this
estudios
into depth,
de
and there are a
calidad
number of
sobre la prevención de
quality
lesiones
studies
con el trabajo de core.
on the prevention of injuries by working
Pero,
on the
a
core.
pesar de que existen estos artículos,
But although these articles
carecemos de evidencias
have been written,
suficientes que
there's not
avalen la
enough
hipótesis
evidence
de que el trabajo de
to support the
core
hypothesis that
mejora
working on
el
the core does in fact improve sporting performance, and that's something that we're really going to start to look at now. What kind of strategies do we have now to work on the core, and why are we working on the core in this way?
En la actualidad tenemos varias estrategias para activar el core.
We have various strategies to activate the core.
Vamos a encontrar el bracing, el
such as
hollowing,
bracing,
vamos a trabajar
hollowing.
con la expiración lenta resistida.
There's a slow,
y por supuesto,
resisted
ya lo ha hablado la doctora Mónica de la Cueva esta mañana,
breathing
el
out,
papel
and there's
que juega
also
imprescindible
the essential
el suelo
role of the
pélvico.
pelvic floor.
Al final pensad que el core depende de la coordinación de todos los músculos que lo componen.
Now,
Estamos
the core
hablando
depends on
de
the
casi
synchronization
30
of all
músculos y que
of the
tienen que
muscles,
estar
around about 30
perfectamente
muscles. They have to be
sincronizados en un contexto de
perfectly
movimiento para que ese sistema nervioso
synchronized.
central sepa integrar o sepa coordinar esa
So there's a
co-contracción
proper
con esa entrada
coordination
precisa de información,
of contractions
neural.
and a correct use of this neural
Bracing
information.
lo vamos a
Okay,
describir. Esto es
bracing.
una estrategia
This is
descrita desde 2003
a
por el
strategy which
Subarmatil,
is
como la
first described in
contracción de toda la
2003,
musculatura lumbopélvica para
and it
aumentar
revives
la
the whole
rigidez.
lumbopelvic
Los estudios nos dicen
muscles
que la
to increase
estabilidad que proporciona
muscular
el
rigidity.
bracing es ligeramente superior al hollowing, especialmente
Bracing,
cuando
the contraction there is
tengo
slightly
que realizar
superior to,
actividades
especially
intensas
when
o
there's intense
levantamiento
activity
de objetos
or
pesados.
lifting heavy
Lo que
weights.
ocurre con la mayoría de estos
Now,
estudios es
most of
que
these studies
no tienen en cuenta ni el control respiratorio,
don't
ni el
need to
control
take
del
into
suelo
account
pélvico, lo que ya hemos
breathing
visto
control
antes,
or
que confiere
pelvic
todavía
floor
mayor
control,
estabilidad, en
which
lo cual
provides even greater
empezamos
stability.
ya a tener problemas, ¿no? A generar
So
apneas
they
y
starts
sin
to produce
un buen
apnea,
cierre del diafragma,
and
un buen cierre, una buena activación diafragmática o una buena activación
now you need to
pélvica,
have a good
la
closure of
distribución de
the
esa presión
diaphragm.
intraabdominal se va a dirigir hacia zonas las que no
Otherwise,
está
this
preparada.
pressure
Lamentablemente, estas
in
son
the core
generalmente
is sent to regions where it's
la
not
zona
supposed to.
lumbar o la parte
So
más anterior del
the
abdomen,
lower
¿no?
back
Entonces,
and
tenemos
the
que
abdomen.
plantearnos
So we have
cómo
to be
vamos a darle instrucciones
careful
a nuestro
about
paciente para
how
que
we're going to
active
give instructions to the patient
convenientemente el core.
so they activate the core
Tras él, como
correctly.
hemos visto antes, tenemos la opción de hollowing, que
Then we
básicamente
have
va
the
a
option
consistir
of hollowing,
en mantener neutral la lordosis mientras
which
se disminuye el abdomen, un poco
maintains
tirando
both of
del
them neutral
ombligo
while we maintain the
hacia adentro, la
abdomen.
parte
So it's
infraumbilical,
like the
manteniendo la
it's
neutralidad
below the
de
belly
la,
button and
de la
maintaining
espalda,
the
¿no? Para no perder ahí.
neutrality of the
Igualmente se
back.
considera que en este caso
And it's
es
also
una teoría ampliamente
This
desarrollada
is a
por
theory that is
Richardson
quite well
y
developed by
Hodge,
Richardson
en el
and
que
Hodge,
describen claramente cuál es la secuencia de
and they
activación de
describe
profundo con el transverso a
the
oblicuo
sequence
interno,
of
oblicuo externo y
activities
recto para
with
darle
external rectal
ese empaque que necesita este abdominal
all the
curvo.
right
Pero, nuevamente,
chain
perdemos de
of
vista la
contractions.
globalidad. Algunas veces estos artículos que proponen
Now,
hacer
all of these
hollowing o bracing,
articles that
cuando
talk
lee
about
uno
hollowing
la
or bracing,
metodología del estudio se da
when
cuenta
you
que lo
read
que
one,
en el título del artículo aparece, la realidad metodológica es diferente.
Often the
Lo cual,
methodological reality is
otra
different
vez
from what is
invito
described.
a todos nuestros oyentes
So I'd like
a la
to
lectura
invite
crítica
all of our
de artículos y
listeners
sobre todo la
to
lectura
read these
crítica
articles
cuando
with a critical
tengamos un
mind,
paper,
especially
sepamos si
when
la
there's a
muestra
paper.
que me presenta ese
It's
paper
important to know
es
whether the
extrapolable a
sample covered can be
clínica, mi
extrapolated
paciente,
to clinical
porque
reality,
en
to the
ocasiones no
club,
lo
to
es.
the patient,
En los criterios de
because
inclusión
the
es muy
sample
importante que
population
veamos bien a qué
it
tipo
might
de
not be the same
población
as the ones
está
we're treating
refiriendo
here.
el
So
artículo
it's
para
very
yo
important
poder extrapolar
to know
datos
what
y terapias a
population
mis
the
pacientes,
article
porque a
refers
veces
to,
sea-
so that we know
que
whether
no
we can
sea-
extrapolate it to the cases
que no
that
sea
we're
posible.
responsible for.
Siguiendo con el trabajo de activación
Now, regarding the
del core,
activation of the
estudios
core,
recientes
recent
proponen
studies
la activación
propose
del diafragma,
the
decirlo
activation
así,
of the
a través de una
diaphragm
respiración lenta resistida,
through
utilizando diferentes
slow
dispositivos
resisted
que
exhalation,
regulan la salida del aire,
which can
y esto va a
regulate
permitir que haya
slow
una cocontracción
exhalation
de
of
los
air,
músculos abdominales y el diafragma,
and that
para
involves the
aumentar esa
diaphragm
presión abdominal
and
y fijar
the
el tronco. Si a esto
muscles,
además le
the
sumamos
abdominal
una
muscles.
buena sujeción del suelo pélvico,
If we
tenemos el pack completo.
on top of that, we
Sabemos
have
ya
good
que
control
hay,
of the pelvic floor, then
malas posturas, voy a decir
it's
más
very
así,
good.
mal
It works very well.
posicionamiento del
Now,
diafragma, así como
there can be poor
movimiento
positioning of the
alterado,
diaphragm,
fibrosor
however,
alterado
and
en pacientes
of
con
there's
dolor lumbar,
wrong
lo que
thickness
significa,
or
y hablaba
lower back
antes
pain
Álvaro en la mañana,
and certain
qué
malfunctions
importante es que nuestros pacientes sepan respirar.
can
Y
make it
respirar
difficult.
en
So it's
todos
so
los
important that
volúmenes. ¿Por qué? Porque va a
athletes know how to
favorecer
breathe,
la
because
entrada
they
de
need to be able to
aire, va a
control
favorecer el
volumes, they need to be able to
gaseoso y
control
sobre todo va
the
a
gas
favorecer
exchange,
la
and this
mecánica o
can
la biomecánica
favor
de la región
the mechanics or the
dorsal y
biomechanics
dorsolumbar.
of the dorsal and
Región
dorsal lumbar
que cuando
region.
notamos una región
Now,
lumbopélvica
is this
se
a
nos
region
olvida, parece que
that we
ahora hemos
sometimes forget about. Now it seems that they're discovering the hip recently, and now it's great to rediscover now the thoracic mobility. And how can we discover it? Well, with rotation movement, with cross patterns, and with controlled exhalation.
Y no voy a extender demasiado porque ya
And
hablaba la
finally,
doctora de la Cueva esta
now,
mañana.
I know that Dr. Lacueva spoke this morning, but finally, the important role of the pelvic floor. This is very important.
Mera activación del suelo pélvico ya va a activar toda la musculatura profunda abdominal y
this is
por
able
extensión lumbar.
to
Por lo
activate
tanto, tener
many
la
different
capacidad
areas.
voluntaria en principio
Now,
de
being able to have
coactivar
this,
todo a la vez
being able to
va a ser
co-activate everything at the same time, this is the first step in re-educating many of these patients.
Mirad,
many of these athletes.
este reciente estudio es de
Here's
finales, no, es de este
study
año, de 2020.
from this year.
De nuevo, David Barbado, del equipo de Vera García,
This is from the
proponen
keeper
una
Vera
serie de
Garcia,
planteamientos,
and
una
they
serie de
propose
ejercicios
a number
en
of
progresión
exercises
a través de un acelerómetro, de un dispositivo, de un smartphone, en
with
el que van
using a
viendo la
smartphone in which
dificultad
they
en
look
función
at
de la
difficulties
alteración de ese
in
movimiento,
accordance
de
to
ese
how this
centro
movement changes.
de masa. Bueno, esto nos aporta una progresión relativa.
Now
Sin
that
embargo, como
provides
veis,
progressive
vuelven a ser patrones muy estáticos.
movement,
Son
but they are
patrones lineales.
usually they're very static, linear
Todos los
movements.
estudios que se han realizado hasta ahora a nivel
All the studies that we've done so
electrofiográfico
far
vuelven a ser sobre los estudios que estáis viendo más o menos en pantalla, con
are
diversas
on the
modificaciones,
ones that
pero
you
en
see
esencia,
here on the screen
estos
with a few
patrones de plancha
modifications,
frontal,
but it's
plancha
these sorts
lateral,
of lateral and frontal
puente a dos
movements
piernas, puente a una pierna,
and
y son ejercicios
bridges. Now,
magníficos,
these are
maravillosos,
very, very good
pero
exercises,
perdemos un poco la globalidad
but we lose
de
the
nuestro
global
paciente.
approach in our
Si bien es
with the
cierto que en unas
patients.
primeras fases pueden
In
estar
the first phases,
indicados, el problema de entrenar a estos pacientes con estos ejercicios
The thing-
es que
the problem with these
descontextualizamos
exercises
el
is that we
proceso.
decontextualize the
Y
whole
cuando lo tenemos
process.
que llevar a la realidad, en ocasiones nos
And
vamos a
then
encontrar con dificultades. No sabemos
in reality, we'll
integrar
come
lo
across certain
aprendido
difficulties. Now, we
en
have to
la
integrate
realidad
what
de
has been
nuestro
learned
entrenamiento, de nuestra
into
actividad
our
deportiva.
trainings, into our sporting activity.
Por ello, vamos a hablar del core y en este estudio de Kibler nos
So
dice
there's a
que el
Kibler
rol
study about the
fundamental
core,
es
and so the fundamental role here
del core stability viene desarrollado por todo esto que estamos viendo. Como os digo,
involves
es
all of these
insistir
elements.
en que el core es un transmisor de fuerzas
The core is
entre los
transmits
miembros
strength
superiores y miembros
to the
inferiores,
upper and lower
y que
limbs,
me gustaría resaltar
and I'd like to
que la rigidez,
emphasize that
y todos
rigidity
estos, ejercicios
in all of these
estáticos
static
van a
exercises
ocultar un problema de estabilidad
is going
y sobre todo de
to
movilidad.
eclipse the whole issue of stability. Now, it's not just about stability is not about rigidity. Stability is about coordinating all the different parts of the body to be able to perform a movement in an optimum manner and efficiently. It's not just about rigidity.
En estos estudios perdemos de vista cómo está el
What do we
alineamiento neutral
lose
espinal,
sight
es
of?
decir,
Well,
si la
there's
línea occipital, dorsal y
neutral
sacra
spinal
sigue una
alignment.
línea desplomada. Perdemos de vista el autocrecimiento del
lose sight
sujeto,
of
muy propio de métodos como
self-growth,
la reeducación postural
such as,
global. Este
postural
autocrecimiento
reeducation.
lo que aporta es una
Now, what this provides is
activación de la musculatura multífida
an
y
activation
el
of the
dorsal largo, propioceptiva. Y como os decía, perdemos también la
we
activación de miembros
also
superiores
lose
y de los
the
pies.
activation
Estudios
of the
recientes nos dicen
limbs and
que
the activation of the
en
feet.
función de cómo empuje con mis codos o con
Now,
mis
according
manos
to
en la
how
realización
I
de estos
push with my
estudios, estos
hands and
ejercicios de
my
core,
knees
va a
with these
modificar
core exercises,
sensiblemente hasta un
that will
40% la
significantly
contracción de la musculatura profunda del
change
core,
the
pero es que la activación de los pies
the activation
también lo va
of
a
the core by
provocar.
40%, but it also will change the feet.
McCain, en 2011,
in 2011,
acuña un término al que llama core
coined
podal
a term which
y
is
al que
called
lo bautiza como el primer ejecutor de la fuerza, el primer transmisor de la
this is the
fuerza.
first
¿Qué sucede en el deporte?
activation
La gran
of
parte de los
strength. Now, in
movimientos
sport,
deportivos
a lot of
nacen en el pie
movements
para terminar en la
start
mano,
with the feet and then end in the
un golpeo de
hand.
tenis,
So imagine like
un golpeo en
hitting
golf,
a ball with
imaginaos un
in
propio-
golf or
incluso
tennis,
un golpeo en fútbol, ¿no? Con esa
or even
rotación
football.
de cinturas. De la buena musculatura
Now,
intrínseca del pie
with the
van a hacer un
intrinsic
correcto
muscles of the
movimiento y la
feet, you can
transmisión de la
have
fuerza
a proper
va a
transmission of
ser
force.
la adecuada. Por eso, tenemos que tener esa perspectiva de
No, we have
recuperar
to
la movilidad,
understand
la
how to
estabilidad,
recover
la movilidad
mobility and
controlada,
stability
con
and
unas
control
destrezas
mobility.
básicas, ¿sí?
Vamos terminando, por favor.
Voy. Con las destrezas básicas que ahora
And now with
hablaremos,
basic skills
pero con una
that,
perspectiva de
we have
neurodesarrollo como es
There's
la
also
respiración, el
neurodevelopment
agarre,
such
el
as
movimiento de la
breathing,
cabeza y los ojos
gripping,
es
the movement of the
fundamental
eyes. All of
en
this
los
is very, very
deportistas,
important
por
in
esa
sports.
coordinación oculomotora,
That's why the ocular, neural and manual neural coordination is very important, and also the movements such as involved in dribbling and rotational movements and bipedestal movements. All of these show a great interdependence.
Al final, esto no es otra cosa que un control postural, ¿no? Que
now this is about
es
controlling posture, essentially, which is a skill
mantener coordinada
for maintaining a coordination between
múltiples procesos en el
various
cuerpo,
different processes in the body.
Para mantener esa orientación, como digo, adecuada.
To have the
Como digo, ¿no? Qué importante es que tengamos claro
That's very important
el papel que desempeña en
understand the role
el ojo y la
of
boca,
the core in the eyes, the mouth. We also have to affect the rotation of the torso, also the very important role, which Guillermo was talking about, of the ankle and the hip. And the feet. That's also important, the cross patterns of movement. We've also got movement patterns, such as in Superman movements. And then we also have to see how this can be transferred to the day-to-day reality of sports trainers.
Now,
the fact that body structures are able to perform a movement doesn't mean that the nervous system knows how to use them. We have 244 degrees of movement freedom, and that's highly reliant on the nervous system. As a physiotherapist, you need to be able to coordinate those movements. How can we improve that? We can first off work on our brain plasticity. Plasticity is a concept that we often insist on, and consists in the capacity that the nervous system has of altering a structure, both positively and negatively. The higher the number of cortical connections, the higher the ability of the brain to solve movement-related problems. There are three types of intelligence here: emotional intelligence, rational intelligence, and kinesthetic intelligence. The motor skills of our patients will tell you a lot about our patients. In this study by Guzman Paul Hotz as leader, Hodges as leading author, we learn more about the neuroplasticity of sensory motor control in low back pain. Plasticity can be generated. How? By creating new connections. This form of plasticity can be molded, but how? By creating connection between the brain and the muscle, by having the patient do exercises as they pay cognitive attention to what they're doing. That will ensure that the exercise is indeed effective. So the patients need to cooperate consciously, effectively, because you need to, by doing that, you will make sure that brain and body are connected, they're acting together. By doing that, you will be working on your neuroplasticity. If the brain is disconnected, that will be good for nothing. So you need cognitive attention that can be developed. So about stimuli, information, we've already talked about this morning. There are several types for our brain to acquire information, but there is another concept that I'd like to explore here, is biopsychosocial factors. These are the three main contexts that determine the degree of functionality of my patient. As a physiotherapist, am I taking account of the expectations that my patient has? Am I communicating with my patient properly? Based on the theory of dynamic systems, we can argue that training and rehabilitation are no bidimensional or linear processes. Variability, for example, is even more important than that. It's got an actual value to it. The brain
las estrategias para resolver el problema. No
needs to look for strategies to solve problems. We don't want physiotherapists to physically lift the patient and move their limbs. No, the brain has to be an active part in this process. If a patient is injured, there are no movements that are completely free of pain. So all patients will be looking for a strategy to cope with that, and we have to help the patient do that if you want to progress. We need to revive the cognitive functions of our patients, and these cognitive functions can also be used. But how? Neuropedagogy of movement. I can't give my patient orders. An order is like a reflex. It's executed by the neurocortex. There is no processing that order. However, if I persuade my patient to discover the whole network, that information is actually going to be stored by the brain, which means I'll be working on neuroplasticity. Diego, we have to wrap up. Yes, I've only got 2 more slides to go. Thank you.
El juego requiere atención, requiere recompensa y además promueve formas.
So by
fostering
attention on the part of the patient, you'll be creating more neuroplasticity. You need to work on the variability, the attention of the patient. Glasgow P in 2015 said that by working on variety, variability and variation, we allow patients to increase their neuroplasticity, and as a result the risk of injury decreases. And finally, just to wrap up, it's important to differentiate between basic skills and acquired skills, terms coined by Kohler.
Él nos dice que las destrezas básicas se desarrollan en torno a los 6-7 años y muchas veces son las destrezas que nuestros deportistas han perdido. Queremos hacer progresiones demasiado rápidas
of human beings are developed between 0 and 7 years of age and are often lost.
Básicas como es un gateo o como es un rodado,
basic skills such as crawling
esa secuenciación de movimiento bien adquirida. Por lo tanto,
become lost eventually.
Como soltar, empujar, tirarse,
activities such as
gatear,
pushing, pulling, crawling, stooping, carrying weight, are all activities that our patients need to be able to do properly. That's why it's important to enable them to visualize action so that they can have sort of preset. By watching, we know this, by watching someone perform an action or by hearing instructions on how to perform an action, we will be activating muscles, the muscles that are engaged in that action. That's been proven. There are studies that have shown this. And finally, there's another article by Paul Hodges who talks about cognitive effective three-dimensionality. If a patient pays full attention to what's going on, it has been proven by Paul Hodges that they will be able to automate that particular command. A pathological movement is controlled subconsciously, and that must be converted into subconsciously controlled. In order to do that, I need to engage the patients at a cognitive level. And finally, when I talked about three-dimensionality, I'm making an allusion, of course, to 3 dimensions. What's the 4th dimension here? It's the cognitive aspects of movement. And that is all really from me. I'd like to thank you all for your attention. These are my 2 email addresses if you want to get in touch with me. Once again, thank you very much for your attention, intention as I like saying, and presence. I hope you've paid cognitive attention to this, much like we are also required to do when working with our patients.
Bueno,
Thank
pues
you.
muchísimas gracias,
Thank
Diego.
you very much, Diego. It's been an
Ponencia. Qué importante es el abordaje del dolor lumbar en el mundo del deporte, pues
lower back pain in the world of sports.
La epidemiología, no demuestra claramente
Epidemiology
los datos
doesn't
relevantes en cuanto
always
a qué
clearly
número de
show
incidencias
relevant
tenemos
data
de lesiones
regarding
en nuestros
incidents
deportistas.
of injuries
Yo
in
diría
our
como resumen que
athletes.
posiblemente el mayor número de incidencias que nosotros abordamos a lo largo de la temporada con los deportistas
The high number of incidences we work with throughout a season are related to lower back pain. However, often it's not actual, the pain is not comparable to muscle rupture, for example, that keeps the athlete away from the pitch for a long time. So thank you very much for talking about
Esperamos
this.
que salgan muchas dudas después. Ya hay alguna por ahí para
We've already received a few questions, which I'll be asking you later in our Q&A session. But let's move on for now by talking to Rubén Portes.
Rubén, sabes que es un placer para mí tenerte por
Rubén,
aquí.
it's a pleasure for me.
Y un descubrimiento
to
para
you
mí
here.
como profesional y como persona poder compartir.
It's been a pleasure for me as a person and as a professional to share so much with you,
de esas
so many
situaciones
experiences.
en la que la lesión deportiva estaba detrás. Con todos los deportistas con los que hemos trabajado,
all the athletes we've been able to work with.
relevante esa lesión deportiva o no.
I think we've always paid extra care to the importance of injury rehabilitation, and because I truly treasure working as part of a team, it's been a pleasure working with you, and it still is. Sharing this experience with you has been a pleasure. So let's move on. Rubén Portes, trainer of the Fuenlabrada basketball team. He also worked at the NBA. He's got a degree in sports sciences and a PhD as well. Rubén also has a master's in nutrition
por la NSCA.
He's also a strength conditioning specialist.
Rubén nos va a hablar
Rubén
de cómo
is going to be talking to us about how strength can be used to increase performance and for prevention purposes as well. Thank you very much, Rubén, because I know it took you quite some time to translate your slides in English and in Spanish. So
están deseando ya escuchar hablar de la fuerza en el entrenamiento tal y como nos la vas a traer tú.
We look forward to hearing more about strength training according to Rubén Portes. Thank you so much for everything you said. I'm going to share my screen in just a second.
A ver. Pues no me está compartiendo la pantalla, espérate. A ver, un momento.
Just a second, please.
Aquí veis. ¿Aquí se ve? No.
Can you see my screen, my desktop?
¿Se ve mi pantalla? Vale, perfecto.
Very good.
Ahí está la presentación, sí.
Vale. ¿Se ve la presentación?
Sí, se está abriendo.
Perfecto. Vale, muy bien. Bueno, pues nada,
me
gustaría comenzar dando las gracias sobre todo a Sergio por invitarme y a Real Madrid por tenerme aquí hoy. Y bueno, un poco comenzar hablando del título de la ponencia. Yo soy una persona muy simplista en todo lo que tiene que ver con los procesos de entrenamiento. Me gusta hacer un número de cosas limitado, pero me gusta hacerlas muy bien. Entonces,
I like doing a select number of things, but I like doing them well. As far as strength, professional or non-professional sports are concerned,
que he tenido con ese tipo de trabajo ha sido siempre muy simplista, pero muy
I've always worked with few exercises, but I've always been very accurate, thorough, and meticulous. Today I want to talk to you about how strength training can help us improve player performance, and about how it can be used to prevent
Perdona,
al final,
Rubén, comparte de
injuries.
nuevo la
I'm
presentación.
sorry, Ruben. Would you mind sharing your screen again? Thank you.
un segundo, sí.
Yeah, just give me a
A
second,
ver.
please.
Vamos aquí a... No sé si ahora la estáis viendo. ¿Se ve?
Can you see my screen now?
No.
Le estoy dando a compartir pantalla, pero no...
Clicking on share
¿Ahora
screen, but it
tampoco?
doesn't seem to be working. You see it now?
No, todavía no. Normalmente minimiza el Skype. A ver si es porque...
Okay, try
A ver.
minimizing the Skype window.
Ahora mismo la tengo puesta, no sé si se ve algo. Le estoy dando a compartir pantalla, pero no hay...
I'm clicking on
Mira,
share
en
screen,
compartir
but
pantalla,
it's
nos ha
taken a
pasado esta mañana
while.
también, en vez de darle a los
Right.
dos cuadraditos que aparece en nuestra pantalla, en las letras. Le haces doble clic a ver si...
Try double clicking on the letters, on the actual letters.
Perfecto, dale a la cruz, Rubén. Eso es, sin miedo, sí. Si le das a la cruz, se cierra Skype.
Sí. Aquí arriba, espera. ¿Se ve la pantalla o no?
Ahora
Can you see my screen
se ve tu
now?
pantalla, pero de Skype.
Se ve mi pantalla, pero de Skype.
Yes,
Pues
but
le estoy dando a
it's
compartir
the
pantalla,
Skype
pero
window.
no hay...
I'm trying to
No
share
sé
the
si ahora la veis.
screen.
Ayer
If you
salía
can see it
perfectamente,
now.
pero ahora parece que no.
Seemed to work
no quiere.
yesterday, but it isn't now.
Minimiza Skype, Rubén, a ver si puedes.
Try
Sí, lo he
minimizing
hecho,
the Skype
pero
window.
no,
Yes, I've
parece
already
que
done
no.
that.
Se va, ¿verdad?
A ver, ahora está minimizado, pero no sé si se ve. Igual no se ve, no lo sé.
De momento no se ve la...
No se ve. Ya, pues...
Deja de compartir y comparte de nuevo. Y si quieres reiniciarlo, a ver si haciéndolo así se ve bien.
Sí.
This is the interpreter speaking.
¿qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Speakers are currently dealing with
Mira, si te fijas, tienes
a
la
technical
presentación de
issue.
PowerPoint abajo.
Sí.
Lo que ocurre es que tienes el Skype puesto en primer plano. Entonces necesitamos que minimices arriba, en el botoncito, el Skype, o que le des otra vez a la presentación abajo.
Sí.
Para que la vuelvas a poner en primer plano.
Claro, esto es lo que estoy haciendo. Estoy minimizando el Skype y se queda la presentación puesta en primer plano, pero parece que no va. O sea, lo he hecho ya un par de veces. Estoy minimizando Skype, se queda abajo
¿Puedes
Skype.
volver a marcar la presentación?
Ahora está marcada. Está marcada y puesta en modo presentación ya.
A ver, es que estamos viéndolo desde aquí, pero el caso es que estamos viendo que tienes el escape en primer plano. Puede ser que alguien más esté compartiendo pantalla, ¿no? ¿Verdad?
No. Yo ahora acabo de minimizar.
Vale. ¿Puedes mover el ratón en la pantalla, por favor? ¿Estás moviendo el ratón? Hola, ¿me escucháis?
Ahora sí, Rubén. Antes no se te oía. Ahora se te escucha y se te ve a ti.
Ahora
se te ve a ti, así que intenta repetir el proceso de compartir pantalla, a ver si es posible.
Sí, le estoy dando y ahora mismo tengo la presentación puesta. O sea, estoy minimizando, pero no parece que...
Solo se te ve
ya
a ti.
Ya. Pues le estoy dando, pero no parece que... Vamos, estoy minimizando, dándole a la presentación. Incluso he cerrado y he vuelto a abrir otra vez el Skype, pero no parece que esté funcionando. ¿Ahora se ve, Sergio?
Ahora se ve la presentación, perfecto.
Vale.
Venga, ahora sí, genial. Maximiza la... Ahí.
Vale. Espera. Sí.
Ahora se ve
completo. Estupendo. Vale. Genial, Rubén, millones de gracias.
Vale, lo he cerrado y lo he vuelto a abrir otra vez y debía de haber algún problema. Vale. Bueno, pues nada, lo dicho, he preparado algo sencillo, muy simplista, como mi visión del entrenamiento de fuerza dentro de la parte del rendimiento. Y bueno, vamos un poco...
Now we're going to, I'm just going to give my general view of this area. Now, the first thing I'd like to talk about is...
Bueno, a raíz de que han surgido ahora varias tendencias de entrenamiento de fuerza
for strength training have arisen,
que tienen que ver con el área coordinativa también,
to do with coordination,
los dos aspectos del entrenamiento, pues bueno, la influencia un poco de la fuerza en
and I'd like to talk about the influence of strength in performance variables and injury prevention.
Nosotros observamos los niveles de fuerza del
Now, if you look at the strength levels of athletes,
en un principio van a influir en las mecánicas de salto, tanto de propulsión como de
jumping mechanics, both jumping and landing, everything to do with sprints and acceleration,
tanto en el rendimiento como en la mecánica de esos
and
sprints
in the performance and the mechanics of these sprints, and then everything to do with acceleration, deceleration, and changing direction.
Podríamos englobar un poco bastantes de los aspectos que se producen dentro de un entorno competitivo, ¿no? Todo ello nos lleva a que si todas estas mecánicas y procesos tienen una ejecución pobre o una ejecución poco precisa, nos encontraríamos ante un riesgo de lesión probablemente elevado, ¿no? Esto no quiere decir que si nosotros realizamos una ejecución en particular de un elemento de rendimiento pobre, nos vayamos a lesionar de forma segura, ¿no? Pero sí que bueno, la probabilidad de lesión aumentará bastante si todo lo que tiene que ver con la biomecánica, los niveles de fuerza para la ejecución de este gesto no están o no son los óptimos, ¿no? Entonces, un poco lo que tiene que ver con los aspectos positivos que con los que la fuerza influye sobre variables de rendimiento, podemos tener, como hemos dicho antes, en la altura y la distancia del salto vertical o horizontal, la velocidad del sprint y los cambios de dirección, ¿no? Al final, toda la literatura científica y toda la evidencia científica que hay respaldando este tema y estos resultados es muy vasta, ¿no? O sea, es tan grande que no podemos ignorarlo por mucho que haya nuevas tendencias de acercamiento al entrenamiento de fuerza, simultaneándolo con la coordinación y demás. Al final, el entrenamiento de fuerza en sí creo que es algo no negociable dentro del entrenamiento del deportista y que tiene que estar siempre presente porque mejora prácticamente todos los aspectos que va a desarrollar dentro de la competición y del entorno competitivo. Aquí lo que he querido poner es algunos ejemplos en los que, por ejemplo, desarrollando un simple back squat, esto es un estudio de 2004. Aquí vemos, no sé si se ve el cursor del ratón que estoy apuntando
Sí, se ve perfectamente.
Yes, you can see it fine, yes.
Bueno, pues aquí lo que vemos es la relación que hay entre un back squat y un peak power counter que es al final un salto con contramovimiento, con una correlación de Pearson. Bueno, vemos que tanto el peak power counter jump como el peak power squat jump tiene una correlación bastante alta con el back squat, ¿no? Al final es un vector de fuerza que se produce en el ejercicio que se va a correlacionar directamente con el rendimiento en estas dos variables de medición de salto, ¿no? Y que luego vamos a correlacionar evidentemente con muchos deportes en los que puedan utilizar una ejecución de un salto vertical. Al final, cuando observamos, por ejemplo, la mecánica del salto vertical, vemos que existe una expresión que se puede llamar sobre todo en inglés, la triple extension es
in
algo
English we talk about the triple
del
extension. That's used a
competitivo
lot
y
in
dentro
competitive
del
training.
entrenamiento de la fuerza y de la potencia. Entonces,
Force and power.
vemos un poco los vectores
So
o el
here we can
vector de
see
fuerza que se produce,
strength
y
vector
muchas
that's
veces
produced,
lo que
and very
hablamos
often,
o como estamos hablando ahora mismo, las tendencias de entrenamiento que van
because we're
llegando y
talking about
tendencias de entrenamiento
training
actuales,
trends,
nos hablan de una especificidad
there's a specificity
necesaria dentro de los gestos de
which is
entrenamiento para
required
poder
within the
trasladar
training
ese
movements to be
entrenamiento
able to
al rendimiento en
put
pista, ¿no?
these
Si nos
concepts into
metemos
practice.
dentro de esto, que no
Now,
nos vamos a meter muy en profundidad porque es una
we're not
discusión
going to go into depth
bastante
because
extensa,
it's very extensive and technical.
al final lo que
But
nosotros queremos buscar con el entrenamiento de la
what we're
fuerza
trying
es
to
que
get
haya una
through
traslación
strength training is that we're
de
able
vectores de
to
fuerza al
translate
gesto o movimiento
force
deportivo,
vectors
es decir,
to
que
sports movements.
el entrenamiento que nosotros vamos a realizar tenga
The training,
una traslación positiva en
we want
cuanto
it to
a,
have a
en cuanto
positive
a
impact
aplicación de fuerza,
in applying
comparándola
force.
con el gesto deportivo. No
And we
que
want to then
el
compare it
gesto
to
que nosotros
sports
estamos
movements.
realizando dentro del entrenamiento se parezca o no a lo que es el gesto deportivo en sí. Que lo podemos hacer y puede tener
Now,
cierta
the
influencia
movements that are
positiva
required
sobre el
here
gesto deportivo, por
might
supuesto, pero que el
actually
entrenamiento de la fuerza
may or may
disociado
not
de esa
be
especificidad
involved
del
directly
gesto
in sports
deportivo
movements.
no
But,
quiere decir que no tenga una aplicación directa sobre el gesto deportivo y competitivo.
but even if the actual movement is not required in a sport, it doesn't mean that it does not helpful, and it does not benefit the movement as it appears in sport.
Por esa necesidad o por esa propuesta por esas propuestas que vienen de especificidad en el entrenamiento en cuanto al gesto deportivo.
That's why it's important to correlate the two. Here we see two images
simplemente un depth jab o
in
un
which there's
salto en profundidad
a deep jump,
en el que el aterrizaje se produce con dos piernas,
in which they land
podemos
with
ver una
two
técnica correcta,
legs.
y
We
luego
see the
vemos
correct
a
technique.
una deportista en el
And
otro
then we
lado
see
que realiza dos
an
saltos
athlete
consecutivos
on
y
the
en
right
la
who does
que
two consecutive
vemos
jumps.
un valgo pronunciado en la rodilla, ¿no?
And here we see
Al final,
a strong valgus in
¿qué
the
tiene que ver todo esto con la fuerza? Bueno,
Now, what does this have to do with
¿va la fuerza a
strength?
resolver
Well,
todo esto de
is
forma
strength
mágica?
going to
Probablemente no.
be the magic solution to
sea
all
el
this?
único
No,
componente que
it's not the
vaya
only
a
component
resolver todos estos
that's
problemas,
going
porque muchas
to
veces
solve all these
incluyen
problems, because very often
factores biomecánicos
they
que
include
también
biomechanical factors
debemos corregir,
that need to be
factores
corrected,
en los que sí hay
and
fuerza y sí
factors
se
where there
produce
is
fuerza, pero la
strength,
aplicación o la
but
activación
the
en el momento determinado no se
application of
produce
strength in a
de
particular
una manera
time
adecuada, ¿no? Entonces,
is not correctly
quiere
performed.
decir que, por ejemplo, esta deportista que
So
tiene un
this
colapso tan
athlete
grande
here,
en
where there's a
en
massive
ese aterrizaje,
collapse
no
in this
tiene
landing,
niveles de fuerza adecuados.
does that mean that
No
she doesn't have the
siempre
right
quiere decir que no
strength?
los tenga.
It doesn't
Lo que pasa es
necessarily
que,
mean that,
como estoy diciendo, la fuerza no es el único elemento de entrenamiento.
because
Ahora
strength is
bien,
not the only element of training.
si la fuerza se aplica de forma
But if
correcta,
strength is
tendremos
correctly
unas
applied,
posibilidades mayores de que
it's
se
much more
produzca en
likely
menor medida
that there will be
cierto tipo de movimiento que nos puede llevar a
fewer
un entorno lesivo, ¿no?
movements that can lead to injuries.
Bueno, aquí vemos un poco la aplicación
Now here we
de
see
la fuerza
an
durante
application
un
of
salto
strength
vertical, en la que
during a
bueno, pues
vertical
hay
jump.
evidentemente una fase negativa inicial,
There's
luego hay una
a
fase concéntrica
negative
y luego
phase,
una
and then a
fase
concentric
excéntrica en
fade,
la parte,
and then an eccentric phase
del aterrizaje, ¿no? Por
in
supuesto,
the landing.
siempre habrá una parte isométrica
Because
de
there's always going to be an
fuerza aplicada al
isometric
final
applied
del counter movement,
part of the
que
counter
va a
movement,
servir
which is going to serve
digamos, como pozo o como base a lo que va a
as
ser
a base
la aplicación de la fuerza
for
concéntrica. Por tanto,
applying
tenemos
concentric force.
y recopilamos tres tipos de fuerza
So there are
aplicados
three
en un
types of
simple
applied
movimiento.
strength
Y
in a
que,
simple movement.
por supuesto, a estos tres tipos de fuerza
Now,
hay
for
que
these three
prestarles
types of
atención
movement,
dentro del
we
proceso
have to pay attention to them in training.
Hay que disociar el entrenamiento
We have to dissociate
de la fuerza en los
strength
distintos tipos de
training.
fuerza que se pueden producir. Bueno, sobre
Do
eso
we
hay
need to
muchas
dissociate it
teorías y creo que
into
entrar
different
en todas
exercises? Well,
ellas
there are
es
various
algo
different theories
muy
on
extenso
that,
para
whether
el
they need to be
momento, pero sí que
dissociated.
en este caso puede recomendar,
In this case,
por
I
ejemplo,
could
un
recommend
libro que se llama
a book called
Entrenamiento Trifasic Training de Carl Dietz, en el que
three-phase
se
training of
disocia de
Galdi, where they
manera
do
bastante
dissociate
interesante el
in a
entrenamiento
very
de la
interesting
fuerza
way
en los tres
the
componentes de la
strength,
fuerza, ¿no? En el
the three
excéntrico,
components
en el
of
isométrico y en el concéntrico, ¿no?
of strength
Es una
training,
lectura
the
interesante.
center of mass,
Yo
peripheral.
tampoco creo
Now,
que
I
sea siempre necesario
don't think it's
disociarlo,
always
pero sí
necessary
que
to dissociate the
estos
three
tres
elements,
tipos de fuerza
but these three types of
intervienen
strength
en muchos
are
movimientos
involved in a lot of
competitivos, y sí
competitive
que creo que
movements.
los tres
And I
tienen que
think
tener un
that the
componente integrativo
do
dentro
have
del
to
entrenamiento de
be
fuerza y un
integrated within
componente
strength
particular
training,
dentro del entrenamiento de fuerza y se tienen que tratar como
and they need
componentes
to
aislados, aislados en algún momento, sobre todo para testearlos, ¿no?
Especially to be tested.
Si avanzamos un poquito y vemos también y dejamos la parte del salto vertical y nos avanzamos a
Now let's move away
la
from the
parte
vertical
de
jump
sprints o de
and
carrera
talk
o
about sprints,
de inicio de la carrera y
or
velocidad,
the initiation of
también vemos
sprints, the
que, por
acceleration.
ejemplo, el back squat,
Now the
seguimos con un ejercicio
back squat
simple que no requiere
is a simple movement.
bueno, pues mucho material
Doesn't require a lot of
ni mucha parafernalia, ¿no? Simplemente un back squat nos va a predecir, como dice este estudio de Chawachi del 2009, o fue el mejor predictor en sprints de 5 metros y 10 metros.
It's the best predictor of strength in 5 and 10 meter
muchas
sprint.
veces de los deportes de equipo y de los deportes en particular, por ejemplo, en el que yo entro en estos momentos, que es el baloncesto, si englobamos la cantidad de sprints que se producen dentro de un entorno competitivo, probablemente los sprints de 5 o 10 metros compongan un gran porcentaje del grueso no de sprint, sino de componente de velocidad que se produce dentro de la competición.
Speed requirements in
aceleraciones, deceleraciones, evidentemente, pero
so accelerations and
poco
decelerations.
más vamos a ver en cuanto a distancias, porque al final
We're not going to see many different distances on that.
se reacciona a un estímulo externo y se llega de un lado a otro del campo, pues
or when you cross you're not going to be able to travel much greater distance than that. So in a lot of team sports, we're talking about those sorts of sprint distances.
Al predictor,
now, if we go to the
si nos fijamos ahora en
predictor,
el cambio de dirección,
regarding
bueno, pues al final
change of direction,
la variable de fuerza excéntrica fue la que
variable
mejor
of eccentric strength is the best predictor
el cambio de
change of direction.
La fuerza excéntrica,
according to this 2014 study,
tratada hoy en día
eccentric
dentro
strength
del entrenamiento con nuevos implementos, como puede ser el entrenamiento con flywheel, al final es un componente de la fuerza totalmente necesario, ¿no? Y probablemente porque sea el mayor predictor. Bueno, pues porque la fuerza excéntrica en este caso nos predispone
eccentric strength
realizar un movimiento de
allows
cambio
us to
de dirección
perform
lo más
a
eficaz
change
posible
of direction as
cuando
effectively as
deceleramos
possible.
del movimiento previo, ¿no? O sea, lo primero que entra en movimiento
Now, the first
o que
thing
entra en
that
acción es la
moves
fuerza excéntrica para conseguir decelerar
is eccentric strength.
de esa inercia que nosotros traemos del movimiento anterior. A partir de ahí se produce, si vemos en las dos imágenes, en una se está decelerando y en otra se está cambiando de dirección ya.
Acceleration, one is a change of direction, the one
decelerando
above the
para poder cambiar
deceleration,
de dirección,
to
y
be
en
able to then
la
change
inferior
direction,
a la derecha
and
se
then the
está
one on the
ya
bottom right,
realizando la
there's
fase concéntrica,
already
el cambio
a concentric change of
si
direction
nosotros
taking place.
relacionamos lo que tiene que ver el entrenamiento de la
Now,
fuerza
if we relate
con la
strength
prevención de
training
lesiones,
with
el
injury
jugador
prevention,
de la imagen superior viene
the one
probablemente
on the top
propulsado
left,
por una fuerza bastante alta
athlete,
inercial,
has an initial strong
el componente de fuerza excéntrica va a luchar contra
momentum,
esa fuerza inercial,
and now
¿verdad?
you have to fight against this inertia
la fuerza
because
inercial,
the athlete is moving quickly.
si la fuerza excéntrica del
So
jugador,
if the eccentric strength of the player is not
son lo
optimum,
suficientes para soportar esa
or is not enough to support this inertia of the player, then the player does have a high risk of injury because they lose control of the deceleration.
hablando de forma directa de cómo
So
influye
we're talking about the direct influence of
la prevención de
strength
lesiones. Probablemente no, pero sí que estamos hablando que es un
we're not
componente
necessarily talking about the direct
básico
involvement of eccentric strength in
el
avoiding
control de
injuries, but
situaciones,
it's important
que
in
se dan en
controlling
competición. Y cuanto
situations.
más control tengamos de las situaciones,
And the
evidentemente,
more you're able
menor
to control these
riesgo de lesión
situations, the
vamos
lower the
a
risk
tener, ¿no?
of injury.
Por ello, y no en vano, muchas lesiones se producen a
So
raíz de
that's why a lot of
elementos
injuries
inesperados como un
occur
salto
in
y una colocación de un pie
unexpected
debajo del
situations
jugador,
such as
en el que, bueno,
in
pues
jumps
poco se
or
puede hacer, ¿no?
in
Porque realmente,
quick changes of direction.
bueno, pues es un elemento que no controlamos y es un
This is
elemento
something that can't always be
de puro
controlled.
azar, que si se pisa encima de
There's
ese
a lot
pie,
of
se produce una serie de factores lesivos
also
que no se pueden controlar, ¿no?
collisions and these
Pero
are
sí que si nosotros
unpredictable
somos
elements.
capaces de
But we
controlar ciertas
are
inercias
able
y
to
ciertas
control
fuerzas
certain
inerciales, vamos
inertias,
a estar más en control de las
and that
situaciones y
can
por
help us
tanto
to be in
vamos a
better control of
poder
the situation
reaccionar mejor y vamos a
and we'll be
poder
able to react better
reducir ese riesgo de lesión.
and reduce the risk of injuries.
Bueno, al final en el mismo estudio de Spiteri
Now,
se
in the
habla,
same
como
Spiteri
os he
study,
comentado, que bueno, que es muy importante asegurar
you see, it's very
una
important
base de fuerza
to
excéntrica,
ensure an eccentric strength
además
base,
de la ya enfatizada
as
fase
well as
de fuerza concéntrica
the
o
concentric
la fase
strength
de fuerza dinámica general, ¿no?
and general
Y luego
strength.
si nos fijamos en la parte en la que habla de los cambios de
Now,
dirección,
regarding change of direction,
perdonad porque tengo que traducir un poco mientras lo estaba viendo, por porque lo tenía preparado en inglés, al final, cuando realizamos los cambios de dirección y si queremos mejorar el rendimiento en esos cambios de dirección, bueno, pues ejercicios que como os digo, a veces catalogados por nuevas tendencias como que no tienen una transferencia positiva a la competición porque no tienen un componente coordinativo, la ciencia parece que dice que nos puede ayudar de una manera muy eficaz a mejorar nuestra habilidad de producir cambios de dirección que al final se producen constantemente durante el entorno competitivo, ¿no? Pues, por ejemplo, habla de ejercicios como el back squat, como el power clean, como los saltos en profundidad, como la pliometría, etcétera, ¿no? Son ejercicios que enfatizan la fase excéntrica y que bueno, pues simplemente nos ayudan a mejorar nuestra eficacia mecánica de cara a la mejora del cambio de dirección, por ejemplo, ¿no? Bueno, esto quiere decir que las otras propuestas no serían efectivas.
Does that mean that other proposals are not effective? No, not at all.
Simplemente es que con cierta facilidad se puede ayudar a un jugador a mejorar de una manera drástica y dramática su rendimiento en pista, ¿no? Bueno, al final nosotros sacamos precisamente para el doctorado que ha comentado Sergio, que bueno, estoy todavía en proceso de terminarlo, sacamos un estudio en el que comparábamos bueno, pues, jugadores junior masculinos y jugadoras junior masculinas de baloncesto, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, al final era una comparativa en una competición de máximo nivel, una Final Four. Y bueno, a una de las conclusiones que llegamos, observando los datos de acelerometría que se aplicaron en el momento de la Final Four, pues bueno, incluyendo un entrenamiento de fuerza excéntrica específico, sería crucial a la hora de preparar, por ejemplo, a mujeres jugadoras de baloncesto, ya no solo en edad junior, sino en edad senior, para decelerar de forma efectiva bueno, pues, en entornos competitivos, ¿no? Y por tanto esto nos ayudaría a reducir lesiones producidas en los ratios de aceleración y deceleración, ¿no? Al final, el ratio de aceleración es un ratio que se saca a través de la acelerometría y que tiene que ver con las veces que un jugador o jugadora acelera y con las veces que decelera, ¿no? Al final los ratios positivos bueno, podría indicar que un jugador o jugadora no es capaz de decelerar de forma eficaz.
If there's a positive ratio, it might mean that they're not able to decelerate well, and this could lead us to think that there's a greater risk of injury if there are more acceleration than deceleration.
La conclusión a la que se puede llegar, también en la bibliografía existente, es que con una fuerza excéntrica mayor, demostrado está que bueno, a veces en mujeres es inferior a la que puede poseer un deportista hombre, mejorarían ese riesgo de lesión
greater eccentric strength could reduce the risk of injury related to the acceleration-deceleration ratio and related to imbalances.
En el ratio de aceleración. Por tanto, la fuerza excéntrica nos llevaría a una deceleración más
allows us to be more effective when decelerating, and that allows us to have less imbalances in the acceleration to deceleration ratio, and that can also help to prevent injuries.
Bueno, al final, dentro del entrenamiento de la fuerza y la prevención de lesiones,
también, strength training and
injury prevention, no solo en este, sino en muchísimos más, la bibliografía es muy extensa.
There are actually lots of things to discuss. There is a very diverse bibliography.
Bueno, pues levantar un 1.6 de su peso corporal en un back squat.
Generally speaking, current evidence suggests that until athletes can squat at least 1.6 per body mass, maximum strength training should be the dominant training
de salto en profundidad.
And
bueno, lo que la literatura
in long jump,
afirma de forma
the
consistente es que
literature consistently states that until such a time as the athlete once again is able to move 1.6 times its body mass,
en ese deportista, ¿no? Entonces, muy importante el desarrollo de la fuerza antes de incluir cierto tipo de estrategias de entrenamiento dentro de nuestros programas, ¿no?
Needs to be developed before we can
Luego,
introduce
además,
these
el
training
desarrollo
strategies
de la
into
fuerza
our
máxima
program.
también
And then
tiene
developing
bastantes beneficios
maximal
a nivel de
strength.
fitness,
It has significant benefits on muscular tenderness,
¿no?
stiffness,
Bueno,
and
si
connective
nos
tissue
fijamos en
strength.
deportes, y vuelvo otra vez, y perdonadme, porque es en el que paso la mayor parte del tiempo, en deportes como el baloncesto, al final
Let's
el
talk about
stiffness a
basketball
nivel
once more.
tendinoso pues es bastante importante
This
para poder
type of
absorber fuerzas y
benefit is very,
devolverlas de
very
forma eficaz
important in order to be
durante
able
los
to gain
movimientos que se
strength and
producen
apply it
de manera
in
habitual en nuestro deporte, ¿no?
movements that are very,
Y
very
por
common
tanto,
in the sport. As a
pues ya veis que
result,
aquí pongo 3 estudios de Baum,
there are
Watson y
3
Magnusson. El
studies
entrenamiento
here,
de fuerza máxima mejoraría
Baum, Watson, and
ese
Magnuson.
stiffness, perdón, y
This
nos ayudaría a
muscular
absorber
tenderness
fuerzas inerciales
stiffness
también de manera eficaz, de forma que redujéramos la
is something that
tuviéramos
can
un
be
alto porcentaje de reducción de incidencia lesiva.
reduced, as well
Bueno,
as
dentro de lo que tiene que ver con el
injury
entrenamiento de
rate.
fuerza y su evolución,
Regarding strength training and its
si nos fijamos
evolution
para
over
mí es algo,
time,
como he dicho al principio, es algo
as
muy
I said
sencillo.
at the
Tengo
beginning, this is very, very simple.
acercamiento, un approach a este
And my
tipo
approach
de
to
entrenamiento muy sencillo.
this kind
Al
of
final,
training, once again, is very
creo que
simple.
todo entrenamiento tiene que basarse en una base,
Instances of training need to have a strong base,
poseer adaptaciones
specific
específicas al deporte que se
exercises that can
practica,
be
y todo
specifically
esto, como
adapted
hemos
to
visto
the
antes, tiene que ver
sport that is
con vectores de
practiced by the
fuerza, ¿no? Si los
athlete,
vectores
and
de fuerza de ese propio ejercicio
it has to be designed
se van a aplicar
with
luego
regards
al
to
deporte y a los movimientos del
strength
deporte que
vectors.
nosotros realizamos,
What are the
podemos
movements in this
llamarlo un
particular
ejercicio
sport?
básico. A
What are
partir
the
de ese
strength
ejercicio base
vectors? Once we
podemos
know
hacer
that, we can
regresiones
develop
si no se
a
controla
base,
o no se,
a basic
no se ejecuta de
exercise
una
that we
manera
can
correcta,
modify
o podemos progresionar
at
hacia algo que
will.
sea mucho
If
más
it's
demandante
not
y que por
properly
tanto tenga una mayor
executed,
aplicación y que por tanto
or if
mejore
perhaps
en
it's
una mayor
deemed
manera
too
rendimiento
easy by the
deportista,
athlete,
¿no?
we can
Para mí esto es un
modify it
principio
in order to
muy básico.
maximize
Entiendo que es algo sencillo
the
y que es algo
benefits,
que es
its
una verdad
benefits.
de perogrullo, ¿no? Empezar por algo,
So,
si este algo no funciona o no se puede
basically,
o no
what
se
you do
puede,
is you try
completar,
something out.
regresionar
If
hacia
that
algo más
something
sencillo,
doesn't
y si
work,
es algo que ya se
you
puede
can
completar y que
revert
hemos
to a
cumplido con nuestros
simpler
objetivos,
exercise,
progresionar hacia
or
algo más difícil. Pero es que realmente para mí el entrenamiento de la
if
fuerza
the purpose of a given
y el entrenamiento en general
basic
tiene que ver con
exercise
este
has been
principio
fulfilled, you
básico,
can
¿no?
move on to the next one. All
El
strength
principio
training,
básico
in
de
my view,
proponer,
has to do with this basic
observar
principle.
si no
So,
estamos
come up with an exercise.
de que haya una aplicación porque la ejecución no es totalmente correcta.
If the execution isn't entirely correct, find an easier exercise. It doesn't matter
si algo no está ejecutado correctamente,
how
no se debería añadir
good
resistencia a ese movimiento
at their own
porque
sport
podríamos producir
athlete is.
efectos totalmente nocivos sobre el deportista.
If
si
the
ese
exercise
movimiento
isn't
está
properly
totalmente
executed,
controlado
we risk
y los
injuring
vectores de fuerza y demás se
the
producen
athlete. So,
de la manera deseada,
another
se
thing that you have to
progresiona
take into
para ayudar,
account is
evidentemente, al
strength
deportista a
vectors,
moverse,
once again.
hacia adelante en su preparación física y deportiva, ¿no?
By figuring out the strength
Aquí
vectors that are
tenemos-
specific to an athlete's
sí,
sport,
me queda poco,
we
perdón.
help him
Aquí tenemos,
progress in his own
bueno,
discipline.
simplemente,
So I'm
algo
going
muy
to
sencillo,
wrap
que es
up
una
soon.
curva de fuerza-velocidad.
This is the force velocity
en la que
curve
me gustaría
progression.
llamarla progresión. Si nos
I
fijamos,
like calling it progression, as a
en
matter
uno
of
de
fact.
los vectores tenemos fuerza, en el otro velocidad.
One of the
y
vectors
vamos
is
viendo de
strength, the
arriba
other
abajo
vector is
que la fuerza
speed.
máxima
Let's
isométrica
read
se
from
coloca
top
arriba
to
del todo,
bottom.
y
On
conforme
top we
va
have
avanzando
maximal
la
isometric
velocidad,
strength,
avanzamos hasta llegar a
and
sobrevelocidad
as
o speed, ¿no?
we increase the
En este
speed,
caso,
we
lo quise llamar
slowly
progresión
move
porque
through maximal strength, strength,
resulta muy
and then
práctico a la hora, por ejemplo, de
overspeed.
implementar pues todos los elementos que nos han ido ocurriendo
All of
como hemos tenido
these
que introducir ahora
elements,
después de la pandemia, ¿no? Después del confinamiento en casa con
ever
nuestros
since
deportistas,
the
¿no?
lockdown,
Primero hemos tenido que garantizar un nivel de
have
fuerza
become
isométrica
increasingly
máxima,
important
después un
because
nivel de
we've been
fuerza máxima,
able
después
to
hemos
ensure
podido ir
that our
dándole
athletes
velocidad a
could
los
work
movimientos de
with
fuerza que ya hemos hecho y que ya
a
tienen un pozo de fuerza
maximal
máxima
isometric
suficiente,
strength
y luego
exercise,
vamos
a maximal
añadiendo
strength
de
exercise,
manera paulatina más velocidad de
etc.,
forma que
etc.
acerquemos el
So
movimiento
as we reduce the weight, we
gesto
increase the
deportivo y a la
speed,
competición. Pero
and
siempre con una base de fuerza
all
suficiente
the
como
movements
para que sirva de sustentación a
that we
la
request
aplicación de la
our
velocidad
athletes
en
to
el movimiento,
perform
¿no? Al final
employ the same strength
es muy sencillo para mí,
vectors
de verdad. O sea,
that can be found found in the practice of their sport.
Nos otorgan niveles superiores de controles en situaciones inciertas a las que tenemos que reaccionar y eso reduce el riesgo de lesión.
We get stronger,
Entonces,
the risk
si
of
nosotros
injury decreases.
nos fijáramos en construir Si el rendimiento de un deportista fuese su casa,
if an athlete's
nosotros como profesionales tuviéramos que ayudarles a construir su casa, no tendría ninguna duda en que la planta inferior y
to be
lo que
shaped
son
like
los
a house,
cimientos estarían
the
construidos
foundation is strength.
en la base de la fuerza y en el entrenamiento de la
The
fuerza, ¿no?
foundation
Al final,
of this
esto
house of
entra
performance is
dentro del
strength.
trabajo de Joyce y Lewis de 2014. No se
Joyce
puede
and
construir
Lewis
una
in
estructura
2014 stated that you
unos
can't build a
cimientos que
perfect
vayan a
structure on a
colapsar,
foundation that will
si les
collapse under
aplicamos
weight.
eso encima, ¿no? El entrenamiento de fuerza nos enseña esto. Si no hay unos
That
niveles
is
de
what
fuerza mínimos,
strength
todo lo
training
que apliquemos
teaches us.
encima de ese
If there isn't a
entrenamiento
minimal
no va a
level
tener una base de
of
sustentación
strength,
sólida para poder progresar.
the athlete is going to be
Bueno, un poco
unable to perform up
así
to
de corto,
standard.
me hubiese gustado estar horas hablando sobre esto.
I could have talked
pero
about this for hours, but
un poco
obviously we
esto es
don't have the time.
lo que quería expresar
This
y,
was
por
pretty
supuesto,
much what I wanted to
deseando
cover
estas preguntas
today,
de cualquiera que las quiera hacer.
and I'm here to answer your questions, should you have any. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a
Thank
todos.
you,
Perdón
thank you everyone.
por la atención.
Sorry I interrupted you, Sergio. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruben. It was very interesting.
Muchísimo hablándonos como nos hablas del entrenamiento de la fuerza. A los fisioterapeutas en especial voy a poner a mi persona por delante, puesto que en muchas ocasiones como fisioterapeuta con el afán de prevenir lesiones, intentando buscar la funcionalidad y el movimiento óptimo en los deportistas, siempre que asociamos entrenar la fuerza,
to maximize functionality and mobility in our athletes, but strength is also an important means to an end when it comes to injury prevention, as your presentation showed. So truly very, very interesting. Thank you.
Y bueno, pues continuamos al final de esta mesa con el doctor Francisco Gámez. Paco, millones de gracias de verdad, porque sé que te has preparado con mucho cariño en poco tiempo.
Paco, thank you because you prepared your presentation in a very short time. So thank you very much for being here with us. Let me introduce you to Paco Gámez, a doctor in physiotherapy, also a lecturer. We're lucky because each and every year he collaborates with our masters in sports physiotherapy, and his interdisciplinary work is absolutely extraordinary. All master students at the European University benefit from it. He's been working for the Spanish Rugby Federation for 12 years. He's also CEO for an important company in Malaga. Paco, it's a pleasure to have you here. You'll be talking to us about active approaches in injury rehabilitation in sports. So, Paco, thank you very much for joining us today. Over to you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Thank you. I'm actually quite excited to be here. It's a pleasure. I'm glad to be here today to talk to you about sport-related injuries. And mind you, I think I'm more excited about my colleagues who have already presented than I am about my opportunity to intervene here today. It was a pleasure listening to you, so congrats, truly, it's been super interesting. Before I begin, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank the whole team over at Real Madrid, as well as the European University. So thank you very much for organizing this beautiful event. I'm going to share my screen now. And technical issues allowing, I'm going to kick off my presentation very, very soon.
Vamos a ver, vamos a la presentación. ¿La tenéis?
Perfectamente.
Can you see it? Yes.
Muy bien, pues nada.
Right, very well.
Empezamos. Empieza el espectáculo. O eso espero.
Let the show begin.
El contenido específico de la charla, que lleva por título
the title of this presentation is An Active Approach to Sport-Related Injuries.
Que representa un poco de lo que quiero exponer.
I would like to use some material sourced from my clinic, from my private activity. This, in my opinion, is the pathway to rehabilitation, early stages, from the early stages to that return to their sport. There are four stages here. The first stage is functional evaluation, a very exhaustive stage, this one. which is aimed at coming up with a diagnosis and an exercise program that should be tailored after the needs of our athlete. There is another point here, which is constant re-evaluation, which shall be present throughout. Within functional evaluation, there are two parts. First off, we analyze the medical history of the patient, and then we take into account the individual incident that triggered the injury. So, first part, medical history. To me, that's fundamental. This aspect is often disregarded, but it should truly be the main factor that we take into account whilst we're analyzing the medical history. We ask the patient why they've come to the clinic. We ask about previous injuries. And we ask about their systems. It's something Sergio talked about this morning. On top of that, we ask the patient to fill in a number of scientifically validated questionnaires, which help us come up with an accurate diagnosis. Once we are finished with this step, we move on to a situational analysis. We look at joints, basically. I won't be talking about the lower back, because my colleague did earlier to a much better extent than I could. But, for example, hip. Regardless of the injury that the patient has suffered, what I'm interested in is those elements that might have triggered the emergence of this injury that could be directly or indirectly related to pain or the injury itself. Let's talk about the hip, for example. We have SFA, impingement. We do a few pain tests to collect data about the patient. And it's very interesting to view these as a starting point in the rehabilitation process. This is a modified Thomas test that we often use. It's very informative regarding the existing rapport between hip and knee. On the right hand side, the patient has clear control over his flexors, whereas on the left the patient has a clear dominance over superficial flexors. You can tell from the extent to which they're able to bend their knees. The test was recently designed by a researcher. It's still pending a reliability analysis, but we still use it because it provides us with useful information. We also have another test that also works with a leg and knee extension. It's called the Jordan test. This test gives us a clear idea of what physiotherapy is still capable of doing. We do the same type of study with other joints as well. The knee, for example. I'm sure you're familiar with this, with these tests that we usually propose, because they're classical tests, often included in manuals of diagnostics. We collect data through, for example, leg drags or leg knee extension. Ankle, we do the same thing pretty much. Then the ankle is a very important joint. We factor in all those elements that might affect one's capability to bear weight We have a look at all the intrinsic mechanisms of the foot. And this type of information is a sort of information that we note down in our specific notebook, data that we cross-reference with the medical history. But there is also a third step to this first stage. We do the so-called dynamic analysis. We ask the patient to move so as to find out if we missed anything in the second step of this first stage. So just to give you an example, overhead squat. This is the correct movement. On the right-hand side, we've highlighted the elements we analyze.
Aquí ahora a continuación os pongo algunos ejemplos que sí que nos dan información de diferentes déficits, debilidades, etc.
And we use a model that helps us find out if there are any deficits or technical faults in the execution of the exercise, limits in external rotation, for example, etc. We don't always have to rush it, really, because if we do, that can lead to injury. The next video features a futsal player who suffered a left hip injury, so his movement is restricted. As you can see, he can't perform the whole movement. Another example, a distance runner who is unable to perform the full movement because of all the deficits he's collected over the years. And finally, in the final video, we have a patient that unfortunately can move very, very little, is full of restrictions. So, this kind of analysis is something we use to come up with a tailor-made program, a rehabilitation program. Another test that we often run. This video is showing you the correct execution of the exercise. Nice dorsal flexion in the foot, and so on. As I was saying, correct dorsal flexion, good side hip stability, good control over the central hip. On the right hand side, you have a summary of all the elements that are required. And then let's have a look at a few examples. At the top, that is the same futsal player that we saw earlier. His left leg, it would seem like, behaves better than his right one, but truly the left heel is elevated, which is interesting. It tells us a lot about the dorsal flexion of that ankle, an ankle that needs to be evaluated as we treat his right hip problem, so bear that in mind. The behavior, the response of his right hip is clearly impaired, but at the same time, as you can appreciate, he's also trying to compensate on his left side, which results in a stability deficit around the lower back. That also results in a reduced capacity for dorsal flexion. So those are all things you have to look into.
Now, on the bottom left, here you can see an example of the capacity to analyze movement through the video, because that allows us to see whether there is any kind of alteration in the situation for which the patient has come to the clinic. Now we've got a patient who's had a surgery, and here you see that the rigidity prevents him on the bottom left from reaching down with the right foot to the floor, and however on the left foot he is able to reach down to the ground. And on the right we've got an interesting case as well. In this case, there's a female patient who's you see that on the right leg there's a much stronger curve, and this might be the origin of the problem. This is a patient who came with a left knee injury, and in this image I wouldn't think that I should just treat the left knee. In this situation, I also have to take care of the capacities of the right knee, because these deficits that we're seeing here are almost certainly going to make it more likely to generate an injury on the other knee. So the overall work is going to change. We can't just work on the left, you have to work on the right as well. Now, if you look at more dynamic analyses, this is also related to what Diego was saying before. We have a number of tests that are interesting because they give us information on the behavior of the lower limbs. Here we can see correct behavior, where there's no movement in the core. And there's a deliberate movement and it's balanced movement of the legs. Below, you see two images, and on the left, you see a football player who has an external rotation, and on the right, you see an alteration of the knee. You see on the right leg, you see there's an internal curve of the leg, but an external curve of the foot. The images below can lead to damage if we don't. We need to be able to detect the structural rotational situation. But if we see that in the external rotation of the tibia in our analysis, that it's normal, when we have this external rotation, this can make us think that there is some decompensation or imbalance. And so that we also have to be quite careful and take into account in our recovery program. There's another interesting test, very related to the other one, is the hip flexion test. Here we have our Spanish champion with this, where we see there's no movement of the core with the leg movement, very stable, and a very balanced leg raise. And below we have the football player with the injury. And look at his lower back. Here you will see the movement that occurs every time he moves his leg. Here you see that he tends to move the leg outwards. And so you see that how the hip is involved in this movement. Here on the bottom right, if you look at this test, the tendency is that when he raises the leg, it goes towards the center. That's interesting. Because we can see this over-activation is what is producing the problem, and that's leading to too much load on the hip. These are 4 tests. They're the ones that we use because they give us a lot of information. And they're supported by other functional tests, more dynamic ones, that are related to the type of injury in which the patient comes to the consultancy. For example, the load test for the Achilles, the load test here on the top right, where we have a number of repetitions, pain associated with the movement. And all these comparisons help us to get data. And also we have horizontal jump, and that gives us information on the progression and on the base situation of the subject. Here we see a football player and a rugby player with different injuries. These information can be quantitative or qualitative, and this is supported with tools that are very reliable, such as EMGs. This is very, very interesting for certain patients. For example, this rotular fracture. There's a football player, and you can see, we can monitor them in movement. And dynamometry. Dynamometry is a very interesting element, an interesting tool to obtain data. It's very reliable data to know the base level of these players. Now, this would be something fundamental in any club to get this information. Right, so all this data, the personal medical history, the analysis of the situation of each player, all of these functional tests, the step down, the flexions, 90 degrees flexions, 180 degrees, all of these tests that can be applied according to the injury. So jump tests, and we do all of this to gather data, and we have a follow-up sheet, and that allows me to get the information I need, so that in the functional and clinical analysis it can be very, very effective. And that is going to allow me to design a number of exercises that are oriented towards real goals based on the subject's situation. We'll have this scale of priorities. Now, for me, pain is really a priority, reducing it. And then second, I also give a lot of importance to these major deficits that we can see in a lot of athletes. For example, the knee that we saw in the female athlete on the left knee, but then the right knee was behaving badly in response. Now this is a priority. So you've got the primary injury, and then you've got the primary cause. So now we need to have a certain protocol for the left knee and all other elements that it can give rise to. And there's also the secondary dysfunctions, these things that we discover when we analyze various different joints, certain rigidities, or various different things that that might arise. I think these are also important elements, and they need to be considered in exercises. So what's difficult here is to find the ideal exercises for these situations and to ensure the correct progression of the illness.
Vale, ahora nos metemos en tema de ejercicio. Aquí os pongo un poco lo que utilizo yo en la terapia manual.
This is what I use in manual therapy and neuroactivation techniques, which is related to the work on with the physiotherapist. Now this gives me a lot of information which I use in the initial assessment. And all of this means that the strength exercises can be a lot more efficient. To optimize the strength exercise is what I really try to do with the work I do with neuroactivation. Now, sometimes it's difficult to have a quick improvement, but if we do this base improvement, I think that strength is a fundamental element. Now we're going to look at a number of different exercises.
Parece que Rubén ha hecho la presentación perfecta para mí.
We've already seen the very interesting demonstrations of this.
De polea excéntrica, que para mí es una de las herramientas más interesantes.
Now this is a very interesting tool.
Y los redactadores debemos incluir como herramienta
and it's something we should include as a basic tool.
Aquí tenemos una patada isquiotibial con dominancia de cadera.
EVC1. We can include knee dominance according to the patient. There are a lot of different possibilities here to work with rectifying flows. They can be low intensity. There's activation exercises. If you see any kind of deficits, you can also work with hip flexions in different options. And when they have more control over the lower back, then you can give them more challenges. There are various different things that can be worked on with this. It's a very flexible and very complete tool. We have rotations here. Some of them are very relevant to rugby players. We can have situations that look like game situations. Here we're starting to introduce actions directly related to the sport. Above we have the strength of upper limbs. And then some torso exercises, which are again related to rotation. Now then we've got loads exercises. Here we really start to get into it. There's some very interesting exercise here. These are very interesting for load situations. There's a strong eccentric strength required. And there's the side squat, as you can see at the bottom on the right, the rugby player. And we start to introduce stimuli and greater loads. And then we have readaptation here, which works towards functionality, things specifically related to acceleration, deceleration in different with different intensities. So we've got running and stopping. We can also work laterally, as you see in the bottom right. And finally, here are a number of exercises that I found very exciting, especially related to rugby, which I love. Here we see instinct elements. We have to work the capacities of strength related to decisions, making fast reactions, and this is very similar to what they do in their sporting practice, such as passes, and also to think a lot about the melee situation. And we need to think of various different situations to strengthen the knees for a scrum situation in rugby. So I hope you found that interesting. It's been a great pleasure. I enjoyed this a lot, and thank you very much for all of you, and to Sergio and the Universidad Europea de Madrid for this invitation. Thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Paco.
Thank you very much, Paco.
Millones de gracias, qué interesante.
This has been very interesting.
Qué abordajes tan prácticos nos has traído.
This very practical approach there.
Voy a decirte, pues para utilizarlos ya para
it's something
tener
to be used
a nuestros deportistas
right now for our athletes.
Y usar estas grandes herramientas, sobre todo.
It would be good to use these great tools, these great ideas. It's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues vamos a pasar al turno de preguntas.
We're now going to go to the Q&A session. There's some questions.
Nuestros oyentes
our listeners
Diego,
have
la primera pregunta que
sent in. Now, Diego, the first question we have here
es bastante interesante.
This is quite interesting.
Nos preguntan qué
asking,
podemos recomendar. Fíjate que estamos ante unas jornadas de lesión deportiva.
Now, this is about a sport injury workshop.
Mucho de los deportistas. ¿Qué hacemos con un paciente que tiene dolor lumbar de edad avanzada?
What do we do if we've got a patient with lower back pain and they're elderly and they don't do sport? I mean, that's also not derogatory to the sport, but yes, but lower back pain affects athletes and non-athletes, of course. Now, the causes of lower back pain in athletes are very different from causes in non-athletes. Now, someone who doesn't do sport, well, you have to look a little bit at morphological aspects, age, habits. This is what we need to look at in an interview.
Yo, como sabes, soy
As you know,
voy a decir muy fan, ¿no? Pero me gusta mucho el uso de los cuestionarios validados.
I like the use of validated questionnaires because they always provide very interesting questions. Close questions and also objective questions that can be parable in the medium to long term. So, when we have a patient who doesn't do much sport or any sport, we have to see how much or how little they do.
Al final, un poco por sacar al paciente de que no le eche la culpa al estar sentado.
No, we can't always just say this because they were sitting down a lot. I mean, the posture in itself is not going to be pathological. The problem is maintaining the same posture for a very long time. That can be pathological. Now, if we have incorrect habits, being too sedentary can be a factor. I like this idea of invisible readaptation. Often correct nutrition, sleep, good breathing in an athlete is very useful, and that's something that we need to look at. We need to look at all these habits. So, a patient with lower back pain, there can be various different variables involved. In our consultations, we try to objectively quantify these issues with questionnaires. And so we have these questionnaires that evaluate the sedentary lifestyle or sports activities of the patients. Then we do an ultrasound test to look at the lower back region and also the timing of the motor recovery. And this is what we look at in patients. Now, I liked what Paco said. It was a very, very interesting presentation. It shows the virtues of the physiotherapist, which is to assess function. That's what we do. It's to assess motor function, and that's what helps the patient to move
con ese paciente.
And helps us to work with this patient.
No sé si he respondido
I don't know if I've answered the question, but in a patient who doesn't do sport, the first thing we need to do is to ask them to move.
Great, I think that's the best possible recommendation we could have gotten. Ruben, question for you. First off, thank you for your presentation. The question is, how do you measure alterations?
Tiene que ver con cómo las valoramos a nivel de volumen.
In terms of volume,
las valoramos o las medimos con los acelerómetros que nosotros
we
tenemos,
use accelerometers.
Al final esto nos da una valoración objetiva de lo que el deportista está haciendo
That
en pista
gives us
y a su vez
an
nos
objective
ayuda
marker of what the athlete is
pues a
doing
programar un poco el entrenamiento de fuerza dependiendo de las aceleraciones y también de las deceleraciones que el jugador produce en pista, o sea que el jugador produce dentro de la pista, ¿no?
And we're able to look at all the accelerations
que la
and
pregunta irá un poco por aquí, ¿no? Al final las aceleraciones evidentemente también son muy importantes porque generan una exerción de la fuerza muy importante.
During acceleration you exert a lot of strength and they tire out the players, so it's something you have to take into account. It's actually one of the most important markers that we have when it comes to understanding why and how a player gets fatigued on the court. And finally, I suppose the student wanted to know to what extent I take acceleration and deceleration into account when it comes to establishing the workload. The answer is if the predominance is accelerational as opposed to decelerational, I use lighter loads. If the ratio is negative, that is, if they spend more energy to accelerate. That is pretty much, that's the answer, pretty much. Thank you very much, Ruben.
Paco, nos pregunta un compañero.
Marco, another question.
Decía, ¿no? Al priorizar los objetivos en la recuperación de una
when it comes to
lesión,
prioritizing
hablas de lesión
goals
primaria,
while
¿qué criterios utilizas para asignar ese apellido ante una
undergoing
lesión?
a rehabilitation program from an injury? What criteria do you use? Right, I talked about primary injury. I was actually referring to the global situation of the patient. Very often at the clinic we get patients who turn to us after going to other clinics because they've tried manual physiotherapy on the stretcher, so to speak, noticing a few benefits. I mean, manual therapy helps a lot, but if you've had 40 sessions on your knee and you're not getting better, there must be a reason. At that point, your system is likely to have created a number of compensations to help you cope with the primary injury. For these types of patients, what we do is we tend to forget why truly they've come to us, meaning what symptoms they reported. We have a global look at the patient. We try and ascertain which the primary injury is. Doesn't mean, of course, that if a patient comes in and reports knee issues, we won't look at the knee. We will, but we will also look at a number of other systems. We can't keep on working on that knee if he's already had 40 sessions on it, because we know that its physiology has been altered by all of those sessions that the patient has already undergone. So that is the quick answer. Great. It's very clear. A couple of other questions for you, Paco.
Como muy resumido, ¿Cuál es,
so in a nutshell,
opinión, ¿no? ¿Cuál es,
what is your opinion,
el beneficio que has encontrado al trabajar,
or rather, what are the benefits that you found in working with blood flow restrictions? They also asked a question about electromyogram, probably referring to biofeedback. And in your opinion, how convenient is it to work on hamstrings and knees and hip as opposed to the knee directly, etc., etc.? And that's a lot of questions, actually.
No, que tenemos en cola ahí esperándonos a grandes.
I know it's quite a few questions, but don't worry about it. So, when it comes to flow correction, in the initial stages, during the acute phase, when we have to work with lighter loads, what we strive to achieve is an improvement in terms of muscle atrophy. So if the injury is recent, we look to improve strength without working with high volumes. Regarding the hamstrings, hip dominant or knee dominant, there are lots of cross-references here, but in my opinion the important thing is for the patient to develop functionally, both at a hip level and at a knee level. If the patient is hip dominant, it will depend. It will depend on the specific case anyway. The work I showed you on the hamstrings in the video was done on a patient who'd suffered a patella injury. We're working on the hamstring because that's a basic strategy to deal with knee problems, but we work on all elements that are related to the primary issue. What was the last question again? So they asked you about
¿cuánto conviene, no? ¿Cuándo conviene trabajar más los isquios?
How beneficial it can be
en un proceso de rehabilitación. ¿Cómo lo diferenciarías?
To work primarily on the hamstrings or on the hip in a rehabilitation process. No, that's literally the answer I just gave you. It depends on the injury. There's no unified answer, and on production mechanisms, if several peripheral elements are also altered, the answer will be different than if there is no proximal alteration. So in each case, we have a look at what's dominant and make the best choice with a view to ensuring swift recovery. It depends on the sport, it depends on the athlete, it depends on the injury. Thank you so much, Paco. So the third round table of the day is now officially wrapped up. It's been a pleasure to act as moderator with such incredible speakers as Dr. Paco Gámez, Diego Miñambres and Rubén Portes. Thank you all so much.
Pienso que aprendemos mucho más de toda esta visión y esta experiencia multidisciplinar.
Telling us so much about your respective fields. We're learning so much because you're incredible professionals. Once again, thank you so much. Let's move on to the next round table.
Así que continuamos en la siguiente mesa.
Let's move on to the next round table.
David Rodríguez.
With Dr. David Rodriguez. He'll be telling you more about the professionals that we'll be speaking to in the next round table. A round table I'm truly very much looking forward to. So
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Con las jornadas,
We're going to continue with this workship.
En concreto,
now we have a round table
de poder moderar por
that I'm very excited to be moderating with great scientists and renowned personalities here. It's going to be very scientific. We're going to discuss something as important as the physiology of recovery from sports injuries. This is very much a cross-cutting issue in relation to sports injuries. Now, I'd really like to thank our speakers. Now, we don't have time to talk about all of your careers, but I have a brief description here. Now, we're very happy to be with Ruben Pons, who's a consultant in the Sports Physiotherapy and who worked with in football. And we have Mónica Barrial, who's a nutritionist with Real Madrid, and who's also worked on television. And we've got Dr. Pareja, who's a doctor in physiology, and who teaches in the Universidad Europea de Madrid. And we're going to finish with Michal Vilovny, who's worked in Davis Cup and teaches sports physiotherapy in the university as well. So, thank you very much indeed for coming to speak here. So, we can begin whenever you want.
Tengo aquí en el orden anotado con Rubén Pons.
Let's start with Rubén Pons.
Para dar la indicación. Que no te había dado el paso. Disculpa, Rubén.
No te preocupes. Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Agradecer a David, a Sergio la invitación.
First of all, I'd like to thank David for the invitation.
Es un placer poder compartir con vosotros.
It's a great pleasure to be able to
talk
to all of you.
Anteriores ponentes. Yo destacaría por la parte que me ocupa la presentación de Paco. La verdad que me ha encantado. Ha sido para mí.
I really liked Paco's demonstration, his presentation. It's very much in line with what I believe and in what I work in.
Mi presentación es un poquito más cortita.
My presentation is a bit shorter. I've just got a few slides. Now, if there are any questions, then I'll be happy to answer them. It's not so much related to physiology, rather I'm going to talk about the injuries in the pre-season period. And now I'm going to share my screen with you, so I can begin.
Vale, ¿la veis?
Can you see it here?
Sí, yo la veo.
Vale.
Yes, I can see it.
Bueno, pues como os decía,
no, as I was saying,
del recto anterior y la lesión de este músculo, sobre todo en periodo de
I'm going to talk about the anterior rectal and pre. This is a compendium from the period of confinement.
Compañeros fisioterapeutas, entre ellos Joaquín Acedo, Eduardo Álvarez, que es el fisio del Liverpool,
Eduardo Álvarez from Liverpool,
Francesc Sucarrats y
Nacho Sucarrats, and Nacho Candela.
Surgió que hicimos un grupo y quedábamos pues, cada viernes y cada día pues, hablábamos de un tema diferente y bueno,
Friday to discuss different issues.
Varias veces de este tema y es algo que nos
We've talked about this issue quite often.
Y por eso también me gustaría destacar su aportación. Pues bueno, destacar que el recto anterior tiene un 15% de recaída y por qué precisamente el recto anterior y por qué precisamente.
Why are we talking specifically about this?
Y tenemos aquí dos ilustraciones que son bastante.
This anterior rectum. This is
a. En la izquierda que el recto anterior es un músculo completamente aislado.
This is a muscle which is very much isolated from the rest.
De los bastos, pero estas serían aportaciones miofasciales, es decir, no hay una
they can neofascial connections.
Si hacemos un corte transversal en el recto anterior en el cadáver, pues vemos, se puede apreciar las manchitas blancas, digamos que sería el tejido conectivo, que es generalmente donde se va a producir la lesión o donde más nos tiene que preocupar que se produzca.
And there are some areas where the injuries are particularly a matter of concern.
¿Qué tenemos que tener en cuenta? Pues bueno, que es un músculo biarticular, que por lo tanto va a tener
an articular muscle.
Un tendón directo y indirecto, que esto lo sabemos.
There's a tendon there.
Se va a comportar como un tendón y por lo
and we know that it behaves like as a tendon, the anterior rectum.
Y que para mí es clave el estado de las sinergias. Yo me gusta mucho hablar de las sinergias porque
I like to talk about synergies.
En este caso la sinergia que pueden hacer entre el glúteo mayor y recto anterior.
This synergy between the anterior and posterior gluteus is very important, and if that's not, if there's not a good synergy there, if it doesn't work properly, we're going to have difficulties.
A cualquier sinergia muscular de nuestro funcionamiento. En cuanto al mecanismo lesivo y factores de riesgo, bueno, sabemos
now, regarding risk factors,
también ha hablado antes Rubén de las
Sergio
aceleraciones y deceleraciones.
talked about acceleration, deceleration. This is a very important factor.
El golpeo, el contacto
and
del
of
balón,
course,
el
collisions.
O incluso el contacto del suelo, una vez ya hemos chutado. Y los factores de riesgo, pues la lesión previa, una
and the risk factors
el peso y la flexibilidad, y no es un
relate
factor de
to
riesgo,
weight and flexibility.
puede suceder en el
Age does not have a risk factor.
¿Qué puede pasar? Porque,
Now, what can happen
por
then?
ejemplo, ahora en este periodo de pretemporada,
Now, during this pre-season period
post-confinamiento,
and
ha habido
post-confinement,
muchísimas lesiones del recto anterior,
there have been a
muchísimos
lot of
de
lesions in the anterior
en
rectum,
la Bundesliga,
especially in the league, at
Italia,
the top division,
y lo que nosotros
first division, and
nos
in
llama la
Italy as
atención
well.
es por qué este
And
músculo,
we're asking why this muscle in
y
particular.
bueno, lo que tratamos de ver es qué pasa en el
What we're
periodo
trying to see
transitorio y qué pasa
is what happens in the transitional period and during the pre-season period.
En el periodo transitorio
In the transitional period,
va a generar que haya una ausencia de estímulos dirigidos
there's
al
an
recto
absence
anterior en
of
este periodo,
stimuli,
evidentemente por el
clearly
periodo vacacional,
because of the
existen muchos tipos
holiday season.
de jugador, pero hay
There are a lot of
jugadores que bueno, el periodo
different types of players, but a
transitorio
lot of them
toman
during the transitional
como eso,
period,
como unas vacaciones.
they take it as that, just
No hay
that,
ningún
as a
estímulo
holiday.
dirigido al recto anterior,
And there's
como
no
hablábamos anteriormente,
stimulus to the
el recto anterior
anterior
es
rectus, and
cortar
so
un tendón, si no hay carga en
it
este
works
tendón,
as a
pues,
tendon, and if there's no load on the
introducción
tendon,
temprana, que es otro de los factores, introducción temprana del golpeo o excesiva carga del golpeo.
and then if there's a sudden
Primeras sesiones de pretemporada puede ser un factor
a lot of
desencadenante.
load and especially
También suele pasar que hay un
stress
caso
on
trabajo
this
de
tendon,
core,
then it can be it can trigger
un escaso
difficulties.
trabajo de movilidad y un trabajo neurofuncional
There's also
limitado, y esto nos
during
va
this
a
period there's
condicionar
little
muchísimo
work on the core, little mobility,
también
and little
sabemos, que según
neurofunctional
también,
work.
evidentemente, la filosofía del entrenador va a
Now
haber un
this is
trabajo
the
de carrera en unos casos más que en otros, pero cuando la carrera
Now
adquiere un factor importante, esto podría condicionar a la debilidad de los flexores de cadera, donde también va a tomar especial importancia el flexor largo del primer dedo, sobre todo para esa fase de propulsión, ya que
now
si
the running is important here.
flexor largo del primer
This
dedo no está correctamente activo o activado,
this muscle is
va a hacer
not
que
often,
utilicemos
when it's not
los flexores de
activated,
cadera, para
it means
esa
that we
fase
use
final.
the
Muchísimas veces también
the
la
hip
posición del tronco
flexions.
durante ejecuciones,
The
es clave,
position of
ya que
the
esto
torso
nos
during
va a
these
generar
movements is
son
very important
compensaciones y
because we want to
favorecer
avoid
su presentación.
compensations.
Una de las cosas que
As
me ha
Paco said in this
gustado,
presentation,
evidentemente, también lo decía Rubén, lo que tenemos que hacer es dar un pasito atrás. Si
that
no
we have
somos
to take
capaces de
a step
ejecutar
backwards.
el ejercicio correctamente, dar un
If we're
pasito
not able
atrás
to
nos
do
corta el nivel,
this
simplificar el
exercise correctly,
ejercicio y continuar hasta que
then we have to simplify it until we're able to perform the movement correctly.
Importantísimo para mí también
Now,
la
one thing that's
activación de la
also very
fascia
important
thoracolumbar, sobre todo
is
cuando hacemos
the
el bridge,
lower chest,
ayudarnos de las manos con el apoyo,
to activate the lumbar thoracic fascia.
al ancho, y ahí vamos a activar directamente junto con el glúteo mayor la fascia thoracolumbar. Y sobre todo, como os decía,
And as I said,
también antes la sinergia entre el psoas ilíaco,
there's the synergy between the psoas iliac and the gluteus.
perfectamente coordinada. Uno de los test que también, vuelvo a nombrar a Paco, utilizaba era el Thomas Test. Para mí el Thomas Test es
Now, the Thomas
uno
test
de los test que más utilizo porque por la riqueza
is one of the ones I
no
use
solo
most
reflexos de
because of
cadera,
the.
sino indirectamente también de cómo
It's
puede
very
estar,
informative and
la activación isquioglúteo, ya que con un psoas ilíaco muy acortado,
because with the
el
psoas
glúteo mayor va a
iliac,
tener muy complicado
the
activarse
gluteus
correctamente.
majoris.
Entonces recordar la sinergia entre
We have to remember the
glúteo
synergy
y psoas.
between the gluteus and the
¿Cuál es la
psoas.
propuesta de trabajo en periodo transitorio?
So,
Pues bueno,
what is the work we do
sobre
in the
todo,
transitional period?
distribución del trabajo en base a
Well,
días
it's to
de descanso
distribute
totales, es decir,
work between
conscientes también que el deportista está descansando, son
between
días de vacaciones.
rest and
Lo ideal,
and
bajo
work
mi punto
itself.
de vista, sería hacer algo siempre,
So,
no descansar, pero aplicar un trabajo muy
it's
progresivo
always good to have progressive work, I
en todos
believe,
los días de descanso.
and during those days of
Evidentemente,
rest.
seguir también a todos los jugadores con lesión previa, con cicatrices.
Now, with those with previous
evidentemente
injuries and
conozcamos
scarring,
de estas lesiones previas o de estas cicatrices y
we have to take that into
introducir,
account and
la
introduce
movilidad, sobre todo, movilidad
mobility,
de cadera, movilidad de tobillo,
especially of
movilidad
the hip,
torácica,
of the
trabajo
chest,
de core,
the work on the
introducir,
core.
por lo menos, no olvidarnos de los golpeos y del
And we
trabajo
mustn't
excéntrico,
forget
también con el cinturón ruso, o con el
eccentric
squat,
work.
o simplemente el trabajo excéntrico. No hace falta tener la yo-yo squat, pero la podemos. Lo interesante es dar un recordatorio de este trabajo excéntrico al tendón.
It's important to remember this eccentric work on the tendon.
El trabajo neurofuncional.
And also neurofunctional work.
Y como veis, para mí la diapositiva clave que
Now,
aquí
the key
faltaría
slide
trabajo de
here.
fuerza, pero bueno, siempre
Well,
introducir
strength work is missing here, but in all of the work that we do,
para recuperar de una lesión, o sea, un trabajo
whether it's recovering from a lesion
de propuesta para periodo transitorio, pretemporada,
or for a transitional period, pre-season, we have to ensure that neuromuscular function and core and limitation is
opciones que podemos
taken into
hacer,
account.
que son sencillas y como os decía,
Now, the simple options,
en periodo de vacaciones y bueno,
while the
the
athlete is during a holiday period, this is just a 40-minute activity, and this is something that we can increase progressively as they get closer to the pre-season period. On the left, we can see the typical stretch.
Sino lo que quiero es en la posición en la que está, sin
In this position,
desplazar el tronco hacia adelante, una activación del glúteo, porque eso
there you have an activation of the
automáticamente
gluteus,
nos va a generar tensión en el
because that
recto
automatically
anterior,
generates
y
tension
vamos a
in the
hacer
anterior rectum.
un trabajo doble a la vez, es decir,
And so there's a
voy a
double
estirar el
work
recto
going on there.
anterior, voy a aplicar un estímulo al recto anterior,
So
pero
it's
a la vez voy
a stimulus to the anterior
dar un
rectum,
estímulo de activación
but
al glúteo.
also an activation and stimulus
foto
to the
del
gluteus.
medio, evidentemente el resto
The picture
son
in the
todo
center,
ejercicios de movilidad.
these are all mobility exercises.
En cuanto al trabajo del core,
Now, regarding
también es muy
work of the
importante que estén
core,
orientados a dar tensión al recto femoral, activando glúteo, evidentemente.
there's the femoral
una plancha
rectus
normal,
and
vamos a
normal
trabajar el
plank.
core, pero si
We're
vemos
working on
una
the core.
plancha con 3 apoyos,
But
solo
with the
con,
3-point
elevando un
support
pie,
plank,
activamos
where you're
ese
lifting
glúteo,
up a foot, a leg,
elevamos, y
you're
la pierna de
activating
apoyo, vamos a
the
tener
gluteus,
una tensión,
and with the arm
dirigida
that you lift as
directamente
well,
al recto femoral.
that's directed to the
Evidentemente,
femoral.
diferentes niveles,
Now, there's
de
different
core.
levels of this, of course,
Como
of
comentaba
core
antes,
exercise.
el bridge activando la
As I
fascia
said before,
supracolumbar, en la misma
the
posición
bridge,
que aparece en la foto, justo
as you can see
en la
here,
foto de abajo del medio.
the one lower
Y
down
bueno,
in the middle.
diferentes
And
progresiones,
there
y
are
como decía
various different
en su
progressions.
presentación, bueno, no importa el nivel, lo que hay que adecuar es el
It doesn't
ejercicio
matter the
al
level, the
deportista
thing is
y
that
no
you have
que
to
se adecue
have the right
no
level for each
aplicar
athlete.
un ejercicio en donde el deportista esté sufriendo, porque al final vamos
You
a
don't want the
generar
athlete to
compensaciones
suffer,
y vamos a generar
because then you're going
dolor.
to create compensations and
Evidentemente, el
pain.
trabajo neurofuncional para
And there's
mí,
neurofunctional work.
el lunge en todas sus variantes es importantísimo.
The lunge and all of its variants are
A la
very important.
derecha,
On the
una
right,
activación del flexor largo del primer
we
dedo,
see
activándolo
the activation
con
of
una goma justo
the
debajo
large
del flexor
toe,
largo, lo que obligamos
just below
al
the
deportista es que
this
clave su dedo contra el suelo,
forces
y logramos una
the
activación, ya sea
athlete
en una
to
posición de lunge
put
o en una
their foot
posición,
on the ground, and that generates
unipolar.
an activation.
Y bueno, todas las diferentes variantes del
There are all
lunge,
different
evidentemente,
variants of
dependiendo
lunge.
de la época en la que nos encontremos. Es
It
decir,
depends
si
on
son
the
los
period, of
primeros
course.
días, no vamos a realizar
Whether the first day,
vídeo, a ver si se ve, por ejemplo.
let's see if we can.
Aquí hay bastante que corregir.
There's a
pero
lot
bueno,
that needs to be
que
corrected
veáis
here, because you can see in the video.
simplemente el ejercicio es
But you just see there's a little jump with a lunge and an imbalance, and that needs to be corrected, but it's serves as an example. Regarding eccentric impacts, we have the Russian belt, and then we can focus more on the knee flexions and also hip. We also have the option of the squat. The picture we have in the back, we have the impact. Now, would we want the impacts to be progressive? So maybe 20, 30 impacts, and as we get closer to the pre-season period, we can increase the number of these strikes. And that's important for the tendon to have this eccentric memory. And then the recommendations for the pre-season period, well, once we've gone through the transitional period, as Paco was saying, the control is very important, and that's very important for the physiotherapist, the work that we do on the stretcher. We are responsible for correcting anything that is going wrong. Now, especially with athletes with previous scarring and previous injuries, we need to reduce excessive impact. Now we work with, we get daily feedback. Sometimes there can be a sense of blockage, and finally we have to do a follow-up of athletes with previous injuries. Now, what are the we have the Thomas test for preventative measures. Now, another one that we saw on the right, above on the right, we leave the leg in this position, and a lot of professional football players, even if the femoral rectum is the main shooting muscle, they're actually not able to maintain it, this position. So this is something that is a matter of concern and needs to be corrected. And as we see, the activation time of the gluteus for the hip extension, and one of the measures that I really like to use is the measuring instrument you can see below on the right. It gives some interesting information.
That's all, really. Thank you very much. I look forward to receiving your questions. The most common injury in the pre-season was the anterior rectum injury. And with that said, thank you very much for listening.
Muchísimas gracias, Rubén. Ha sido
Thank you,
una
Ruben. It's been a very interesting talk where we had a look at
ciertos parones, o a veces por descanso, a veces como no hemos tenido la desgracia de ahora por una pandemia.
Well, we had a look at how players get back to the pitch after a long stop. Now we'll be talking to our next speaker, Mónica Barreal. Once again, thank you very much, Ruben. And let's carry on. Mónica Barreal is head of nutrition at Atlético Madrid. Anytime now.
Se me escucha, ¿no?
Can you hear me?
Vale,
yes, we can hear you.
Y gracias a todos, a mis compañeros
Great.
de
So,
ponencia,
I would like to thank all of my colleagues. I would like to thank Premium Madrid for inviting me to this beautiful event. I'd like to thank the European University for organizing such an enriching event. Without further ado, I'm going to begin with my presentation. I'll try being as concise as possible. I look forward to receiving your questions and engaging in a constructive debate with you all. Can you see my screen? Yes? Yes.
Yo veo la pantalla.
¿Se ve esto de primeras jornadas internacionales?
Can you see
Ahora ya no.
¿Veis mi pantalla o no?
Can you see my screen or not?
Yo sí la veo. Yo veo la pantalla.
Vale.
I can, yes.
Venga, pues empiezo entonces. Vale, pues simplemente aquí empezamos. Mil gracias a...
Okay, let's begin then.
Entonces, siempre que nos encontramos ante personas que tienen una lesión o deportistas que tienen una
Anytime we're dealing with an injured athlete,
o muchas personas pueden dudar cómo la nutrición puede ayudar en el
it's important to take into account the role of nutrition. Nutrition can actually help a great deal.
Sencillito y decir, bueno, si nos basamos o nos apoyamos en estos 5 pilares.
There are 5 pillars that we should be taking into account. And if we do, we can easily help our patients recover quickly in synergy with the rest of the team. Physiotherapists and personal trainers. Our activity goes hand in hand with theirs. Now, obviously, first we have to look at the specific profile of the patient. Each patient has a different profile, a different starting point, if you will. A patient, for example, who has a protein deficiency needs a particular diet. A person who's likely to get easily dehydrated needs a different diet. So there is no one solution, one size for all solution, but there are 5 pillars. Let's begin by talking about the first one, hydration. Hydration is important to everyone, not only for injured patients. It's also important for regular people. If you're not well hydrated, your joints, your ligaments, your cartilage, your muscles, and your capacity for hemoglobin transportation, which is important for the rehab process, will be negatively impacted. Water in our organism, in our bodily composition, is responsible for all metabolic reactions. In the case of muscular contraction, where does this exchange of electrolytes take place? This exchange allows for this muscular contraction, and muscles actually use up to 74% of the total water reserves of our bodies. And as the European Agency on Food Safety says, we will know that we're well hydrated if we go to the toilet more than 7 times a day. If we go to the toilet less than 7 times a day, it means that we're not adequately hydrated. It's not necessarily a sign of an underlying disease. It just means that we should be drinking more. How can we tell if a patient is dehydrated or not? What are the symptoms of dehydration? Well, first symptom, thirst. But it's also got to do with the weight of a patient. When you're moderately thirsty, your urine will have a lot of residues, it will be dark in color, which means that it's highly concentrated, not very diluted. That's a symptom of dehydration, and that also leads to a little weight loss. And when we lose over 10% of our body weight, that's a sign of severe dehydration. So the recommendation is for women 2 liters a day, for men 2.5 liters a day. But that's a starting point, mind you. Ideally, we should drink, we should take little sips very, very often. It's not exactly great for your body if you drink 2.5 liters of water in the space of 1 hour and then you stop drinking. No, you drink 150 milliliters at a time throughout the day. That is how you keep hydrated. That's the first pillar. Second pillar, energy. Energy is an important one, but it's difficult to calculate where this energy sweet spot exactly is. Our goal is for our patients not to experience any energy deficit, any severe energy deficit, so over 40%, but at the same time
es que nos va a interferir en esa recuperación, tanto en que vamos a perder y es muy
we don't want excess calories.
Como tener una peor cicatrización de la
too few calories, we hinder the rehabilitation process. Muscle tissue needs a lot of energy to repair itself properly, and if we don't eat enough, we will be hindering the rehabilitation process and the whole multidisciplinary protocol we're using with the patient. Also, by calibrating the use of calories, we can act on the fat reserves that we have in our bodies. Normally, the less you eat, the less energy your body requires. But at the same time, there are special situations with very high catabolism, and when you're seriously injured, you need more calories to recover from that injury. So the strategy can't always be let's cut down on these calories so we can recover more quickly. That's not necessarily it. You have to evaluate situation by situation and make informed decisions before you can come up with a nutritional plan.
Bueno, van a ser los pilares clave en los que más nos vamos a tener que centrar en este tipo de
those two are very important pillars.
Con lesiones. ¿Qué nos ocurre? Que si no
when a patient comes to us with an injury, if we don't provide the patient with the right amount of protein, that can lead to bad scarring, decreased muscle tone, inflammation, and also immobility and little exercise can lead to anabolic resistance, which in turn leads to a decrease in strength, decrease in functionality, and a loss of sensitivity to insulin, which in turn entails increased lipogenesis, so more fat is stored in the body. So in those cases, you need to work on your nutrition and consider using supplements if your diet won't lead you by itself to an optimal improvement upon your situation. And you don't have to eat 2 huge meals a day. The ideal plan actually is having 7 meals a day, smaller meals of course, because in that case you will process your nutrients more effectively, and protein is difficult to process to begin with. So it's very important to provide the protein that is required little by little throughout the day. Don't only ingest protein at breakfast, at lunch or at dinner. Whenever you have a snack, eat some protein as well. If we have 7 meals a day. We will be working with smaller servings, of course, and that will make those portions easier to digest, which means that your body will better absorb all the nutrients that you need to fully recover from the muscular injury. So in this case, less is more. Less food, but more often throughout the day, much like hydration. By doing that, you will better absorb nutrients, amino acids, which are basically protein, and that protect your muscle mass. Regarding supplements, some supplements are truly evidence-backed, other supplements aren't. Generally speaking, supplements are something that my patients often ask about. My patients are often athletes who use a supplement already or are interested in using one because they've read about it and because they think they can help them in their current situation. When you're injured, there are, well, you go through several stages: inflammation, proliferation, remodeling, and these supplements can be modified depending on which stage you're at, and I'm getting close to the conclusion. So if it's necessary, for example, to take supplements during the proliferation or inflammation phase, you can take creatine, but during the remodeling phase, you can try taking vitamins. Vitamins are also great to control inflammation. Vitamin C, omega-3 is a powerful antioxidant, anti-inflammatory. Inflammation, after all, causes pain. The more inflamed, the more painful, the more sore your injury feels. If you reduce inflammation, you're able to exercise as well. And people often think that inflammation is something that you have, a process that you have to curb somehow, but it's actually a process that our organism needs. So early during the inflammation stage, you shouldn't be taking supplements that aim at keeping inflammation under control. For example, taking anti-inflammatories such as fatty acids or omega-3, because we need that inflammation process ongoing. When are these supplements useful? When that inflammation becomes chronic, for example. In that case, it may be interesting to take some omega-3, but depending on the omega-3, omega-6 ratio that you already have, let's try being conservative with those foods that have a lot of omega-6 fatty acids, such as refined oils or dairy products or red meat. Let's be conservative with those, because in that case, by doing that, we will reduce the length of this inflammation phase, and the patient will acquire better mobility and experience less pain. Vitamin D is closely linked to bone formation. In the case of vitamin D, it's important to stress that it's a fat-soluble vitamin. It's absorbed by the fatty tissue. So before you decide to start taking vitamin D supplements, you need to run a blood test and find out whether you actually need it or not. And if you do need it, the blood test will help you figure out in what amounts you need to take vitamin D supplements. After all, we live in Southern Europe. Vitamin D you absorb by being out in the sun. So it's interesting for these patients who are a bit sedentary
horas de exposición al sol.
to be in the sun for a bit every day.
Las horas óptimas de exposición al sol no son cuando el sol está cenital, no son las horas de mediodía.
Which is not at the zenith, it's not at midday. The best time is at dawn or at the sunset. The sun is lower and can reach a bigger, a larger surface of our body. Those people who have reduced mobility shouldn't bask in the sun through a glass, because by doing that, if you do that, you won't be absorbing any vitamin D. You should be outdoors wearing light clothing. Creatine is the most science-backed supplement, and it can be used to recuperate the strength you've lost due to the injury. So, by taking creatine supplements, we can minimize muscle mass loss, about 20-30%. That is, if we're completely sedentary for a given time. Also, if you keep your muscles hydrated, well, they will be more flexible, more resistant, and on the other hand, if they're not sufficiently hydrated, you're more likely to experience, for example, cramps or muscle rupture even. So bear that in mind. And finally, something that's hardly ever taken into account, but that's very important for these patients, for these athletes who all of a sudden get injured, is the state of mind of this patient, the mood of the patient, because it can have a huge impact on patients. If you're a little depressed, you won't feel hungry, you won't be absorbing any energy, and that will result in a hampered, hindered rehabilitation process. Also, another problem, if you feel depressed, you're more likely to seek glucose. Glucose is the primordial ingredient that our brain is after. So if you're depressed, you're more likely to eat, for example, sweets, something tasty, simple sugars, something tasty, lots of carbohydrates, because that's where the flavor is. Now, eating sugar can increase inflammation, because after all, that's refined sugar, and it's highly inflammatory. There's a lot of fat in it as well, and it's not healthy fat. So palm oil, saturated fats that are likely to increase inflammation. It's a bit sad, isn't it? Because all of a sudden you get injured, you can't compete, you get angry, you get frustrated, you get depressed, and you seek comfort in food. Some athletes sporadically even smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol. And all of a sudden they embrace these habits wholeheartedly, and that has huge repercussions on oxidation, inflammation. They're terrible habits, and if we're not able to control them, well, that's terrible. It's understandable for a depressed athlete, or a sad athlete, or an angry athlete to seek the comfort of this food, but apart from all these problems, another added problem is lack of sleep.
Now, we can see how sleeping less than an average of 8 hours, well, it depends on the athletes. If they have an average of 10 hours, then it needs to be 10. If they sleep on average 4 hours, we can't oblige them to sleep 8 hours a day. So we have to know the initial situation of the patient.
cómo esta falta de sueño
we can see how the lack of sleep
los niveles de
can
cortisol,
increase
los niveles
levels
de
of cortisone,
nos va a aumentar esa voracidad, ¿no? Y esa
the
voracidad
acidity,
por comida que no es tan saludable y
and
tenga
the
mucha
desire for
potencia de
unhealthy
azúcar,
food
porque vemos que
and
hay
sugary food, because we see that
una incidencia con la hormona de saciedad, que es la lectina,
the lectin, which is the satiety hormone, is disrupted. And there's the hormone that tells us to eat as well, the ghrelina. And when we don't get enough sleep, the levels of these hormones are increased. And so that makes us want to, we're going to feel more hungry. And it's a type of hunger that's also more difficult to satisfy because of these levels of leptin and ghrelin. So what should we eat? Or how should we organize the diet of these patients when they have a lesion? Well, there should be constant hydration, and it shouldn't necessarily be water. It could be we can be hydrated through soups or through certain types of cooking techniques where the food is not dehydrated, such as cooking in steam, or certain raw foods that we like salmorejo and gazpacho that we have in Spain. That is a way of getting hydration, but also getting these micronutrients. Well, how should the food be? It's moderately hypocaloric. We don't want to avoid an excess of tissue, but if they're increasing their hypos levels, they may need to do so because of an injury. But if there's a loss of muscle mass, or loss of sensitivity to insulin, well, they need to control the macronutrients, and you need to provide carbohydrates which don't stimulate these levels of insulin, so fruit and vegetables that aren't too sweet, and then to have pulses with the skin. And whole meal cereals and proteins was very important. Is we could have 2.5 grams per kilo of the weight per day we can have in proteins. We can also have vegetable fats and non-saturated is best, and so that the micronutrients are going to be mostly fruit and vegetables. But we could also consider using certain probiotics and these sorts of foods, which means that our intestines work better. This is what I want to talk about. Here's my bibliography if you want to learn a little bit more. You have my contact in LinkedIn, and so thank you very much, and I hope that this is clarified a lot of things. And no, I like sharing. I find it difficult to stop, in fact. But I have to come to it. Look, yes, thank you very much for all of that. Now we're going to continue with the next speaker, which is Elio Pareja. You start whenever you're ready.
Muy bien, buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon.
¿Se me oye bien?
Sí, te oímos bien.
Fenomenal. Bueno, pues antes de nada,
first of all,
agradecer la invitación.
I'd like to thank you for the invitation.
Real Madrid, Universidad Europea,
I'd like to thank the Universidad Europea de Madrid and the Premium Madrid to allow me to share my experience with all of you. I'd like to talk about certain ideas that I think are very much complementary to what we've heard this afternoon, especially the incredible speech by Monica we've just heard.
Voy a compartir la pantalla. A ver.
I'm now going to share my screen.
Vamos a ver. Ahora. Vale. El título de mi ponencia
So the title of my speech
va encaminado más que
is more related to telling you,
una serie de hechos, de verdades o de recomendaciones
revealing a number of truth recommendations that are well established in sports nutrition.
Va más encaminado a sembrarles la duda.
But more, the idea is to raise certain doubts.
Sean capaces de ser críticos en
I think it's
relación
important to be
consumo de
critical in terms of the consumption of antioxidants in the sporting context, in the context of intense physical exercise.
He querido ponerla entre interrogantes.
So I put it as a question,
Porque les voy a mostrar evidencia
because I'm going to
de
show
las dos
some
partes de la balanza, con
evidence
el
on
fin de
either side.
podamos discutir, si se da la oportunidad, en qué situaciones estos
The question
antioxidantes
is,
pueden
in
ser
what
beneficiosos
situations
y en
are
qué
antioxidants
situaciones
beneficial,
deportivas
and in
estos
what sort of
antioxidantes,
sporting
lejos de ser beneficiosos,
context,
pueden
rather than being
perjudicar.
beneficial, can actually be damaging to consume antioxidants.
Vamos a hacer vamos a conceptualizar
Now,
desde el inicio.
let's
Para hablar de
explain the
antioxidantes
concept.
tenemos que hablar a la
When we
fuerza
talk
de
about
estrés oxidativo. El estrés
oxidants, we have to talk
oxidativo es un
about
concepto
oxidative
del que
stress.
se habla con mucha frecuencia,
This is something
pero
that's
que
talked about
muchas
quite a
veces
lot.
no está bien entendido.
But often people don't understand it.
El estrés oxidativo ya lo describió His en el 85.
Oxidative stress
No
was
es más
described
que un
in
desequilibrio
1986. It's simply an
entre
imbalance
especies prooxidantes y especies
between
antioxidantes.
pro-oxidant and antioxidant
Nosotros
species.
no generamos estrés oxidativo.
We don't generate
Lo que hacemos
oxidative
es
stress.
generar
What we
unas
generate
especies oxidantes que
are
cuando se encuentran en
oxidative
un
species,
desequilibrio con las
which
antioxidantes
when they find
pueden generar
there's an imbalance with
cierto
antioxidants,
daño oxidativo.
that can
Si
lead
este
to oxidative
desequilibrio no existe,
damage.
las especies
When this
prooxidantes,
balance is not there, the
lejos de ser
pro-oxidant
dañinas, median numerosas adaptaciones muy necesarias para el contexto
species,
deportivo.
rather than being
Desde
damaging, actually
adaptaciones
help to produce
hipertróficas,
balance.
adaptaciones mitocondriales,
There can be
o
mitochondrial
adaptaciones
adaptations
sobre la
or
propia síntesis
adaptations
de
on
antioxidantes
the
endógenos,
synthesis of
un fenómeno que se conoce
antioxidants,
como hormesis.
which is known as hormesis.
Como digo, voy a intentar pasar desde unos conceptos más
Now
generales,
I'm going to talk
y más
about more
teóricos,
general and
para
more theoretical
terminar
concepts,
aterrizando en unos
and then to
conceptos
try
más
to
específicos
establish more
y
specific
más
concepts
prácticos en los 20
and more
minutos que
practical
voy a intentar
concepts
ceñirme
over
que me he
these
dado para
20 minutes that I have.
Por tanto, el estrés oxidativo es un
So
desequilibrio.
oxidative
¿Entre
stress
qué?
is an
Pues
imbalance
entre radicales libres
between free
y los
radicals
antioxidantes. Los
and
radicales
antioxidants.
libres
The free
siempre
radicals
se pintan como malos.
always presented as
Los
something
radicales
bad.
libres son
Free radicals
aquellos agentes
are those
antioxidantes que lo que hacen
antioxidant
es sustraer electrones debido a su inestabilidad
elements
química.
that subtract
Lo que hacen es
electrons,
sustraer electrones
so
del
they
medio
remove
con el fin
electrons
de
from the medium
neutralizarse.
and in order to
quedarse
neutralize
estables.
themselves, to make themselves stable, chemically stable.
Por tanto,
So they absorb electrons.
Como vemos en el átomo estable, el que
So as
está
we can see in the
contento,
stable
verde,
atom, the one that's happy, the green one,
tenemos por su valencia tenemos un
because
número
of its
de
valency,
electrones que
we
hace que
have
esté
a number of
completamente
electrons that make
estable,
it completely
y
stable
lo que hace
electronically.
el radical libre,
But what the free radical does
es
it
sustraer ese
it
electrón. Por
takes
tanto,
this electron away from it, so it destabilizes
altera la estructura química de
the
ese
chemical
átomo,
structure
generando,
of this
como luego vamos a
previously
ver,
stable atom,
consecuencias deleterias,
and that
consecuencias
has
negativas
negative
que
impacts
después
on
voy a intentar
the
argumentarles pueden dar
physiology,
ocasión a
and that can
daño
lead
muscular.
to muscular damage.
Aprovecho esta diapositiva para
So I'm going to use this
muy
slide,
gráfica, cómo el
which is very
antioxidante
graphic,
su función principal precisamente
the antioxidant's main function is to provide this electron to the free radical so that the free radical doesn't take it from other atoms in the body. So this antioxidant, in its chemical structure, you can say, if you allow me this expression, it can give up this electron. It's got electron that it can give away without being damaged. And so it gives it away happily to the free radical, and that way the free radical, it becomes stabilized, and so that's better for the atoms, so they don't have the electrons taken from them. A lot of free radicals that are derived from oxygen and arrive from nitrogen. Those that are derived from oxygen are the ones that are best known. In fact, they're called oxygen reactive species because they come from oxygen.
Entre ellos está el radical superóxido,
and there's superoxide, hydrogen peroxide, which is not chemically a free radical, but it acts as such. Then nitrous oxide. No, I'm not going to go into too much detail here. But the formation of free radicals occurs in a number of contexts. In this slide, you can see how tobacco, radiation, ionizing radiation, ultraviolet radiation, pollution, inflammation, and metabolism itself are normal sources of generating free radicals. Now, this then leads to something worrying, which is DNA damage. Because when these free radicals affect a protein, that can be repaired. But damage to DNA is harder to repair, and it can lead to mutations and can even, in some cases, lead to cancer. So, we're going to focus on inflammation here and metabolism, which is related to intense physical exercise. And we know that intense physical exercise does generate inflammation in acute states. It can, and metabolism means that the huge demand for ATP in this musculoskeletal system during physical activity, the mitochondria have to work much faster. And these mitochondria have the structures that are very likely to release these free radicals. Now, within these structures, here you can have a figure from Gómez Cabrera in 2013. Gómez Cabrera was my thesis director. So I'm very happy to be sharing these slides. Here you can see skeletal muscle, and you see how it can generate free radicals from various different structures, especially the skeletal muscle during contraction. Mitochondria is one of the most important elements in our research group. We described a number of circumstances, pathological and physiological, which result from the induction of free radicals from mitochondria, especially complex 1 and 3 of the oxygen transportation system. There were also neutrophils and sarcolemma. They have NADPH oxidase, which does generate free radicals. Phospholipids, membrane phospholipids, do produce a lot of oxygen peroxide. And what we're going to talk about today are endothelial cells around the skeletal muscle. And there's a xanthine oxidase which does produce a lot of different types of free radicals in a situation of muscle contraction, intense muscle contraction. Later we'll see the actual process. And then we have other forms, as you can see there on the right hand side. Now this slide looks a bit confusing, I understand, but I'm just going to focus your attention on the mitochondria, which you can see in the red oval,
en otra estructura que es la de
and
las
another
antioxidantes.
structure,
Vamos
which
a
is
fijarnos en la
antioxidase.
mitocondria.
So let's look at the
Dentro de la
mitochondria.
célula muscular,
Within the muscle cell,
la mitocondria
the
es una fuente
mitochondria
muy importante
is a
de
very
radicales
important
libres,
source
como
of
hemos
free
dicho.
radicals.
Sin embargo,
As I said,
es una fuente
however,
de radicales libres
it's a source
en
of
situación de reposo.
free radicals at
contracción
rest.
muscular
When there's a muscle
no
contraction
muy alta, no excesiva.
that is mild
Ahora
or
mismo,
moderate.
que todos más o menos estaremos sentados
Now,
y
all of us
en
are here
reposo,
sitting down,
nuestra
more or less at
mitocondria
rest.
es
Our
ineficaz.
mitochondria is not effective.
Y al ser ineficaz,
And because it's
simplemente es
ineffective,
ineficaz porque siendo que su función
well,
principal
because
es
its
generar ATP
main
y ahora no
function is to produce
requerimos
ATP
mucho,
and it doesn't require a lot.
parte de los electrones
Parts
y de los
of the
protones se
electrons
escapan,
and protons escape,
haciendo que el sistema sea
and this means
ineficaz
that the
y
system is
generando más
ineffective
radicales
and produces more free
Sin
radicals.
embargo, cuando empezamos a
However,
realizar una
when
contracción
we do perform a muscle
intensa,
contraction more
en un
intensely,
ejercicio extenuante, y
in an
sobre todo de larga
extenuating
duración, luego les
exercise,
contaré algunos ejemplos
especially over
más
long periods,
concretos,
I'll talk about more specific examples
la
later.
estructura más
But
importante
the most important
generadora de
structure
radicales libres
which generates
es
free radicals
la vía de las antioxidases.
is the antioxidase.
La vía de las antioxidasa, sobre
Antioxidase.
todo entiendo que los nutricionistas la
No,
comprenden
I
más,
think that nutritionists understand this
nos hace pasar de
more.
la hiposantina a la santina
That
y
means
de
we
la
go to
santina a la
liposantina and lasantina, and then from
Esta
that to uric
reacción
acid. This
está,
reaction
esta reacción es posible gracias a la acción
is
de las
possible
antioxidasa,
because of the
pero cada vez
antioxidase.
que las antioxidasas actúan,
When the antioxidase act, they form free radicals, as you see here.
radical superóxido y
The
peróxido de
superoxidase
hidrógeno.
and
Y
peroxidase
esta vía se activa con
oxygen
mucha
peroxide.
facilidad, puesto que ven
And
que la causa de la activación de
you
la
see that the
hiposantina,
cause
de
of the
hecho, es
hyposantin
la acumulación de
is the
IMP.
accumulation of IMP.
Es decir, cuando somos
So, when we're
bioenergéticamente escasos, cuando
bioenergetically
nuestros músculos han
scarce, when
consumido
our
tanto
muscles have
ATP que nos hemos
confused so much
quedado
ATP
ya
that
muy escasos, ¿no?
we've got very little left.
Bien.
So,
En el otro lado de la balanza
there's
tenemos
the
a
other
los
side of things. We have the antioxidants.
Los antioxidantes
The
son
antioxidants
esos superhéroes
are these
que lo que hacen
superheroes,
es ceder
and what they do is they
electrones
give up
a los
electrons
radicales
to the free radicals.
para que ese, por ejemplo, radical superóxido,
So,
pues
such as
no
superoxide,
con
free radical
otro
doesn't
tipo de moléculas, de
affect
macromoléculas del
other
organismo,
macromolecules such as
lípidos
proteins, lipids,
o DNA o nucleótidos,
or nucleotides in DNA,
funcional
so that it doesn't
estructural.
alter
Por
this,
tanto,
the
ese
structure of these other
antioxidante
molecules.
va a
So
ceder
this,
ese electrón.
the antioxidant then
tipos
gives
de
up its electron.
antioxidantes,
There are various different
y hay
types of
una infinidad de
antioxidants, and there's a
clasificaciones.
huge
En este
number of
contexto,
classifications. And in
una
this
muy
context,
sencilla
I think
es
there's
la
a
de dividirlos
very
según
simple idea:
proteicos,
is
no proteicos,
proteins,
o
non-proteins,
farmacológicos, aunque
and
también
pharmacological.
los hay enzimáticos,
Although there are also
pero bueno,
enzymatic
esta
and non-enzymatic.
clasificación, los
But if you
más,
follow this classification,
conocidos o los
the
más
best known
importantes
ones,
de
or the
todos
most
los
important
proteicos
ones,
están la superóxido
are the
dismutasa, son
mutase superoxide,
la catalasa,
the catalase,
la glutatión peroxidasa, GPX,
GPX,
y luego tenemos
and then
las tiorridoxinas o las
peroxides,
otras moléculas
and other
quizá con menos importancia.
molecules that are less important.
Glutatión reductasa. Y dentro de los no proteicos,
And
que es
in
donde
amongst the
más
non-protein
hincapié vamos a hacer
antioxidants,
hoy,
which is
puesto
really what
que
we're going to
es
really
donde
focus on
entran
today,
los,
which is where
las vitaminas de los alimentos,
vitamins
pues
come
podemos
in.
encontrar
Well,
vitamina
we can
C,
see vitamin C,
vitamina
vitamin
E,
E,
carotenos,
carotene,
coenzyme
coenzyme Q, bilirubin,
una errata
and
bilirrubina o el ácido úrico.
or uric acid.
De los más importantes
Now,
en
the
este
most
sentido,
important
pues,
ones in this
son,
sense
la vitamina C
are vitamin
y
C
la
and
vitamina
vitamin E.
todos conocemos
We
y de
all
los
know
cuales
them.
incluso
And
Mónica en la charla anterior
Monica, in a
nos
previous
ha
speech,
hablado.
did talk
Y
about them.
después hay
And
un
then later,
bloque que si bien
there is
su
a
función
block
son fármacos, si bien su
of
función no es reducir
drugs. Now, the
el
function
estrés
is not to
oxidativo,
reduce
es una
oxidative
especie de daño
stress,
colateral,
but
es una
they
especie de efecto secundario
avoid collateral damage. There's a sort of positive adverse effects of some of these drugs. And amongst these drugs, we're going to talk about allopurinol. There's a lot of effort that has been made over the years working on this, and effort is still being done in various different lines of research related to it. And then there's something I haven't put here, which has been quite important recently because it's showing some very interesting results, is one I'll talk about later.
Prometo después de esta diapositiva ya no contarles muchas cosas así teóricas.
So after this slide, I promise you I will move on to the practical side of things, which I know to be what you're interested in. Antioxidants are used to stabilize reactive species. On screen, you can appreciate how some certain endogen antioxidants, protein antioxidants, are capable of transforming, for example, hydrogen peroxide into water. On the right-hand side, you can appreciate how through intense contractions that can generate ischemic perfusion, we can activate a substance that is responsible for triggering this transformation into uric acid. Every time this substance is triggered into action, we generate free radicals. Allopurinol is a drug that is used to treat hyperglycemia and is used also to reduce the levels of uric acid, as you can see on screen. By disrupting this chain of events, you minimize the incidence, you minimize the quantity of uric acid that is produced. These uric acid crystals that would otherwise be produced decrease in number. Oxidation stress.
Que es de lo que hablamos, que es de lo que aparece en la revista, sale en televisión, no es más que la consecuencia que genera una acumulación de radicales libres sobre
of free radical buildups over a structure,
una macromolécula del organismo. Aquí es el grado 3.
Over a macromolecular structure in the organism. There are three molecules I actually highlighted here, and I also highlighted the three main biomarkers that are often used in chemistry or in nutrition to analyze
oxidación de las distintas macromoléculas a lo largo del tiempo.
The oxidation of the various macromolecules over time. In the case, for example, of fats, we have MDA for HNE, TBRA, and in the case of DNA, we have to study that molecule that you can see on screen. When these free radicals attack the cell, well, they attack protein, and they bring about a structural change within the protein itself, which can lead to a modification in its biological function. In the case of fats, because these cellular membranes, especially in the cells, are rich in phospholipids, can generate chain reactions. In the case of DNA damage, as we said earlier, this can even lead to genetic mutations. Several diseases have been linked to oxidative stress: preeclampsia, diabetes, cardiomyopathies, atherosclerosis, and muscle damage. So let's have a look at the process. When there was an intense muscular contraction, we activated hypoxanthine, which moves from the muscular cell to the endothelial cell,
a través de la xantina deshidrogenasa activamos
which
la
through
xantina oxidasa.
xanthine
Esta xantina oxidasa, lo hemos explicado antes,
hydrogenase
la liposantina en xantina y la xantina en ácido
eventually
úrico, y cada
becomes
vez que actúa,
transformed
genera
into
radicales libres.
uric acid.
Estos radicales libres
And both
son
molecules
altamente
generate
ligados
free radicals,
por enzimas antioxidantes, pero cuando llegan los
which are partially
neutrófilos a recoger
chelate.
o a intentar salvar un poco
Chelated.
ese exceso de producción de
When there is an
radicales
excess
libres,
in production of free radicals, we bring about muscle
unos
damage,
niveles elevados de CPKs, de lactato deshidrogenasa, de mioglobinas,
which
de transaminasas derivadas del músculo, es decir, los biomarcadores clásicos
can
de
be observed by simply looking at the several different markers that we have to detect muscle damage. So, how does acute or chronic exercise affect oxidative stress? One single session creates oxidation, it creates free radicals, oxidative damage. It also increases the activity of antioxidants, but not enough. And it leads to a reduction in the physiological function. However, when we exercise regularly, we produce inferior quantities of free radicals, we bring about less oxidative damage. And this is important because when we take supplements antioxidants, the endogen antioxidant enzymes aren't produced by our body. Our organism is very, very clever, and it's also very, very cheap, so to speak. If we're introducing something exogenally, it stops producing it endogenally. We give it something, it will stop producing it. And it happens with a number of different substances, not only with antioxidants. For example, if we take too much creatine, or if we take testosterone, we stop producing those substances endogenally. And in the case of antioxidant enzymes, if we take them externally, the organism stops producing them. So, can antioxidants prevent muscle damage? This is a study that was published in 2014, in which we used allopurinol with first division football players to find out whether one football match or one session of intense exercise can produce free radicals, oxidative stress, muscle damage, and to what extent allopurinol could prevent this. This is something I've already talked about. Why allopurinol? Because it blocks out xanthine oxidase, which means we're blocking free radicals in turn, which means we're preventing muscle damage. So we block xanthine oxidase, we block free radicals, we prevent muscle damage by taking allopurinol. In the case of football, this hadn't ever been shown before. This is highly relevant to the sport. So, first thing we looked at was this. Allopurinol reduces the levels of uric acid. Because we talk about positive control so often nowadays, so let's have a look at uric acid first. Post-match, we've seen that the group that took allopurinol, all of this was randomized, so we had a placebo, a control group taking a placebo, and another group that was on allopurinol. We see that post-match there is indeed a reduction in uric acid. Allopurinol works. It reduces the levels of uric acid. But more interesting still, biomarker for oxidative damage on fat. The subjects who were on the placebo showed higher damage. Those who were on allopurinol, their levels remained unaltered. And here we have other biomarkers of muscle damage, CPK, myoglobin, LDH, and GOT. The profile is pretty much similar in all cases. In a basal situation, the levels of oxidative damage, or the biomarkers of muscle damage, are very low. Low myoglobin, low LDH, low GOT. And if before the match you took the placebo, your levels went up. They will, and then 24 hours next after a match. So the control group saw its biomarkers for muscle damage increased. The group that was on allopurinol prevented about half of this damage. So less oxidative stress, and as a result, less muscle damage. Let's take this a step further. Heart is also a skeletal muscle. It's also got antioxidase. Let's see if that can prevent heart damage. Similar profile. Troponin T, which is highly sensitive, and CKMB, which are biomarkers for muscular cardiac damage. Their levels stayed low in the group that was on allopurinol, and all of this is not something we've made up ourselves. It's actually results that had been obtained in 2003 by my teachers, Gomes and Cabrera, on occasion of the Tour de France. The study was published on JAMA during a particularly difficult stage. The group of cyclists who were on allopurinol didn't even suffer any damage, and the other group did. So this means that with allopurinol, which is an antioxidant, we reduce muscle damage stemming from high-intensity exercise. So imagine, I'm sorry, Juan, can we wrap up, please? No, thank you very much for cutting this short, otherwise I could keep talking about this for hours. So this is a systematic review we just published. Can antioxidant vitamins prevent muscle damage induced by exercise? Very, very quickly.
Existe cierto efecto protector de las vitaminas antioxidantes contra el daño muscular, sin embargo, no mejoran el rendimiento físico, eso es muy importante decirlo.
No improvement on physical performance is observed in this case, and also the effect was better appreciated in terms of oxidative effect than direct muscle damage. So to this day, there is no sufficient evidence in support of the fact that these vitamins, if taken separately or together, can reduce CK levels. So we have to face the consequences of antioxidants. They partially reduce oxidative damage, if that's what we want, then great, but at the same time, as I said at the beginning of this presentation, free radicals also act as adaptation mediators for exercise, and we do need them.
Si bloqueamos la producción
de radicales libres a través de antioxidantes endógenos, vamos a bloquear la biogénesis mitocondrial, la hipertrofia cardíaca y muscular, la génesis de enzimas blocking out, for example, just to give you an example, the generation of reparation enzymes and so on and so forth.
surgir.
That was it, really. Ready to take your questions, if you have any. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting speech, a very complex topic. And I can clearly tell that you're an incredible expert in this. It's been an incredibly useful talk. I'm actually going to ask you a question in a bit. And to wrap up this physiology round table, we'll have a chat with an incredible professor, a lecturer in our sports physiotherapy masters. Over to you.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning.
Bien, espero que me escuchéis. Les doy saludos desde Praga, donde he nacido y donde
hello everyone, hello from Prague.
Vivo.
This is where I was born, this is where I currently live. I live in the Czech Republic, this is where my family lives. I've been working as a physiotherapist for the past 20 years. I mostly work with tennis players. And what's special about tennis players is that they spend a week somewhere in the world, and the next week they're somewhere else, on the other side of the world.
So it's not just that they are traveling more than 38 weeks a year. Also the fact is, as a physiotherapist, you have to work with other factors. And I chose one of them today, which I think is a very fashionable issue now. So I'm now going to share my screen.
Me puede, lo siento, pero ahora mismo ¿veis mi pantalla, por favor? Porque yo estoy acostumbrado. Estaba bien, ¿sí?
Sí, sí, se ve, se ve.
Sí, estamos viéndola bien. Michal, está fenomenal. Hemos visto lo de jet lag y luego ha salido. Eso es.
¿Ahora estamos bien?
Estamos viéndola. Yo te estoy viendo y te estoy escuchando perfectamente.
They're discussing technical issues. Okay. So, as I said, there's tennis players travel a lot, and this is something which we have to do is to help them to deal with this problem. Now, the tennis player has to have these so many changes. And when I started 20 years ago, working with elite athletes, my work consisted above all in lesions and injuries, in treating them, and like in all professions, they progress, and we had to focus above all on preventing injuries, until prevention was actually even more important than treatment, because that's how you can avoid injuries, and it's just a lot cheaper to prevent than treat. So you need physical preparation, and a lot of my work is about improving the sport performance. Now, the athlete's performance has a lot of aspects, mental, physical, and one important pillar is recovery. and above all, regeneration. Regeneration needs to take place at a mental level, but also at a physical level. And these two aspects, if I had to choose the most effective method for regenerating the mental and physical state, it would certainly be super sleep. So now I'm going to describe the different phases of sleep. There are 5 of them. Phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, where there's a prevalence of the parasympathetic system. So from 1 to 4, the further you go along, the parasympathetic system becomes more and more important. And there's the no REM stage, where you don't have the rapid eye movements. And then there's the famous stage 5, which is the purely sympathetic, which is called REM, rapid eye movement. Now the no REM, which is associated with bodily recovery, and REM is associated more with mental recovery. Now that's why when we wake up or the alarm goes off, and if we're in one of the first 4 phases, we feel in a worse mood. That if we're woken up, or the alarm goes off, or someone knocks at our door, in phase 5, the REM phase, which is more connected to the mind, we're more sad or unhappy, whereas if we're woken up in the non-REM state, we feel more physically tired. Okay, so the different phases have different physiological functions, both at the level of the brain, the heart, the lungs, or body temperature. So just to understand this physiologically, in a summarized manner, our brain emits waves which are divided as alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. And depending on the frequency of these, that makes a difference to the brain. Now when we're awake, just to give us an idea, our brain emits about 30 waves per second, and when we go into phase 1 it's 8, and it goes down all the way to phase 4 in deep sleep, where it's 1 wave per second. But the opposite happens in the REM phase, where it really shoots up to 70 waves per second. Now this shows that our brain is more active in the dream phase than when we're awake. Now in terms of heart rate, the heartbeats drop down from 1 to 4 until we get to about 50. And in REM sleep, it goes up again. In terms of the lungs, something similar happens. And as respirations drop, but then in REM sleep, the breathing rate goes up, and the body temperature goes down to a minimum from 1 to 4 again. Now, what's the thing in the REM state, that the muscles don't move. It's only the vital muscles, such as the diaphragm and the heart, that move. And this is because and the phases are cleverly connected so that we don't we wake up in the right state. Now we go from deep sleep to soft sleep. This is phase 1 and 2. That's about 50% of the whole cycle. Now, in this phase, that's where we have these hallucinations, which seem like dreams, but in fact they're hallucinations. Now, Dali, in fact, the painter, when he painted his surrealist paintings, he went to sleep, and when he reached this phase, that's when he relaxed, and he touched a cup, and it was just in that point that when he was made to wake up in that phase 1 and 2 in the soft sleep, that's when he painted. And now then we go to deep sleep in phases 3 and 4. Now 3 and 4 is really where the neurotransmitters and hormones are created. Now again, that's where the body recovers. It makes up 20% of our sleep. And that's where the growth hormones are produced. And the serotonin, the happiness hormone, and GABA, which is what maintains the sleep, and also cortisol for when we have to wake up. Now, once we've gone through phase 3 and 4, we go again to phase 1 and 2, and after 1 and 2, we go to REM sleep. Now, that's 25% of the cycle. Now, these percentages change between the first cycle and the last cycle. The first cycle is where deep sleep is strongest, and then that reduces over the cycles, and then REM, on the other hand, increases as we go through the night. So the body recovers mostly in the early cycles, and then the mind recovers later. Now the cycles depend on the age. They're usually about 90 minutes, but then from REM we go to a micro waking state, and then we go back into deep sleep again. Now, talking a little bit about the brain, the front of the brain is where the mathematical equations come from. That's where we have short-term memory, and that's the real center of decision-making. And it's very important that an athlete has to make quick decisions, whether to pass the ball, left or right. And now, this is something I have to improve the performance of in my athletes. It's before they go onto the pitch, I do a number of memory games and mathematical questions to warm up their brain. That's people find that interesting. But when we go deeper into the brain, when we have the suprachiasmatic nucleus, as the name indicates, it's above the chiasma, which is the optic nerve, and it's the clock essentially. It's what regulates the biorhythm and circadian rhythm of all systems in our body. What's interesting is that it has very few neuronal connections, just 10,000. And as it drops from the suprachiasmatic nucleus, we find the pineal gland. Now, René Descartes, the philosopher, studied that a lot. He saw it as our third eye. It's a little bit mystical, but the important aspect for us is that that's what receives the signal from the suprachiastic nucleus to produce melatonin. And as you know, melatonin is what tells us that the body is ready to do all of these things that we need to do in sleep, so it gets us to sleep. Melatonin is also controlled by sunlight. Now, when it's dark, they're activated, and when it's and when there's blue light, it usually switches off. Now, I talked about the circadian rhythm, which is really what establishes the rhythm of when we're awake and when we sleep. As you can see in the graph below, what's interesting is that this circadian rhythm, we think of it as being 24 hours, but it's a little bit more than 24 hours. There are some who have a rhythm of 27 hours, but the average is 24 and a half. But the circadian rhythm is controlled not just by the sunlight, but also by melatonin, which, as you can see in the graph above, has its own independent production, which is at the minimum at midday and the maximum at midnight, and then goes down again to the minimums at midday again. Now, on the other hand, there's adenosine, which is accumulated as we're active and awake, and you can see that in the yellow there down below, and that indicates that when we get active, when it drops, we know we have to sleep. Now, the red arrows shows that if we don't go to sleep, the first small red arrow indicates that there is a small distance between adenosine and our biorhythm. So there's not much need for sleep. But if you continue to increase it, and we increase the production of melatonin, and there's a large distance between melatonin and adenosine, that's when we feel a lot more sleepy. Now, if we don't sleep, then it would increase and increase until it gets to the maximum, which is the third red arrow. Here it's important to talk about who we are, because there's no everyone needs to be treated differently in terms of treatment and in terms of advice for sleep. And here, the first diversification we have is if we're active at night, or some of us who get up very early and go to bed early. And there are owls, night owls, of course. That's the first thing we need to know about a person, and on that basis, it can be easier or more difficult to deal with traveling. We also have to know how much sleep they need, because each person needs different amounts, different numbers of hours.
Se me estáis escribiendo, pero yo no consigo verlo. A ver si lo veo por el Skype. Y a ver, tengo un mensaje.
Okay, I have a message here.
Al Mac no es muy amigo de Windows y mira, casi mejor que me escribáis por el WhatsApp porque no consigo leer lo que me estáis escribiendo.
It's better to send something through WhatsApp because I can't read what has been sent.
Bien, así que y después lo que nos tenemos que preguntar es
the question we need to ask is what is the best time for an athlete, both mentally and physically?
Eso es muy importante para
That's very important
cuando lo llegamos a preparar,
when we
porque los
do it for preparation, because
tanto su nivel intelectual a una hora como su nivel físico.
There's always an optimum physical time.
Los récords mundiales suelen
Now, that's why the world record tends to be performed at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, jet lag is is very important because the change of time is very much related to the immune system. This immune system has its own biorhythm, as you can see below in the graph, and a change to the timetable disrupts that. Now, it's very common in tennis, for example, that when people go to Australia, that at the same time of the year, someone is much more likely to get flu, or they tend to have get more sick. And there's not a lot of studies in that, but there's a lot of evidence for it. Now, we also need to know what to do and also when to do it, because a treatment in the morning doesn't have the same effect as at night, and doesn't have the same effect before going to gym or after going to the gym. And also seen that injuries have different speeds of recovery according to whether they occur in the morning or the afternoon. And a lot of treatments where we see a deterioration in fibers, and it's more or less the same as an injury. So the treatment needs to focus on when. Now, here's some practical advice. Now, when they travel from east to west, for example, from Paris to New York, sleep scientists call it the delay phase, and when you travel from New York to Paris, it's the advance process. Now, it's a lot more simple when you travel from Paris to New York. The adaptation is just about half a day adaptation for every zone. For every day, it will take about half a day to adjust ourselves. But when we go back to Europe from New York, it's more difficult. It takes 2/3 of a day per time zone. There's an interesting study on baseball players, and they saw that it's not just the output, the team's performance as well was affected much more by going from west to east. They performed much better if they went westwards. So how can we improve the athlete, and so that they can prepare for these
Sí, perdón.
No, muchas gracias, Rubén, disculpa.
Vale, evidentemente hay que recurrir a la historia clínica, a ver también el historial lesivo de ese jugador. Y bueno, si hay un dolor como tal palpable, por llamarlo de alguna manera, a mí me gusta utilizar mucho la palabra desmigar, porque hay que tratar de desmigar y tratar de ver dónde está el origen de ese dolor. Es decir, yo porque tengo una cicatriz en el recto anterior, en el septo, seguramente esa cicatriz va a ser culpable de parte de mi disfunción, pero si yo tengo, como hemos visto en la foto, un psoas acortadísimo y un glúteo mayor inhibido, lo único que voy a hacer es empeorar las cosas y no facilitar las cosas al recto. Entonces, yo puedo trabajar mucho la cicatriz, que si mi psoas está como está y mi glúteo, por ejemplo, no está adecuadamente activo, seguramente voy a hacer que sufra todavía más, y si no elimino eso, para mí no tiene ningún sentido la fisioterapia.
Muy bien. Michal, gracias.
Sí, bueno, yo poco que tengo que decir a esta pregunta, porque realmente si alguien me pregunta cómo trato un cierto dolor, yo nunca puedo decir cómo trato, porque cuando me contactan mis pacientes y me escriben mensajes, se lo puedo ver que tiene este dolor y este dolor, cuántas sesiones van a ser, qué creo que voy a hacer, pues no lo sé, porque realmente mi filosofía un poco personal es utilizar el software y el hardware, el cerebro y las manos. Las máquinas realmente se las dejo para los demás, y no lo sé con lo que me voy a encontrar, y si ahora la tendencia es ver que si está la grasa, o que si la fascia, o que si el bloqueo o la cadena, no sé, es que cada caso es, como dije en mi charla, cada persona es auténtica, y su lesión de esta forma entonces también es auténtica, así que yo nunca sé realmente. Por eso en mis charlas y en mis cursos no enseño una técnica, porque no tengo una técnica especial.
Vale, muchísimas gracias por la aclaración. Pues por ahora no he localizado más preguntas en el canal, así que por mi parte ya procedería un poco a hacer un breve resumen de lo que habéis indicado, y creo que básicamente yo me atrevería a resumirlo en individualizar. Prácticamente lo que he sacado de todos es todos habéis coincidido en diferentes aspectos de la fisiología, en ese perfil individual, analizando diferentes factores bioquímicos, analizando las diferentes relaciones anatómicas, fasciales, de cadenas musculares con diferentes test, el componente que nos indicaba el profesor Novotny, individualizando los tiempos de descanso, las rutinas de sueño, los ritmos, o la nutrición que nos comentaba. Así que de nuevo volvemos una vez a esas técnicas teledirigidas y súper individualizadas para conseguir lograr efectos. Si queréis añadir alguna cosa más o algo que se haya quedado en el tintero. Pues para mí ha sido un verdadero placer estar con 4 y permitirme la expresión bestias de la clínica y de la ciencia como sois Mónica Barreal, Elio Farejo, Rubén Pons y Michael Novotny. Ha sido una alegría poder moderar esta mesa y nada, agradeceros muchísimo el cariño que habéis depositado, el esfuerzo y lo que digo, que a ver si pasa pronto este nublado y nos podemos ver.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias.
Un placer, mil gracias.
Igualmente, gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Hasta luego, que vaya muy bien, muchas gracias.